Good morning. Committee on State Affairs will come to order. Will the clerk call the roll?
Betancourt, Birdwell, Lamantia, Menendez, Middleton, Parker, Perry, Schwertner, Zaffarini, Paxton, Hughes.
Again, good morning. I know many folks are familiar with the process and have participated even yesterday and many before that. Just by way of understanding what's happening, many members of the Senate have other committees, other responsibilities, and so they will be in and out throughout the day. Members of their staff are here, also watching from the office, also seated near you. And so everything's being taken down. Nothing is being missed. And so we're glad everyone is here, whether you're testifying or listening or haven't decided yet. We'll try to move quickly but appropriately through our agenda items. We do have time limits for witnesses. We'll do our best to be gracious and to let you wrap up a thought if your time expires. We do want to hear from everyone, but to hear from everyone, that means we do have to adhere to those time limits because obviously many of you have come a long way and we don't want to keep you here all night. So we're going to take the different charges, not necessarily in the order that they're posted, but we will move through each one. And our plan is to get through all of the ones set for today. And so at this time, we will take up the charge that we've been given about unmasking protesters. And the specific charge is to study the use of face coverings and hoods designed to conceal the identity of those bent on committing crimes at protests. Recommend legislation to stop the chaos and destruction by those who attempt to commit crimes while concealing their identity during public gatherings. I'm sure this will come out during the discussion, but this is America, this is Texas. We believe in free speech, and passionate protest is great. People that don't agree with us are free to share their views, and I think everybody here realizes this free speech, that uniquely American right that we enjoy. Most places in the world have never known that. And here we recognize also there are many practical benefits of free speech. If I'm wrong, I want to know about it. I want to hear what you think, and we should listen to each other, and the marketplace of ideas will hash it out, and we'll get to the truth. So we want to do that. Protest, passionate protest. Now, hurting people, physically hurting people, destruction of property, that's obviously a line that we don't cross, and we don't tolerate that. And so we'll be navigating some of those waters today as we discuss this charge. And so we will begin with invited testimony on this topic, and the chair calls Major Ralph Oland from the Department of Public Safety, and then Hannah Myers, Director of Policing and Public Safety, a fellow at the Manhattan Institute. So we'll start with these two. Well, welcome. Y'all have a seat anywhere you'd like. Welcome to you both. Once you get situated, Major, we'll start with you. Get that microphone close and introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Thank you, sir. Good morning. Thank you, Chairman, committee members. My name is Ralph Oland. I'm a major with the Texas Department of Public Safety, Criminal Investigations Division. I'm here today representing DPS and prepared to testify both for law enforcement in general, as well as to my own special experiences supervising the DPS robbery unit in Houston, as well as the district commander and regional major responsible for CID operations to secure and protect the Capitol. This includes the numerous Capitol events and protests. These events, which are mostly peaceful, range from smaller events with a few people to a few dozen people, to larger events like this summer's protest on the UT campus, which at times drew more than 500 participants, and at which the organizers openly directed protesters to bring masks, to very large events such as last November's event here at the Capitol, which drew over 15,000 participants. Law enforcement professionals throughout Texas, including our troopers, our special agents, and our rangers, routinely face the challenge of identifying masked individuals involved in the commission of a crime because they're wearing a face mask or something covering their face. These crimes include traditional offenses such as fraud, burglary, theft, and robbery, as well as offenses encountered during protests such as criminal mischief, assault, and interference with public duties. During protests, law enforcement encounters individuals who, because they are masked, are emboldened to act in a more deviant and criminal nature outside of normal behavior. And this includes increased harassment, intimidation, and threats towards both citizens and law enforcement. DPS currently has 16 subjects that are unidentified that are wanted for protest-related offenses. We have 6 offenses of assault on a peace officer, 5 charges of interference with public duties, and 1 attempt to take weapon from a peace officer, and numerous charges for criminal mischief, vandalism, and assault. The use of masks during protests in an effort by criminals to protect themselves from professional agitators, especially, or protect themselves from apprehension and committing crimes, has become commonplace, especially among professional agitators from groups such as Antifa, whose only goal is to cause chaos and harm, often through harassment, physical violence, and intimidation. Many of those arrested during the recent UT protests were wearing masks at the time that they committed their offenses. These include many of the agitators, as well as the suspect our covert CID special agents observed, who was ultimately arrested for illegal possession of a firearm. A common theme among criminal elements has become no face, no case, which shows us that there's a criminal understanding that covering their faces drastically reduces the ability of law enforcement to identify and bring these persons to justice. Thank you for having me today, and I look forward to any questions that the committee has.
Thank you, Major. Well, we'll hear from both witnesses, then we'll have questions. And so, welcome, introduce yourself, and
Thank you.
tell us who you represent. Give
I'm
us your
Hannah-
testimony.
Oh, thank you so
Go
much,
ahead.
Chairman Hughes and committee for inviting me. I'm Hannah Myers. I'm the Director of Policing and Public Safety for the Manhattan Institute. I'm also a member of the New York State Domestic Terrorism Task Force, and I previously worked for the New York City Police Department on counterterrorism investigations. Thank you for inviting me to talk about the urgent need for Texas to reinstate a mask ban. Nationwide, as the Major said, people are exploiting masks to conceal their identities while committing crimes and terrorizing citizens. Many jurisdictions like Texas previously had or still have successful bans on the books, and many are creating new bans which are both constitutional and effective. Face concealment, as the Major said, makes it harder for law enforcement to make arrests and for prosecutors to bring successful cases. Masks help evade identification despite the spread of surveillance cameras and facial recognition technology. Offenders tend to behave worse when they are masked, and masking reduces overall civic engagement because citizens can't trust people whom they can't identify. The connection between face concealment and disorder has been made tragically clear over the past year. Ubiquitous masking at anti-Israel demonstrations has permitted them to spiral increasingly into criminality and contributed to the 200% increase in anti-Semitic incidents in the year following October 7, 2023, compared to the previous year. For example, thousands of demonstrators, many with concealed faces, flooded Washington in June, some sporting symbols of terrorist groups. They occupied and vandalized Lafayette Square across from the White House, spray painting statues and setting off a smoke bomb. U.S. Park police officers and Secret Service agents attempted to apprehend a protester, but unidentifiable demonstrators formed a mob, shouting "F the police," and successfully chased them out of the park, preventing any arrests. Masking has also made it difficult to stop protesters from impeding critical urban functioning. New York City, for example, experienced about 2,000 protests in just the first half year after October 7, including incidents involving 10,000 participants illegally blocking bridges and major infrastructure. The inability of New York and other jurisdictions to deter these disturbances was exacerbated by criminal justice reforms, limiting consequences to low-level offending. This has a huge impact on charges associated with chaotic demonstrations, as the Major mentioned, such as trespass, obstruction, disorderly conduct, and resisting arrest. This has particular relevance here in Texas, where there is sufficient concern with non-prosecution policies that a newly proposed state bill could lead to the firing of elected prosecutors for refusing to take on low-level offenses. In Austin, the district attorney's policies have reportedly contributed to 7,000 criminal cases still awaiting prosecution. Mask ban laws can provide a critical extra tool in the criminal justice toolbox. Such laws could have made a difference at Columbia University when agitators with faces masked vandalized a campus building, taking maintenance staff hostage. The inability to identify defendants with certainty because of masking, specifically, was cited by the Manhattan District Attorney in dismissing for lack of evidence 31 of the 46 associated trespass arrests. Not only that, but the school administration struggled to justify the presence and the actions of law enforcement. Compare that to the University of Texas at Austin, where dozens of troopers were called in, preventing a planned occupation of the main campus lawn and making 57 arrests. A week later, law enforcement arrested 79 protesters after dozens set up an encampment on the South Mall. Unlike the Columbia administration, a UT Austin spokesperson was able to explain that law enforcement was called because protesters violated the school's no mask rule for demonstrations. This underscores that mask bans provide an extra grounding for criminal justice and institutional interventions. A statewide law could provide that much more. In addition, mask bans help reduce crimes like shoplifting and carjacking that have become harder to combat because of increased face concealment. Highlighting this connection, the Philadelphia Police Department pointed to the surge in face masking as a key driver of their 10% drop in homicide clearances in 2020. This was more concretely acknowledged in Washington this spring when Mayor Muriel Bowser and the City Council passed a bill that prevents face masking with a tailored focus on such crimes rather than on protests. This is relevant for Texas, which has suffered from increasing shoplifting. Dallas experienced a 73% growth in retail theft in just the first half of last year, part of an overall 20% rise since 2019. Like numerous other jurisdictions, Texas passed an anti-mask law in 1925 in a successful response to Ku Klux Klan activity. This law was codified as Article 454 AG, remaining until the recodification of the Texas Penal Code in 1974. Some states like New York repealed their similar mask bans during the COVID pandemic. However, many still have these laws in place, including Alabama, California, Florida, Georgia, Louisiana, Michigan, North Carolina, and Virginia. The constitutionality of these bans has been repeatedly upheld. In 2021, Georgia's Court of Appeals upheld a conviction for a mask ban violation where, quote, the defendant was masked and his arms were interlocked with a group of counter-protesters who were shouting obscenities, chanting anti-police slogans, and banging a drum, and the defendant was asked to take off his mask multiple times but never did. Similarly, in 2004, the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit upheld New York's anti-mask law that existed at the time. Many jurisdictions have enacted or proposed new bans over the past year. New York State has two such proposed bans, one drafted by Democratic and one by Republican legislators. New York's Nassau County enacted its own Mask Transparency Act in August, and since then, Nassau police arrested an individual in a ski mask in the summer heat who was concealing a 14-inch knife. And they arrested a member of a group mobbing a synagogue using a keffiyeh scarf to conceal his face. I strongly urge the Texas legislature to enact mask ban legislation as well. Thank you, Chairman Hughes and the committee members for the opportunity to speak today. This concludes my remarks, but I'm also happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Thank you both for your testimony. We'll have some questions, and the chair recognizes the Dean of the Senate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do you have model legislation in mind that we could look at?
Certainly, yes. Myself and two of my legal scholar colleagues drafted legislation, which actually was the basis for, or at least part of the basis for the Nassau County legislation that I mentioned, which we'd be happy to share with you, work on with you. I could share, different, the language of the different bills that are in place, because there's really a range. You can tailor it to something very broad that, or some states have, specify Mardi Gras, specify certain kinds of health concerns for which there are exemptions. So I'd be happy to share model legislation.
Is that model legislation something that you have crafted or something that is being implemented in another state?
It's something, the model legislation I crafted along with two of my colleagues who are legal scholars, and it was used in Nassau County in August when they were drafting their legislation. We've also been speaking with policymakers in different states, including and across the aisle in a lot of states, because it really is about free speech, which is something that is not, which no party has a unique responsibility for.
Looking at the states that have mask ban legislation in place or are considering it, are you aware of any challenges that they have faced, any problems that they've had to resolve?
Let me interrupt just a moment. We want to hear that answer. Would you pull the microphone a little
Oh,
closer?
sure. Apologies.
No, you're being polite and looking at who you're speaking to.
Oh.
We want to be able to hear you as well. So go
Yes,
ahead, please.
sorry for
And
that.
you probably still have the question, but thank you.
Yeah, I think there are a couple of questions that come up every time, but all of which have satisfactory responses. People are concerned that there should be exemptions for people who do have religious reasons why they cover their faces, as part of religious observance, or have actual official health needs for which they would cover their faces, or, for holidays like Halloween. To all of these, we say that judges deal with these kinds of issues all the time in lots of different scenarios. They make reasonable adjudications as to whether these are actual real concerns. Does a person really have a health risk? Do they really wear a certain kind of mask every day, or did they just put the mask on that day to go congregate with lots of other people in a crowded space? Do they really are they really observant religiously in a way that cover their face, or not that day? So that is the main concern. And to that, we have so many of these bans were put in place literally to combat the Ku Klux Klan, and were very successful. And it, like so many other laws that law enforcement utilizes every day with reasonableness, this is just another such law.
So if we were to have a mask ban in place, and the major or his colleagues from DPS would walk into this room and half the people in the audience were wearing masks, how would he deal with that under your ideal law?
Certainly, and I'd be happy to answer.
But that's why I said under your ideal law.
Under my ideal law, it's very specifically for certain types of congregating for demonstrations, congregating with the intent to commit a crime. We all know from seeing it in action in the past year that there's very different reasons for gathering together. There's very different reasons for masking your face. These are all really tailored toward masking to conceal your identity, and to do it because you are trying to menace people, because you're trying to commit a crime.
But again, if he were to walk into this room and your ideal legislation were in place and half the people were wearing masks, how would he proceed under your law?
Well, I think he could ascertain that the people congregating here are not congregating for any of those purposes. I mean, this is a very specific type of gathering, and it's not a demonstration. It's not, they're not committing criminal activity, and it's very...
So it would be subjective.
Only as subjective as lots of other, for instance, if someone's walking down the street in the middle of summer and they're wearing a ski mask, like what happened in Nassau, officers all the time will see something that's a little bit suspicious, and they'll say, hey, where are you going? And then the person will, how are you doing today? Where are you going? Are you going here? Are you going there? And through that, ascertain whether there's something worth pursuing there, whether there might be something criminal happening. That's, it's the same with the rules for instance, stop and frisk or something like that, where, an officer can't necessarily walk up to someone who's minding their own business and investigate them, but they can interact with them and have a sense as a reasonable person, why are you masking? Why are you behaving the way that you're behaving?
Thank you. Major, to what extent is this a problem in Texas? Do we need this law?
We certainly deal with this on a routine basis. I can certainly speak for myself, as well as the troopers, the agents, and the rangers at DPS, the law enforcement professionals that we work with around the state. I had conversations this week with several chiefs from large agencies around the state, and yes, they deal with it very often. And any tools that you give us that will help us to do our jobs more effectively and efficiently, we will certainly use to protect the communities.
What language could we include in such a bill that would allow you the flexibility to deal fairly and wisely and safely with people wearing masks in a setting such as this?
That's a great question, and I think it shows the importance of doing our due diligence as the committee is doing and really doing a good in-depth analysis on this. And it shows the importance of having a very clear and specific law. Obviously we have officer discretion. For example, we talked about the persons in this room that are wearing masks. Well, as I sit here, I have no concerns whatsoever. They're acting very normally. We use the totality of the circumstance, if you will. whereas that's completely different than a person that may be acting in a certain way that's suspicious. Maybe they are putting something in their waistband that may indicate that they have a firearm. They're getting ready to walk into a business that has been the target of several crimes. Those are all things that we can take into account with the totality of the circumstance to make an informed decision as an officer on whether or not we wanted to continue to investigate that more fully.
And this is a question for either one of you. If we pass such a law, should this offense be defined as a felony, as a misdemeanor? What level misdemeanor? What would be the penalty? If you can't identify it as a specific type of misdemeanor, what would be the consequence of violating the law?
Well, that would be up to, others besides myself, but I could certainly see it be used as some sort of enhancement, much like we enhance other crimes, say a robbery, for example. If you use a firearms during a robbery, well, it enhances it to an aggravated robbery or assault. It could potentially enhance to an aggravated assault. I could see it being used as an enhancement.
And it's frequently a misdemeanor associated with a fine in a lot of different jurisdictions. If it's helpful, I can read this very short paragraph, model legislation, to give a sense of the language.
Mr. Chairman?
Please.
That no person shall wear a mask or any other facial obscurant or disguise with an intent to conceal the identity of the wearer while congregating in a public place with other people who are also masked or disguised, except that such conduct is not unlawful when it occurs in connection with a Halloween or masquerade party or similar celebration. Violation of this statute shall be punishable by no more than, let's say, 15 days imprisonment or whatever you decide, and a fine of not more than $10,000, whatever you decide, in addition to any penalties arising from concurrent criminal acts and civil violations.
Thank you. You precluded my Halloween question. Thank you both. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, it's on everyone's mind right now.
Thank you, Senator. Let me ask, and thank you both for this. This is helpful, and this causes us to, as you both said, to grapple with important things and with competing interests that are very important, and we want to get this right. And we're going to do some of our own research, but you may know. So you mentioned that Texas had this starting in 1925. Historically, Texas was a leader in anti-Klan legislation, and we're proud of that heritage in Texas. You mentioned in 1974 recodification of the code, and we can check this as well. But do you know if there was any discussion or if there's any record as to why that was done? I'm sure, hopefully it wasn't done by mistake, but often in a recodification, they'll just get rid of old statutes that don't have any effect anymore. Other times, they make bigger substantive changes. You shouldn't know that, but I'm curious if you do.
I did do some research into it, and I didn't see a reason. It did seem like it was in a long list of repealed laws that all happened in 1974, as you say, where maybe they just felt like at the time it wasn't as relevant as it certainly is now. I think, we all know the COVID pandemic certainly normalized masking in a way that made it a lot easier for us to see the consequences of it, and for people to sort of jump at that as a way to conceal their faces. It's certainly something that's come up. I cited the Philadelphia PD, but law enforcement across the country has struggled since COVID with masking. In New York, we briefly had unofficial bans that stores would try to impose. You have to take your mask off. But then certainly in the last year, we've seen so much masking at demonstrations, and it really does impede First Amendment activity, because it impedes other people's ability to also participate.
And that's important. It's almost in the category of the heckler's veto. Your free speech, to the extent that it drowns out others' free speech, that's a problem. And so, and obviously the safety you're talking about makes sense. Thank you both for this. Senator Middleton, you're recognized.
Quick one. Thank you.
I'm sorry, we'll let you go first.
Yeah.
I didn't know you had questions.
No, just a quick one. So, Major, we've seen this before here on the Capitol grounds. Can you tell us a little more about some of the professional protesters we saw in 2020? I think that was into May, maybe, somewhere around there, maybe beginning of June of 2020.
Yes, Senator, that was before my time here at the Capitol, but I did assist with the follow-up on that, and we also saw it recently at the UT protests. A lot of agitators that come there that I guess I don't know what they're in their mind they're thinking, but I don't think they're there. They don't care what they're protesting. They're just there to cause chaos and harm. They are very often wearing masks. We did a little bit more due diligence at the UT campus, and we focused on them with a little bit more of a covert security presence from our CID personnel, and we were able to actually make those arrests even though they were wearing masks. But it took a lot more manpower and a lot more resources to do that than it would if they were not.
And I think it was 7 state troopers injured here on the Capitol grounds in 2020.
Yes.
Of course, no one's in jail right now, unfortunately, over that. And I recall y'all discovering that there was kind of a deeper organization than we even realized at first. I think it was it this committee or another committee maybe where, they found some pizza boxes with phone numbers written on them, and it was linked to I think an Amazon executive in Florida maybe.
I'm not familiar with that. I apologize, but I can certainly find out and
Yeah,
follow up
if
with
you if you could help me with that, because I mean, this is something that's happened right here on these grounds at the Capitol, and they nearly broke into the building. They spray painted it. They pushed over monuments. And I don't know what would have happened if our DPS was not able to hold the line, and stop them from entering the building. So
Yes, sir. And I mentioned in my opening remarks, we currently have 16 unidentified suspects that we're still searching for. And those are, 6 charges of assault on peace officer, 5 charges for interference with public duties, and as you said, 1 charge for attempting to take a weapon from a peace officer. We were not able to identify them in the 2020 riots because
of the
their
masks.
masks and face coverings. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And I mentioned the large demonstration at in Lafayette Park in June. The following month, in July, there was another large demonstration in D.C. that focused around Union Station, where again there was masking, there was vandalism of monuments, and it was very difficult. I don't know if the police made any arrests, maybe 1 or 2, because of the masking.
Thank you for that. And Major, refresh my memory. You and Senator Middleton were discussing this, but that large 2020 event, a lot was going on. And my recollection is that the Austin police headquarters was just literally under siege. And so a number of our troopers were sent to help them.
Correct.
Left us a little thin here. And so violent protesters were able to overrun the grounds, but as Senator Middleton said, not get in the building. But they did injure some Texas officers and some real damage. And thank you again. Thank you all for what you do. We remind people when we see our DPS troopers around the property, and they're not here to protect us. They're here to protect the people of Texas. They work for all of us, and thank you. Thank you for what you do.
Yes, sir.
Doing that. Any other questions for the panelist members? Thank you both for being here. Thanks for sharing this with us. And we look forward
for
to
having us.
I know we have some written materials, but please do share with us. Make sure we have the recommendations and the draft that Senator Zaffarini was asking about.
Excellent, I will.
And thank you both so much.
Thank you very much.
Take care.
We'll open public testimony on this charge, and the chair calls. We'll bring our witnesses up 4 at a time. There are 4 seats and 2 microphones, so we'll just move the microphones around as we go, and we want to hear from everyone. We are going to stay close to the time limits because we have a number of issues today and many, many witnesses who want to testify throughout the day and probably into the evening. And so, as we open public testimony, the chair calls Jared Lindauer, Samia Rizvi, Shima Zion, and Tracy Guerra. So it's Jared Lindauer, Samia Rizvi, Shima Zion, and Tracy Guerra. And once anywhere you want to sit, those are all. There's nothing special. We'll find out how close I got on your names. I'm doing my best. My name is difficult to pronounce for many people, so please forgive me if I got yours wrong. So let's see. Let's also is Catherine McArdle here? Let's see if Catherine McArdle is here. How about, very good. All right. Thank you. Take your time. That's fine. All right. So we normally start over on my right. And so when you're ready, pull that microphone good and close. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Jared Lindauer. and I'm a board member of the Anti-Defamation League's Austin region. Since 1913, the mission of ADL has been to stop the defamation of the Jewish people and to secure justice and fair treatment for all. Today, ADL is a global leader in fighting anti-Semitism, exposing extremism, delivering anti-bias education, and fighting the spread of hate in our communities and online. Starting over 100 years ago, anti-masking laws were on the books in most states across the country, including Texas. Texas's law was enacted in 1925, and for a reason, to protect communities from mass intimidation by the KKK. ADL's work on this issue is long-standing. In the late 1940s, ADL published a pamphlet titled How to Stop Violence, Intimidation in Your Community. It included model language for state statutes and local ordinances aimed at preventing members of the KKK from engaging in tactics of harassment and intimidation while concealing their identities behind hoods and masks. ADL's effort led to the passage of anti-Klan legislation, including anti-mask and anti-cross burning laws in six additional states and 50 communities. This legislation helped to end the KKK's reign of terror, as they could no longer intimidate and threaten Black, Jewish, and Catholic communities using hoods and masks to hide who they were. Although Texas repealed its anti-mask law in 1974, we are unfortunately seeing a resurgence in mass harassment and intimidation. Individuals across Texas are wearing masks and face coverings to hide their identities, to harass, to intimidate, and to target others with impunity, all while evading accountability. ADL supports bringing back laws in Texas that will address mass harassment and intimidation. However, masking laws can and must be comprehensive, appropriately tailored, and constitutionally sound. Texans must continue to be able to choose whether to mask for health and safety reasons, and Texas must continue to safeguard the freedoms of religion, speech, and assembly. I therefore encourage the senators on this committee to provide carve-outs for health and safety reasons, as well as religious expression, in any draft legislation. I further urge senators to craft language that only criminalizes intentional mass harassment and intimidation. This law should only be applicable to individuals who intentionally conceal their identities and intentionally place others in a reasonable fear for their physical safety. Going forward, as legislatures examine whether and how to reintroduce masking on the books in Texas, we hope that you can draw from the expertise of the ADL. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Pull the microphone close and make sure it's good and close so we can hear you. And welcome, introduce yourself, and go ahead.
Good morning, Chairman and committee members. My name is Catherine McCardle. I've lived in Austin for over 12 years. I'm a software engineer and a graduate student at UT Austin. I'm testifying today on my deep concern about this potential legislation to ban or limit the use of face masks during protests or other exhibitions of First Amendment rights. I strongly oppose any such legislation, and I encourage you all to do the same. I have multiple chronic health conditions, and as such, I'm more cautious than perhaps many people about catching infectious diseases like COVID or the flu, because getting sick takes more of a toll on my body due to my chronic conditions. Because of this, I like to wear a mask when I'm in crowded settings to protect my health. I'm also a big proponent of civic engagement in all its forms, things like voting, testifying at hearings like these, and going to rallies and protests on issues that I care about. I shouldn't have to decide between protecting my physical health with a simple face mask and exercising my First Amendment rights by going to a protest. I should feel safe and free to wear a mask at such events. But it's not just those of us with health conditions who deserve this freedom. No one should have to justify their use of a face covering at a protest or in any other situation. People choose to cover their face for a variety of reasons, and doing so while at a protest is not and must not be considered a crime. I'd like to add, the woman from the Manhattan Institute mentioned that judges can adjudicate cases to determine if someone actually has a health condition or actually covers their face for religious reasons. Does that mean that people with health conditions or people who follow certain religious practices have to take time away from their jobs or their caretaking duties to show up in court, maybe even spend money on legal services to defend their decision to protect their health or practice their religion? I certainly hope not. I urge you not to limit the use of face coverings. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Pull the microphone up where we can hear you and introduce yourself, and go ahead. Welcome.
Hello, Senators. I'm Tracy Guetta, and I am the mother of 2 children, and the 3 of us wear our masks every day when we go anywhere in public indoors, also outside in crowded situations. It's what enables me to be here today to speak with y'all. It enables my children to go to school and me to go to my job, and it go to protests if that's what we want to do. And that is important. And I should not be painted as a criminal because I'm trying to protect myself and enable myself to continue to do what I need to do and what I want to do and enjoy. And honestly, the first time I ever wore a mask was way back the first Austin City Limits Festival when I called it the Dust Bowl. I wasn't there this past weekend, but people I know that were said it was similarly dusty. And the only way I was able to go and see the bands I loved was going to Home Depot, getting an N95 mask, and putting it on. So it is an important factor, not just for illness, but also for environmental concerns. When there's wildfires, there was just a huge chemical fire in Georgia. You know, in the past few weeks alone, people need it for their health and safety. And these bans, not only is there no way to tailor an exemption that will work effectively, it will be up to the individual police officers that you encounter to determine whether you mean it or not, whether you're actually sick enough or not. And you might get arrested and have to go into court. And that's all traumatic just because you tried to protect your own health and the health of others. I guarantee you someone is sick here in this room today. And if it's me, I'm keeping myself from giving it to you. You don't always know when you're sick. So I would strongly urge you to try and find other ways to reach the goals that you have stated today and not cause harm to those of us that are just trying to exist. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Guerra. Thanks for your testimony. Welcome. Get that close and introduce
Is it close enough?
You got it. Go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good morning, Senators. My name is Samiha Rizvi, and I serve as the Civic Engagement Organizer for the Council on American Islamic Relations, the Austin chapter. CARE is America's largest Muslim civil liberties organization committed to defending the rights and freedoms of all individuals, especially marginalized communities. I am here today to testify on the unmasking protesters charge. I am also submitting testimonies on behalf of community members who could not be here in person. I urge you, as elected officials, to carefully consider these concerns. Every testimony reflects strong opposition to the idea of banning mask usage during public gatherings. This charge poses a significant threat to vulnerable communities, such as religious minorities, immigrants, and activists, who often rely on masks to protect their identities in the face of retaliation or violence. For example, Muslim women who wear the hijab or individuals from marginalized racial and ethnic backgrounds already face disproportionate scrutiny. The ability to remain anonymous is not just a choice for them, it's a critical safeguard against potential harassment, intimidation, or worse. And just as shared by those sitting right next to me, how will this even be enforced? Selective enforcement is a critical concern. While an earlier testimony from the Manhattan Institute said masking suppresses civic engagement, that is simply untrue. Banning masks as a political measure doesn't address the root cause that compels people to conceal their identities. While an earlier testimony, instead it risks silencing peaceful demonstrators who fear for their safety or livelihoods when they exercise their constitutional rights to protest. I ask that you take these concerns seriously and prioritize the protection of those most vulnerable. If you require any support to further understand how this encroaches upon our rights, upon our freedom, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Senators, any questions for the witnesses on this panel? Each of your perspectives are important to us, and we're glad you're here. We're listening to you. We're going to try to get this right. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
And the chair calls Shima Zayan, Joshua Porton, Maggie DeSanza, thank you, and Cole Glosser. Still looking for Shima Zayan, Joshua Porton, Maggie DeSanza, Cole Glosser. Hey, Cole. Come on now, take your time. We've got a spot right here. All right. We're glad each of you are here. We'll begin to my right and move over. It's where you were sitting yesterday, I think, as a matter of fact. Ms.
Indeed,
Well,
yes. Great getting to
welcome
be here
back.
again. Thanks so much.
Welcome back.
Yes, thank you.
Get the microphone good and close and,
Yes.
and go ahead.
Let me go ahead. Thank you, Honorable Chair Hughes and members of the committee. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify here today. Hello, my name is Cole Glosser, and I'm a policy fellow with the Coalition of Texans with Disabilities, a cross-disability organization. And I want to discuss how a proposed mask ban would affect the disabled community, including those who are chronically ill and immunocompromised. There are thousands of disabled Texans, as well as their family members and friends, who need to mask due to these chronic illnesses and immunocompromisation in order to protect their health. We've seen in the past few years how masking has become an incredibly important tool for those who are immunocompromised to protect their health in public settings, and it is crucial that they are able to continue to do so now and into the future. We wanted to ensure that any measure taken acknowledges the particular vulnerable position that this population faces due to potentially unforeseen consequences and around attitudes towards masking. Those who are chronically ill and immunocompromised deserve every right to their health and safety in public life, as well as having their privacy respected in public. If we take away this fundamental health and safety mitigation tool away from those who need it, there will absolutely be an increased chance for those individuals to be exposed to viruses and infections that their bodies will have an incredibly difficult time fighting off. And they'll be further isolated from public life because, as we've seen, many folks who are immunocompromised have had to isolate themselves oftentimes from public life, and that will only further be the case if this goes forward. That is why we strongly encourage a mask ban exemption for those who are immunocompromised and their families to ensure that the continued health and safety in their community. Thank you so much.
Thanks for your testimony. Welcome. Get that microphone good and close so we can hear you, and introduce yourself and go ahead. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Maggie DeSanza. I'm a senior at UT Austin, and I'm representing myself here today to testify against unmasking protesters and mask bans in general. For as long as I can remember, I've been active in protest movements. As a child, I joined my parents at their teacher strikes. As a high school student, I marched alongside my peers demanding comprehensive policy to combat climate change. And as a college student, I have demanded for equity and justice in this very building. A fundamental part of democracy is the right to assemble and express our views through protest. Yet, the police and government's response to peaceful protest has grown increasingly militarized and surveillance-based. Just last April, Governor Abbott and UT Austin officials called in state troopers to violently break up pro-Palestinian protests on our campus. I saw my peers and my friends brutally harassed and arrested by APD and DPS, simply for exercising their First Amendment right to peacefully protest. State troopers occupied a public campus to surveil, intimidate, and arrest student activists for hosting teach-ins and poetry circles about Palestinian liberation. Protesting in Texas is not safe, especially for the most marginalized among us. At a time when both public and private actors are turning to invasive surveillance technologies to identify, target, and arrest protesters, mask wearing is an important way for us to safeguard our right to speak out on issues that affect us all. Mask bans are just another way to suppress people's right to peacefully protest. Beyond this, mask wearing is about a lot more than privacy. Mask wearing can be a religious practice, a public health measure, or a political statement. How will authorities distinguish between people wearing masks to protect their identities and people wearing masks to protect themselves against disease? This ambiguity causes selective and discriminatory enforcement. Mask bans make people afraid to show up in protest because they are unable to protect themselves, be it from police surveillance or COVID-19. I urge you, refuse to use anti-mask laws to target peaceful protesters.
Thank you for your testimony. Good morning. Get the microphone close. And I think you and I met this outside the building this morning.
Yes.
Good to see you. Well, introduce yourself. Go ahead.
Thank you for helping me.
Yes, ma'am. My pleasure.
Dear State Affairs Committee, my name is Shayma Zayan. I'm the Operations Manager with the Council on American Islamic Relations, Texas chapter. CARE is a leading advocate for justice and mutual understanding. We aim to enhance understanding of Islam, protect civil liberties for all, promote justice, and empower American Muslims. Our state has witnessed multiple waves of protests, opposing sending American tax dollars and American weapons to support the ongoing genocide against Palestinian civilians. A genocide that killed, so far, 41,500. 56% of them are women and children, wounded 95,000, displaced 1.9 million, and destroyed about 80,000 homes over the past year, as published on Reuters. Our state has witnessed also various attempts to suppress these peaceful yet loud and effective voices. At UT Austin, anti-genocide protesters were faced with unnecessary violence and more than 130 arrests with charges that were mostly dropped later, as announced by Travis County Attorney Delia Garza, for no evidence. Unmasking protesters compromise their rights to protest safely, whether they wear the mask for religious reasons, like some Muslim women, for medical reasons, like people with disabilities and their caregivers, or those who fear doxing, retaliation, and discrimination in their schools and workplaces, which is evident in the civil rights cases we receive daily. In addition, this banning of masks will allow law enforcement to intervene in a 100% peaceful protest, to criminalize innocent people, wasting our valuable tax dollars that should be directed toward preventing violence and crimes. For all of the above, we ask you to reconsider this unfairly criminalization of peaceful protests. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Get the microphone close so we can hear you and introduce yourself and go ahead.
Good morning, and thank you, Chair and committee members. My name is Joshua, and I'm a proud father and husband. I've lived in Austin for the last 20 years after growing up, serving, and going to school in Israel. Thus, I'm an American Jew with dual citizenship. I'm testifying today on how a bill forbidding masks at public gatherings would jeopardize me and my family's safety and the unalienable right to the pursuit of happiness, in contrast to the letter and spirit of our Declaration of Independence. As a proudly Jewish and Israeli father to a son in college, I understand the need to protect students and the broader community from violence and hate speech. My wife and I were appalled last spring as the pro-Palestinian protests on university campuses turns threatening and violent to Jewish students and faculty. This is why I'm thankful to the state of Texas for managing the protests on the UT Austin campus. However, I also have chronically ill family members who rely on face mask usage in public gatherings to protect themselves from contagious illnesses. One of my children is chronically ill and is at risk for adverse outcomes from contagious illnesses. In 2020, she was bedridden for several months after contracting a serious virus. As a father yourself, Senator Hughes, I'm sure you know what it's like to want to do anything to protect your family. The way I protect my family is by wearing a face mask to protect my chronically ill family members from contracting any contagious illnesses I might have been exposed to. The ability to wear masks allows us to safely enjoy times together as a family. For example, we recently gathered as a family to spend time with my brother-in-law and niece who were visiting from Israel. Wanting to show them around Austin, we took them to the Capitol building and Austin's beautiful Central Library. Because my brother-in-law and niece had just been on an international flight and thus exposed to many contagious illnesses, we all wore masks to protect our chronically ill family members. Walking past us, would see a group of masked people gathering in public. If this bill is passed, that could be considered a crime or a reason to be stopped and questioned by law enforcement, which we would not want to have to resolve in court or after being detained. I therefore don't believe that we need additional legislation to govern peaceful gatherings and permitted protests. If they do turn threatening and violent, then I have full faith that law enforcement will swiftly restore peace and order. Thank you, Senator Hughes and the committee members, for your time. I hope you'll consider my family and the millions of other people with medical conditions and disabilities when legislating to protect our community. And I hope that the committee ultimately votes on solutions that don't require banning masks and carefully considers any language of when and where this should be done if you do decide to do so. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you for your testimony. Senators, any questions for any of our witnesses? Thank you each for being here. Your voices matter. Thank you for being part of this process. Thank you.
Thank you.
The chair now calls Nick Hudson, Katie Drackert, Lindsay Carmichael Blackwell, and Elizabeth Clausen. So we're looking for Nick Hudson, Katie Drackert, Lindsay Carmichael Blackwell, Elizabeth Clausen. Also, while we're gathering, I want to announce that there's still plenty of room here, but as more folks arrive, if you'd like some elbow room, there's an overflow room where the committees are being broadcast. It's in E1016 on this level of the extension, not far from here. So E1016, there's an overflow room. And again, if you're testifying, we'll call your name, try to give you plenty of opportunities. And so, let's see. I think we're going to be fine. But take your time, get situated, and then we'll begin over here again on my right. Pull the microphone closer, and even though we know you introduce yourself, give us your testimony.
Good morning, Chair Hughes, committee members. My name is Nick Hudson. I'm here on behalf of the ACLU of Texas. I first want to just start by saying, like all freedoms, the freedom to wear a mask can be abused. But that does not justify a statewide mask ban that takes away the freedom to protest peacefully and anonymously, especially not in today's surveillance environment. We are an organization that has a long history of defending the First Amendment, regardless of race, ideology, or political affiliation. We are concerned about the Nassau County rule. Our affiliate in New York was involved in that and directly combating it. For a variety of reasons. We're concerned that it may violate the American with Disabilities Act. We're concerned that it may chill political participation in protest because some people want to be able to show up and protest anonymously, and there is nothing wrong with that. We also are concerned, we also want to affirm that masks are not just an expressive act. They can be a religious practice. They can be a political statement. They can also be a public health measure. Masks obviously are an important tool to protect against infectious diseases, to protect people who are immunocompromised. And then I finally just want to say we are very concerned about general criminal laws like this being unevenly enforced. This legislative body engaged in concerns about selective prosecution last legislative session. It was a big debate. And whether you're protesting in Amarillo or you're in Bexar County, everyone should be able to protest even if it's anonymous, without fear of political persecution or being stopped by police. So, thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Get the microphone close to you and introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
My name is Elizabeth Clausen. I'm an Austin resident. Plenty of people here today have already laid out and will continue to lay out clearly and powerfully why the unmasking proposal is reckless, unconstitutional, and violent. And they are making powerful cases for how this bad proposal is going to harm the people around you. But I would like to talk about how this proposal harms you. I'm not wearing this mask right now for symbolic reasons. I'm wearing this mask because there's a very good chance, based on the limited transmission data that we have left, that someone in this room is actively sick with COVID right now. My coworkers are constantly sick. My family is constantly sick. Everyone is so sick all the time because we did not defeat COVID, and we are still in the pandemic. If you haven't been paying attention to the latest research about this virus that we've been told we have to live with, here is some of what we know. COVID causes lasting, serious damage to the brain, the heart, and blood vessels. It doubles a person's risk of suffering a heart attack or stroke for years after an infection. No one is immune, regardless of whether or not you're vaccinated, from developing long COVID. There's a 1 in 10 chance of developing it with every single infection. COVID damages every organ in the body, even in young, previously healthy people and children. It dysregulates immune systems. It's destroying bodies and minds. The long-term prognosis is still completely unknown. Reinfections are even worse. The damage is cumulative. There's no upper limit to the number of times you can catch it, and at least half of transmission is asymptomatic. You have also been failed by the people who are in charge of us all. You have been lied to by the CDC and by the billionaires who are destroying this earth for profit, because once they realized they couldn't contain this pandemic, they realized it was cheaper to let it rip. And no matter what you've been told, you deserve better than being sick all the time and catching COVID forever. You deserve good health, you deserve clean air, you deserve a workplace where you don't get infected with this virus over and over. If this proposal and similar legislation goes through, you will likely lose your right to wear a mask whenever you want. Even if your coworker has COVID, even if there's a wildfire or a bird flu outbreak, even if there's chlorine gas in the air. So even if you've decided you don't care what freedoms other people will lose, I hope you'll at least move to protect what's left of your own, while you still can. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome, and you use that one to your right. There you go.
I just wanted to ask for maybe an extra 15 seconds because of my health. My heart rate is really high, so I might be needing to catch my breath if that's okay.
We'll work with you on that.
Okay.
No
Thank
problem.
you so much. Appreciate it.
You
Thank
bet.
you.
Introduce yourself and
All
give
right.
us your testimony.
Good morning, Chairman Hughes Committee. My name is Katie Drackert, and I'm with Clear the Air ATX. We are an air purifier lending library and give masks to events in Austin for free. I'm here to speak to unmasking protesters. Clear the Air came out of a necessity for safety. After I developed long COVID, I realized I had to do something. As long COVID crushed my sense of self and ambitions, they became distant as debilitating symptoms took their place. I went from being very active to tiring from washing dishes. I had an experimental treatment which grew new blood vessels in my heart and in my brain. This is often used for elderly cardiac patients, and I needed it after only 2 COVID infections at 28 with no prior cardiac history. I'm lucky to be standing here today, as many are now bedbound from long COVID ME/CFS. Despite masks being backed by a recent meta-analysis study, I'm at risk as being seen as a criminal for trying to stay safe from a life-altering illness because I'm using what the FDA deems to be a medical device. Does a public gathering mean that me and my friends who wear masks would be approached by police for simply existing in any public space we are gathered in? Any argument that masks aren't necessary because of vaccines or lack of symptoms is futile. Nearly half of COVID cases are asymptomatic, and vaccines don't prevent transmission, they help prevent severe illness. The bipartisan denial around COVID is rampant, causing harmful social impacts, and this proposal would further that harm. Why are we ignoring the millions of people with long COVID ME/CFS or the multi-trillion-dollar impact it will have, as stated by Harvard economists? Since public health and communities have abandoned science and the public part of public health, we have been left to our own devices. These devices are masks and air purifiers. They keep us safe, and this proposal impacts a variety of basic rights, and it mimics ugly laws. To quote Professor McFarlane, it is difficult to imagine how a disabled person would defend their mask wearing to police, even if an exception to the bans were created. The bans would still force people to disclose a disability, and if an officer doesn't believe them, what happens? They're arrested? In less than a week, we collected 1,081 signatures from Texas residents who don't agree with this proposal. We should be allowed to freely wear a variety of face coverings without suspicion, and that includes wearing them at protests. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you very much. Get that good and close, and then introduce yourself and go ahead. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, committee. My name is Lindsay Carmichael Blackwell, and I am here today as a 2-time member of Team USA, a Paralympic medalist, just like the ones many of you were cheering on at the 2024 Paris Games a month ago. People call me an inspiration all the time. But it's hard to feel inspirational when a possible mask ban sends the clear message that I am not welcome in public spaces. That disabled, chronically ill, and high-risk Texans, like me, are not welcome to exercise our constitutional rights in Texas. A mask ban would take away my freedom to protect my health. I am a 7th-generation Texan. I'm proud that Texas sent the 3rd largest U.S. contingent of Paralympians to the most recent games. Many of my fellow athletes and disabled Texans have compromised immune systems and complex health concerns that we work hard to manage. We want to protect ourselves and be part of the story of the Lone Star State, but we cannot participate or make our voices heard if we have to risk our health, our careers, and our lives because of a mask ban. That is no choice at all. It feels like a door closing in my face. It feels like when I was a kid being left behind and left out of inaccessible places all over again. You have the chance to help keep our hope alive. If you believe my life has meaning, if you have ever been inspired by a person like me, please let me inspire you today to reject the idea of a mask ban and keep Texas accessible and welcoming of our most vulnerable citizens. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you very much. Senators, any questions for the witnesses? Thank you each for being here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
The chair now calls Daniel Woodward, Hannah Del Toro, Penny Story, and Molly Wright. Again, we're looking for Daniel Woodward, Hannah Del Toro, Penny Story, and Molly Wright. And if anyone wishes to testify on any of the charges, there's a way to register at the kiosks outside. And these are the last witnesses. These are the last witnesses we have registered on this charge. And
Would you like this here?
all right, and you guys make yourselves comfortable. If that seat's okay, you're welcome to sit right there.
I wanted to go last.
Beg your pardon?
I wanted to go last. Oh, I'll be glad to give you this seat if you
Okay. All right, we'll skip over you if that's okay with you.
I'll go last.
Okay, very well. Don't tell anybody I let you do that, though, okay?
Yeah.
We don't want to start something. Welcome. We'll start over here. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Hughes and committee members. My name is Danny Woodward, and I'm a policy attorney with the Texas Civil Rights Project. And thanks for the opportunity to testify today. I want to talk, we've heard some compelling testimony about why people may need to wear a mask when they protest, but I want to talk a little bit today about the law and why the Supreme Court and other courts in this country have repeatedly affirmed the right to anonymous protest. Imposing a mask ban, especially in the context of exercising the right to protest, is likely to impede all Texans' right to protest anonymously, which has been enshrined in the law. The U.S. Supreme Court has repeatedly ruled that this right is protected. In 1958, the court held that the NAACP could not be compelled by a state to disclose the names and addresses of its members because doing so in the past exposed them to economic reprisal, loss of employment, threat of physical coercion, and other manifestations of public policy. Imposing a mask ban subjects people to similar risks. The court has also affirmed the right to anonymous political expression and association in at least 6 other cases. In one, they said anonymity is a shield from the tyranny of the majority. It thus exemplifies the purpose behind the First Amendment in particular, to protect unpopular individuals from retaliation and their ideas for suppression. The right to protest anonymous is well established under law. TCRP is deeply opposed to any proposed anti-masking laws that bans and undermines Texans' constitutional rights and further exposes protesters to retaliation. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. And we'll skip over to here and get the microphone a little bit closer so we can hear you.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Hughes. My name is Hannah, and I live in Schwartner's district in 78750. I am a mom to 2 amazing children under 12. I'm a wife, I am a social worker, and I am disabled. I provide counseling services, and I was on the telehealth front lines during the beginning of the pandemic, providing support to essential workers, including ICU staff that watched people die of COVID. I continue to provide mental health support in the great state of Texas by telehealth safely at home, and I'm wanting to speak on the proposal to unmask protesters. This bill would negatively impact me in many ways. I was born without an immune system. I have a primary immune deficiency disorder. When people donate plasma, I am a recipient of that. I require that on a weekly basis to stay alive and raise my children. And I began wearing a mask after I almost died of septic shock from pneumonia in 2018. Having respiratory protection in the form of mask is one of my most important tools that I use to stay safe. And when I first started masking before the pandemic, people were kind to me. And unfortunately now, because it's become so politicized, people are sometimes cruel. And what I worry about with this, I think I mentioned being a social worker, what I worry about with this is that I do sometimes show up at protests and use my voice and exercise my First Amendment rights. And if y'all were to pass a bill that would take away those rights, I would not be able to use my First Amendment rights to show up and put a voice, to put my body and my voice towards the causes that I believe in and care about. Police are not medically trained professionals, and so the elements of this bill also can criminalize masking, leaving it up to police to make those decisions, and that's alarming to me. My son also has some of my immune system concerns, and I don't want them to grow up watching masking be criminalized in any form or shape. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for being here. Welcome back. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Thank you. My name is Penny Story, and I am here as a patriot of America, a native Texan, and a constitutional originalist. I think we were talking about masking at protests that were violent, not just masks. So, according to our Constitution, we all have the right to assemble peacefully. We do not have the right to assemble, masked or unmasked, in a violent criminal form. So whether you're wearing a mask or not wearing a mask is really not the issue. It's how you're behaving. That is what the assembly is about. We're already talking about exceptions. So this will not be able to be uniformly enforced should it be done. Criminals don't follow laws. So if we tell them don't wear a mask, criminals will wear a mask. So we're not talking about just gatherings. We're talking about violence. There are many penal codes on the books today and many laws that deal with criminal activities. We're talking about criminal protest activities, not what we're wearing. So this is a judicial issue. This is a law enforcement issue. This is not what you have on your face. We should have the freedom. Once we start this, we can ban all kinds of things, and we don't really want to do that because it's not what you're wearing, it's what you're doing. So if you are in a criminal protest, you need to be handled with or without a mask, according to the penal code and the criminal system. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. All right, get that microphone close enough we can hear you, and go ahead.
Okay.
Welcome.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. I've never done this before.
You're
Kinda
doing
scared.
great.
I'm just Molly. I'm against any thought of a mask ban. I'm so thankful I was informed by this hurtful act of apparently Austin legislation. I'm diabetic, a houseless advocate. My insurance doesn't pay for the newest COVID shot, so the mask is my only line of defense. Please do not take that away from me. I know you are targeting protesters, but you are hurting elderly, disabled people who rely on the N95. I got COVID in large gatherings both in June and July, back to back, 2025, because I was not wearing a mask. Even if you make a rule that protesters or people who have doctor's notes can wear a mask, that's really not going to help because cops push and shove first before verifying mask credentials. Cops are generally pushy and not very caring or nice. Please do not ban my only line of defense. I know I don't look it, but I'm a young senior of X amount of years, okay? And I do have diabetes. And this is my only line of defense because I cannot afford the new COVID shot. So please do not take the mask away from me.
Thank you for your testimony. Members of the committee, any questions for any of our witnesses? Thank you each for being here. Thank you for taking time to testify. You're an important part of the process. The chair calls Gracie Pankel. And Gracie is the last witness we have. Come on, please come on down, take your time. Who is registered to testify on this charge. I'll ask now, is there anyone else present wishing to testify on this charge about masks and protests? Very well. Welcome. Get the microphone close enough where we can hear you and introduce yourself and go ahead.
Thank you. My name's Gracie. I'll keep it very simple and short. I I don't understand why we would pass legislation that is banning masks for protesters. I don't see how it helps anything. I don't see what benefit it would result in. All I see is that it would directly negatively impact our disabled and immunocompromised citizens, and just not allow them to have the same right that all of us deserve to have, of free speech, of exercising our right to protest. Exactly like people before me have said, even with the idea of doctor's notes or exceptions, that's in the actual reality of a protest, that is not going to be taken into account. And also, you shouldn't have to have documentation just for something that you're wearing. It doesn't make any sense. I'm wearing a mask right now. This is not hurting any of y'all. There's no reason for this legislation to be considered, especially when we have so many other issues in our state that we could actually be spending time on the State Affairs Committee. So I just please implore you to not pass this, not consider building legislation around this issue. And yeah, thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Senators, any questions for the witness? Thank you for being here. Thank you very much. And that concludes testimony on the charge on unmasking protesters. Thank you each. This is a process and everybody's voice matters. So thank you for being here. We'll now move on to our monitoring charge, and I'll read that. And by the way, we have witnesses in and out. We're trying to accommodate schedules, and that's why we are taking these in a different order. Monitor the implementation of legislation addressed by the Senate Committee on State Affairs, passed by the 88th Legislature, specifically evaluate the impact of Senate Bill 2284 relating to the sale of distilled spirits to ultimate consumers by the holder of a distiller's and a rectifier's permit. Report whether the increased sale of distilled spirits has had a positive impact on economic development and public safety in this industry. On this charge, the chair now calls Thomas Graham from the Alcoholic Beverage Commission, John Evans, and Nick Droege. So we're looking for Mr. Evans, Mr. Droege, and Mr. Graham.
How are you this morning? Good, how are you? Doing well, thank you.
Well, good morning. Well, thank you guys for being here. We'll start over here. Mr. Graham, introduce yourself. Pull the microphone close. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Good morning, Chairman, Vice Chair. Thank you for having us today, members, senators. I am Thomas Graham. I'm the Executive Director of the Texas Alcoholic Beverage Commission. We're glad to be here today and talk about this Senate bill. Our commission regulates all of the alcoholic beverage industry and all of its processes. One of the things we do on a regular basis, we collect taxes from the industry and from our distilleries. And as part of that process, they file a monthly report with us. And within that monthly report, we track gallonage. So we know how much they sold to go, how much they sold off premise, and how much they're selling into the industry at wholesale. And so I wanted to highlight a few things since the passage of the bill. We have not seen or had any compliance or public safety issues with the bill passing. The feedback we've received from the industry is that they're very grateful for it to y'all, and that it's helped with their businesses. When we are monitoring numbers, we're looking at our numbers in terms of bottle sales to go. They've actually declined 14% over the last several years. And looking at that and looking at it over a bigger stretch of time, over going back before COVID, we saw those numbers really spike during COVID as folks were going out to the distilleries. And on-premise sales at distilleries were down. And now we're seeing those numbers rebalance themselves. So I think we'll continue to see that a little bit until it's kind of rebalanced out since COVID. But I think in the end, you'll probably see that growth coming out. And really, I'm here for any questions. I wanted to make sure I pointed some of that out, and if there's any questions, be happy to take them. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll probably come back for questions. Thanks for your testimony. Sir, let's pull that microphone a little closer and introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Absolutely. Thank you all very much for being here this morning. My name is John Evans. I currently serve as the treasurer for the Texas Distilled Spirits Association. I'm here today to tell you about the impact that Senate Bill 2284 from last session, which doubled the amount of bottles that a Texas distiller can sell out of their tasting room. I'm the owner of Wilson Valley Mercantile, the first distillery in Bell County. We opened our tasting room in September of 22, so we didn't quite get to see what happened prior to that with the shutdown of the pandemic, but we did build out in the middle of it. So. I'm not a distiller by trade. I'm actually a farmer and rancher who decided to start taking his own commodities and try and turn those into a product. Because my distillery is so new, we're not currently in distribution, so the ability to have increased bottle sales made a huge impact, or a very large impact on our operation. We're not of the size yet where it really makes sense for us to be in distribution. Personally, I want to thank you very much for increasing that bottle limit because it has helped our bottom line. It helps put food on the table for my family. When the year ends, I expect that we'll see somewhere between an 8 and 10% increase for our bottle sales from last year to this year. The Texas Distilled Spirits Association surveyed our membership on the impact of Senate Bill 2284, and the results varied. Overall, 60% of our members say that they have seen an increase in the number of bottles sold from September 1, 2023 to September 1, 2024. This equates to about a 31% increase in bottle sales, a 26% increase in revenue for Texas distillers. The largest percent of increased bottle sales have come from our larger distilleries, which have a greater state and national name recognition. Like most small businesses, Texas distillers are struggling with the higher inflationary costs, cost of supplies and goods, rise in rent, property taxes, and the fact that consumers are spending and drinking less. Nationally, the American Craft Spirits Association reports that craft spirits have experienced its first decline in volume since 2016. And as TABC has pointed out, their data does show a decrease in bottle sales over time. And we have no doubt that data is correct, but our membership is a smaller group of more established distilleries, and therefore we think that's what supports our numbers as well. When it comes to tasting room sales, our memberships report 23% of their sales come from bottle sales from their tasting rooms, while 77% come from cocktails and other merchandise sales. While the economy may be keeping some from buying multiple bottles, Texas distillers report that visitors have been making it back out to their distilleries and to enjoy a tour and a cocktail after the pandemic shutdowns. In 2020, Texas distillers sold only 10% of their normal sales through their tasting room. Many distillers were solely surviving selling the 2 bottles per person per month. From their local visitors trying to stop by and keep their distilleries alive. We certainly hope that a shutdown never occurs again, but Texas distillers now have the ability to sell those 4 bottles, so that's a big help for our growing industry. Again, thank you very much for giving myself and other Texas distillers the ability to sell more bottles out of our tasting rooms, and if you all have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you very much. You're welcome. Get the microphone over there and introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
I'm Nick Draghi with Texas Tail Distillery, and good morning, and thank you for having me. Just want to talk briefly about a significant change that has made a positive impact on the business, our distillery in Galveston, especially during what has been a pretty tough year for Galveston. As many of you know, Galveston has faced double challenges with devastating hurricane and also hit our community hard, coupled with the economic downturn. For a small local business like ours, these events could have been crippling. However, recent law changes have provided some of the much-needed relief. The increase in limit from 2 bottles per customer every 30 days to 4 has been a game changer for us. This change has allowed us to better meet the needs of our loyal customers, many of who are eager to support local businesses during these challenging times. Not only has it driven up bottle sales, but it has also had a direct impact on our bottom line, allowing us to keep operations running, support our employees, and maintain our presence in the community. What this law has done is give us a little more breathing room. It has made it easier for us to recover in a time when every bit counts. It's a reminder of how important supportive legislation for small businesses, especially in the times of crisis. We're incredibly grateful for this change and for the continued support of our community as we rebuild and push forward together.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for being here. Senator Middleton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate Nick. Thank you for coming up. I'm a big fan of Texas Tale, even though I don't drink. And John, I was going to ask you, how many craft distilleries are there right now? I think the last I saw was about 200. Is that kind of where we are still in the state?
230, I think, operating, and then there's a number of other permits as well that are out there.
And, by and large, these are all small businesses. So I guess the simple question here is, has this bill helped small businesses in Texas?
At least from my personal experience, I would say absolutely yes.
Good. I mean, that was certainly the intent. I saw myself a bunch of distilleries struggle in COVID. One of them in the district, Railings, didn't going to make it. They never really recovered, unfortunately, after the shutdowns and everything that happened then. And, we need to do more to help our small businesses, and this is one of the things we can do. And Nick, I know you've been a champion for that. I remember, and yeah, you're right. It has been a bad summer because of the hurricane and then the rains right after that. So we need to do all we can here. But, you transition to making hand sanitizer at Texas Tale, and small businesses are the backbone of every community, and our craft distilleries are part of that. So I appreciate all you do, and thank y'all for coming up here today.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Paxton is recognized, and we'll come back to you, Senator Betancourt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank y'all for being here. I appreciate it so much. And I was wondering if you could clarify, and I may have misheard what you were saying. I felt like everyone testified that bottle sales were down, but this has helped your bottom line. And so any of you or all of you could respond to that. I just was wondering if you could help me understand, how has it helped your bottom line?
So I'll start out. From my personal experience, my bottle sales are not down.
Okay.
They are from prior to the passage, or the same time period in 22 versus same time period in 23, I saw an 8% increase. I'm expecting to see that same thing. A majority of my bottle sales happened during the last quarter as Christmas presents and things like that for people. So whenever the 4 bottle limit's a big help there, because if somebody wants to buy 4 bottles for mom and brother and dad and sister, they can do that as opposed to having to try and do that in October and then November and then December to space them out so we can do that correctly.
Okay, thank you. Do either of you want to respond to that?
So my bottle sales are probably about even from last year, but
Okay.
we've seen probably about half the amount of people due to the weather and everything like that going through Galveston. So having being able to sell 4 bottles has allowed us to keep our bottle sales even, if not maybe a little bit more.
Okay,
but
because
we're seeing
fewer
less
number of people, but they're able to buy more.
But they're able to buy more.
Okay, that makes sense.
Vice Chair, I was looking at numbers since really COVID, and we've seen a decline since COVID because when they were closed for on-premise sales, bottle sales to go were up higher. But so our numbers are a little skewed, I believe, by that.
Okay, because there was a history of a spike.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So would you say, if you sort of removed that factor, that have they stayed fairly even, or?
If we go back to FY 2020, they've come up significantly.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate you clarifying that. I felt like I was hearing kind of two different things, and that helps a lot. Thank you.
That does help. Thank you. Senator Betancourt, you're recognized.
Just want to add, Nick, the Galveston situation is a bit unusual.
Yes.
Right, because there was a storm.
Yes.
Okay. And then there was obviously a lot of rain, which doesn't necessarily bring people to the beach. But, and unfortunately, and my esteemed colleague over here told me that the city government had made a statement about not being open for business. For how long was that?
For about 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
3 weeks?
They pretty much told everyone not to come to Galveston.
Well, let me just say, as somebody that owns property in the county, I would have reversed that if I had known it. Because obviously we want people to come to Galveston, and especially with the series of blue water weekends we've had, it almost looks like we're in the Caribbean, not in the northern Gulf of Mexico.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. I'm glad this bill passed, because this was exactly what it was designed to do, which is help everybody. And you're right, John, 4-packs are just as easy to sell at Christmas as 2-packs. But then I'm Catholic, so I'm not restricted by. Some of my other colleagues may have a more restrictive basis, even the bill author.
Thanks, Senator Betancourt. Senators, any other questions for our witnesses on this charge? Senator Parker, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, again, I just echo my colleagues' comments. Delighted to have you all here, and very grateful that the bill is working so well. And we cherish small business and appreciate this working to improve your bottom line. I'm just curious. I've been around a lot of distillery operations, some of these independents, and I know everybody created a whole lot of hand sanitizer in the COVID period of time. Are you all dealing with large surpluses of that, or are you actually able to sell it as a business line today in the present?
We don't have it. We're not in the hand sanitizer business.
Okay.
So.
All right.
I wasn't open for that. So.
Good. Well, you were smart to avoid it. So I think a lot built up and got a whole lot of production, and then we're stuck with it for a couple of years. So I was curious. So again, congratulations. I'm glad it's working, and thanks for the good feedback and for being here today. Thank you.
Hopefully it has a long shelf life. Huh? I don't know. All right. If there are no other questions, thank you each for being here. Thanks for bringing us up today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we'll open public testimony on this charge, and the chair calls Penny Story. Penny Story is the only witness we have registered to testify remaining on this one. And I'm sorry, Penny Story, and also Donna Shelton is here. So maybe outside registering. And this again, we're on the monitoring charge regarding Senate Bill 2284. Very shortly, we're going to be getting to the election matters that many people are here for. But at this moment, we're wrapping up this issue about sales of alcohol by distilleries. So we have Penny Story and Donna Shelton. We'll get you later. Okay. So, is there anyone present wishing to testify on the committee charge regarding Senate Bill 2284 and the sale of distilled spirits directly by distilleries? Okay, very good. You'll have plenty of opportunities on the election charges coming up, but want to make sure. So, seeing no more interest in public testimony on this topic, we will close discussion of the monitoring charge. Committee will now consider our committee's charge regarding runoff elections to study the prerequisites, timing, and efficiency of runoff elections, make recommendations to increase the efficiency and lower the cost of runoff elections, examine the 50% vote threshold to avoid a runoff, particularly when 4 or more candidates are running for the same office, report whether the vote percentage threshold should be lowered in some instances. And on this, we'll call invited testimony Jeff Pillay. And if anyone wishes to testify on this, we have some witnesses already registered. Make sure and register on the kiosk outside. But first of all, we'll hear from Mr. Pillay. Get situated there, and then when you're ready, pull the microphone close, introduce yourself, and give us your testimony. Good morning.
All right. Good morning. Thank you all for having me here today.
little bit closer.
How's that
You
now?
can, you can move the mic if you want to. Yeah, okay, very good.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Hughes, Vice Chair Paxton, and fellow senators. Thank you for having me here today. My name is Jeff Palais, and I am the Editor-in-Chief at Ballotpedia. I'm excited to discuss state legislative runoff elections. For this presentation, I'm going to be specifically talking about data from 2018 to 2024. You should all have slide decks in front of you. I'm going to kind of talk through them, but we can circle back to them later if I hung up on too many numbers for you. So first, let's set the stage. There are 7 states that use runoffs for primaries in state legislative elections: Alabama, Arkansas, Georgia, Mississippi, Oklahoma, South Carolina, and of course, Texas. All 7 states use a 50% threshold, meaning if someone does not get a majority of the votes in the primary, the 2 candidates who receive the most votes move on to the runoff election. I do want to point out that North Carolina and South Dakota do also have runoff mechanisms, but I didn't include them in any of the data today. North Carolina uses a 30% threshold and did not hold any state legislative primary runoffs during the 2018-2024 window of analysis. South Dakota only uses primary runoffs for Congress and gubernatorial elections. So before I get into runoff data, just a quick primer on legislative primaries in general. So during this time period, 17% of all primaries were contested. The vast majority of primaries are largely uncontested, only 1 candidate files. So at Ballotpedia, we tracked 31,468 possible primaries during this time period, of which 5,352 were contested. We consider a primary to be contested as long as there are more candidates on the ballot than nominations available. Essentially, does the voter have a choice at the polls? Now, of those 5,352 contested primaries, 15% of them were won with fewer than 50% of the vote. So I'm going to skip over this next slide here. Okay, so let's take a look at primaries that go to a runoff then. So I've got a slide that you should all have in front of you that specifically details primaries that end in a runoff election. Now, from 2018 to 2024, for the 7 states that use a runoff, 18% of contested primaries go to a runoff. Now again, so remember, most primaries are not contested at all. And of the ones that are contested, we found that in the 7 runoff states, 18% of them head off to a runoff. Alabama had the highest percentage, 27%. Texas was third with 22%. If you're looking at the slide in front of you that has some shading on it, you can see that the vast majority, the sort of darker color, are decided in the primary itself, and then the lighter teal shading are the ones that go to the runoff. So now that we know which ones go to a runoff, what happens in those runoffs is one thing we want to look at with our data. So again, looking from 2018 to 2024 specifically, 41% of races saw the second place finisher from the primary ultimately then win the runoff election. Texas had the highest percentage of what we call flip results with 53% during this window. Mississippi had the lowest with 16%. So during these elections from 2018 to 2024, there were 309 runoffs that occurred, and 127 of those runoffs ultimately saw the second place finisher win the actual runoff. And again, there's a slide on the next chart that specifically kind of shows like a color shading of that information. So let's talk a little bit about turnout, something that often gets brought up nationally when it comes to elections. So general elections historically will, of course, have the highest turnout, followed by primaries and then runoffs. So we took a look at all of the primary runoffs that were held from 2018 to 2024, and we saw that there was a 40% drop in the total votes cast during the runoffs relative to the number of votes cast for those same races when they were in the initial primary. So for those 309 races, there were 3.3 million votes cast. When those races went to a runoffs, same districts, there were 2 million votes cast. Georgia saw the greatest change. Mississippi had the smallest change in there. Looking specifically at the number of runoffs based on the number of declared candidates, the vast majority of runoffs occur with 3 or 4 candidates initially declaring for the ballot. So we took a look at all of the data to see how many candidates ran in the initial primary, and about 50% of all of the runoffs had 3 total candidates declare, and 25% of them had 4. So it's about 75% of all runoffs had 3 or 4 candidates run in the initial primary. So just kind of summing up the Texas data for you, Texas had 353 contested primaries from 2018 to 2024. 78 of those went to runoffs, which accounted for 22% of all contested primaries. And 53% of the runoffs were then won by the candidate who came in second place in the initial primary, which was the highest out of the 7 runoff states. And there was a 41% drop in votes cast in the runoff compared to the primary. You should all have these slides in front of you. I've got lots of data that I can pull up if you'd like. Thank you very much for the time today, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you very much. I do have some questions, but I'll wait for the other members to see if they have anything.
Sure.
Senator Betancourt, you're recognized.
Thank you. You mentioned that in Texas, 53% of the runoff candidates won. Is that what you?
The second place, the one
The
who-
second place candidates, right?
Yes, that's right.
And did you do? I'm curious. How far were they separated?
I do have the full data in front of me of all of those races.
Figured
It
you
really just depends. So, you know, in some cases, there were some, could just look at a few.
Did you do an average, just out of curiosity, what the first place, or could you do an average?
Yeah, I can
do,
pull
do an average of the first one and average of
Yep.
the second one, because that
Average of the margin,
the fact
sure.
that 53% won, and they obviously had a much lower figure. It would be great to know what that lower delta is.
Sure. Yep, we can pull that information. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. The chairman's busy. Just one last question.
Sure.
Out of the 43 other states that are not using contested primary runoffs, how many of those are open primaries? Like, I think Louisiana was at one time. I don't know if they still are.
Open versus closed, you mean?
Yeah, I mean, there were just, well, actually, the term might have been better called jungle, and
Jungle.
then everyone's running at the same time.
Sure.
I think we're open, but not jungle.
You're right, yeah.
Is that right? Is it?
Right, so we would define an open primary as one in which, you know, voters of any registration can come to the polls during the primary, and they can, you know, request the ballot for whichever primary they want to vote in. Closed would be you have to be a registered voter of that party.
Right.
Louisiana does what we call Louisiana majority vote, which technically speaking, you can win their primary outright, and there is no general election essentially. They're the only state that has that specific system. Now, Washington, California, they have top primary systems where in Washington State, you know, top 2 advance, and California, same thing. So those are top primary systems, but we would classify those differently as runoffs.
Okay. And those in Washington, California, those are top to where it doesn't, regardless, it's a jungle entry, but only 2 leave for the runoff.
That's right.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you, Senator. If I can follow up on that. So in those situations, in that Louisiana system, even if somebody gets 80%, I'm sorry, other than Louisiana, even if someone gets 80%, there's still going to be a general. The top 2 will still go on in the fall.
Yep, that's right.
But in Louisiana, what happens there?
In Louisiana, they essentially cancel the follow-up election. Now, Louisiana schedules its primary, so to speak, in air quotes, on the general election day.
Okay.
So it's a little bit of a different system.
Okay. And then Alaska has gone to some sort of a perverse hybrid, right, jungle plus ranked choice voting, right?
That's correct. Alaska has a top.
Seems perverse to me. Perverse may be a bit strong, but anyway, unusual. Go ahead.
Yes, Alaska has a top 4 system with a ranked choice voting in the general election after that. And they recently went to that after approving a ballot measure.
Okay. Okay.
So they went to a top 4.
That's right. Yeah.
Then what happens after the 4 if no one gets 50%?
So no one can technically win in the primary.
Okay.
Whatever the vote totals are in the primary, the top 4 vote getters will advance to the general election. And then Alaska uses a ranked choice voting system in the general election to determine the winner.
Well, I mean, so there's effectively there's no second election because they're going to use ranked choice of the four to say the one winner is.
That's right. There's no primary runoff in
Okay,
Alaska.
got it.
That's right.
Well, yeah, we can make that perverse at this point. Go ahead.
Wow.
Okay, that's right.
Thank you for that. And so,
Okay, that's right.
I think that's right. And so this is really helpful to us. And I was not aware that there were so few states, Texas among them, that used a runoff system in the primary. Now in Texas, as you know, in the fall, in the general election, it's the highest vote getter. You don't have to break 50%. I know this is maybe beyond the scope of what we asked you, but how do we compare to other states as far as in the general election, laying aside those jungle issues we just described, in the general election, in a traditional primary general election setting, do most states have whoever gets the most votes wins, even if they're not the majority of the votes cast?
Yep.
For the general election.
Yeah, so Georgia, I believe, is really the only state that uses runoffs, and most people know about that from the U.S. Senate elections a few years ago.
Obviously.
And and I did a little digging on it. The history of primary runoffs is pretty interesting.
Please.
There's been a good bit of academic writing about it, and for the most part, it is predominantly prescribed to being a relic of the Jim Crow era. Primary runoffs were created in the southern states. As you can tell, the 7 states I read are all in the southeast, and they were created by Democratic Party members a long time ago in order to be used for their own purposes during primaries when the Democrats were controlling those state legislatures. There's quite a bit of academic writing all about that I can share some articles that I printed out.
And I did not know that. And so I'm probably going to butcher this, but was it addressing the dynamic that used to exist in the one man, one vote days where everybody ran at large, and so smaller groups and minority groups had a harder time getting representation? Is it sort of part of that same concept?
Yes. So, for instance, here's an academic article from James Glazer in 2006 in Science Direct. Basic abstract said, during the Jim Crow era, the American South developed a distinctive one-party political structure. One important feature of the structure was the primary runoff, which was adopted to require candidates to generate majority support in the nomination process and to stimulate competition within the Democratic Party, thus keeping the Republican Party irrelevant. In this piece, I argue that although the South has become a two-party region and the runoff has lived beyond its original purposes, it continues to do many of the things it was put into place to do, and so on and so forth. So that's one article, and there's been quite a bit of writing actually about this over the years.
That's new to me. Thank you for that information. Sure. I think the Dean of the Senate has some questions for you. Dean, you're recognized.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I do. On the last page of your handout, you indicate that there is 41.9% drop in the votes cast in runoffs compared to the primary.
Yes.
Do you have information regarding the difference between the voter dropout in rural areas versus urban areas in those states you studied?
That's a great question. I could definitely pull that information from the districts that went to a runoff and try to do that comparison. It is something we typically see across the board is a drop-off in turnout for non-typical election dates. So whether that's a primary as compared to a general election, or spring school board elections like you have here in Texas, we'll see significantly lower turnout. Or I'm sure you all know very well, odd-year Texas ballot measures. In that November odd-year election, the turnout is significantly lower than an even-year election turnout. So I can look up the information on rural versus urban districts and get that for you.
All of us who have been in runoffs know that the person who gets the most votes out wins. But your figures indicate that in 53.8% of the runoffs, the candidates who win came in second. Couple that figure with the figure that there's a 41.9% drop. So what correlation do you see between those two? Do you believe that second figure, 41.9% drop, indicates that the second person is winning because the second person did a better job of getting out the vote, and therefore the first person may not be the people's choice, but the choice of those who voted in the runoff?
Yeah, I certainly wouldn't be able to personally speculate on what that is that causes the sort of vote changes. But you're right, it is a very interesting to sort of question and wonder. I imagine some campaign staff would have good ideas about what the motivations are there.
I have some good ideas.
If you've been in one before, I imagine you do, yes.
Thank you. The charge to this committee includes making recommendations to increase the efficiency and to lower the costs of runoff elections. Do you have any recommendations for us to consider?
I don't have any recommendations from an organizational perspective. I would recommend bringing in maybe some like clerks from districts who run elections to ask them about the feasibility and the difficulty that might come along with adding additional elections, especially in a short time period. I live in South Carolina, for instance, and our runoffs are 2 weeks after the general election. I've always kind of wondered how the clerks feel about running an election again 2 weeks later. But so I don't have a personal opinion or recommendation on that, but I would recommend the committee maybe considers bringing in some election clerks or administrators who might be able to comment on that.
Thank you. Do you have a recommendation or opinion regarding whether the vote percentage threshold should be lowered in some instances in runoffs?
I do not have a recommendation on that or a personal opinion.
In the primaries, I'm sorry.
Sure. I don't have a personal opinion or recommendation on that. I guess I would simply just point back to one of the statistics I read at the outset, which is that of all of the contested primaries, not just in runoff states, 15% of them were won with fewer than 50% of the vote. So that means 85% of them were won with more than 50% of the vote. I don't have an opinion or recommendation, though, personally.
Whoever gets the most votes wins. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, sir.
Sure. Thank you.
Vice Chair Paxton is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do you have any data with you today relating to, of the states who do the runoff system like we do in Texas, the amount of time between the primary and then the runoff?
That's a great question. I meant to grab that, and I do not know if I do have that directly in front of me. If I don't, I can very easily grab that. I know from, like I said, from experience in Texas, it's 2 weeks. In South Carolina, it is 2 weeks.
That seems more merciful.
Let's see.
And if I can add and ask, my
Reverse. I don't know which one.
Hopefully not. Hopefully not. My recollection is that until fairly recently, it was 30 days, but it was extended because of the concern about overseas military ballots having time to be sent out and come back. I think technology and federal change at 45, Sarge says, well, we're going to welcome you back officially later. I think the technology has mooted some of that, but
I do have the information in front of me,
please.
actually. I found the slide. So for the 7 states, the average is 41 days. South Carolina is 14. Oklahoma is 70. Mississippi was 21. Georgia 28. Arkansas 28. Texas is 84. And that's pretty consistent across the years. I'm just looking back to see if it was different any of the years. Oklahoma has sometimes been 56 days.
Do you know what the rationale is? And I recall the same as you, that was the rationale behind making it a longer stretch in Texas.
But apparently we're the only ones to do it that way. That's interesting. Go ahead.
Well, and we do have some other mechanisms available to us now, but do you have any thoughts on the reason that the Oklahoma duration or interim is also as long as it is?
No, I don't. My guess would be that it's based on common election dates that were planned. So Texas.
I thought you were going to say because they're copying Texas or something.
I'm guessing that it's something like, in Texas, historically, March is like a primary date, and May are when spring school board local elections take place. So they would combine them up and not have a separate third election date in April for clerks to deal with. My guess is it's something along those lines.
And maybe related to that, of course, we do our primaries in March. The other runoff southern states that you mentioned that have a similar system, when are their primaries?
Yeah, so typically it depends on the cycle, of course, because presidential election cycles will sometimes cause states to change their election dates. Looks like May for most of these states, though. Mississippi, as a reminder, is an odd year election state, so they hold their state legislative elections in odd years. So they're in August. But May and June mostly is what I'm seeing.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Senator. Members, any other questions? Thanks for being here. Thanks for all this data. This helps us a lot.
Sure. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you. And we'll now open public testimony on this charge, and have a number of people who have registered to testify on the topic. We look forward to hearing from the chair calls Andrew Eller, Susan Bell, Daniel Hunt, Marcia Strickler. We saw her earlier. Looking for Andrew Eller. There she is. Susan Bell, Daniel Hunt, Marcia Strickler. Welcome to each of you. We'll start over here on my right. Pull the microphone close so we can hear you. Introduce yourself and go ahead with your testimony.
Thank you, Senator Hughes. My name is Daniel Hunt. I am the SD3 SREC committee man. I'm also the chairman of the Henderson County Republican Party. I'm here to talk about several issues concerning primaries and runoffs that I have noticed in my role as a chairman running the runoffs and primaries. The first one is the need to shorten the time between the primaries and runoff that's already been discussed. I believe you are correct. The reason it was so long was the need to print and mail military overseas ballots. But as has been noted, that time has been shortened greatly by increased technology. In my observation, I believe we could shorten it at least to 60 days, if not less, between the primary and the runoff. And I believe that would result in several benefits. It would give time for people who vote on machines to have those machines programmed. It would give time to print ballots to mail if we had to mail. And receive those ballots back to absentee voters, whether military or not. It would also reduce the cost in that the staff is working, extra staff that's involved in working elections is working for a shorter period of time. It would reduce voter fatigue. Voters are, and that you're going to hear that's a recurring issue, is that voters, the reason we're seeing lower turnouts in many counties is because there's too many elections and they last too long. Just seeing the ads and the signs and hearing about it and all that, I think it would reduce the voter fatigue. Also, the way it is currently, almost 3 months between elections, definitely results in a much lower turnout in the runoffs. So that's the big issue that I think needs to be considered. Is increasing the turnout, reducing the voter fatigue, and reducing the costs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for your testimony. Ms. Strickler, welcome.
Welcome.
You know how to do it. Introduce yourself.
I do. Marcia Strickler, Williamson County. I'm not a county chair, but I am a precinct chair, and I'm very involved in all things elections in our county. And the runoff elections, mostly in the down ballot that we notice in the school board and city council and things like this, I agree with everything this gentleman said. It's too long in between the primary and the runoff. 2 months is way too long. Voter fatigue is a huge issue. A lot of the voters don't even realize that there's a runoff. There's a lot of cost that goes into trying to go into that runoff. In 1 or 2 or 3 of our cases, in recent cases in school board races, it was so close that, you run the risk of these voters not showing back up, and then you also run the risk of the people's choice not being selected because of these voters not showing back up. I think if you would consider dropping that threshold, maybe by 5%, I don't know exactly what the right amount would be, you might have a better situation there. But also, if the election is so close, it's so costly to the candidate to ask for a recount. It's $6,000 just out of the gate without even paying for the counters to do the recount. And in these smaller races, at least, it would be more economical, of course, just to do a manual count and not use the equipment that the election department requires you to do and things like that. So those things ought to be considered as well. But I do believe shortening the time, now that we have modern technology, to a month, not 2 months or 3 months, would be a lot better for the candidates as well. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony, man.
Okay, my name is Andrew Eller, and I'm the State Republican Executive Committee Man for Senate District 24. I'm also the Vice Chair of the Republican Party of Texas Election Integrity Committee, and I'm here testifying on behalf of them and myself. Just a couple of things. Often we hear that a simple solution to reducing the cost of runoffs is ranked choice voting. The other one, of course, is plurality voting versus the majority voting, and we heard both of those talked about this morning already. I will say ranked choice voting is the worst choice you can ever make in a type of election. This committee last session passed SB 921 in a bipartisan manner to ban ranked choice voting outright in the state of Texas. It did stall in the House. I would ask that you do bring that back up again. And we do actually ban that and not allow that to occur because that opens the door for a lot of other issues. The second way is, of course, the plurality voting, which has been talked about mostly by the invited witness. And it's interesting, he did cite a lot of statistics that I was actually looking at myself. When you do the plurality voting, there is sometimes a big change in who wins the election and how it comes out. That often I can say that comes down to the way the voters look at it. I myself, over the last 40 years of voting, have looked at when my candidate didn't win or gave him first or second place in the primary before it went to when it goes to the runoff. I've actually sat down and said, well, now I need to take a look at these other two candidates, which that gives me the chance to do that and then make my choice. And it may not actually be the incumbent. It may be the second place winner in the primary in the first election, or it may be the one that actually won it. And that's why you would see some of those statistics I think you see. I believe the first two testifiers here are correct. Shortening that time can be done between the primary and the runoff today. It would really help if we did that, and I think that's where your focus needs to be. The focus needs to be away from plurality and ranked choice voting, and we actually do need to pass that ranked choice voting ban bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome. Get the microphone over there and introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
I positioned myself well as far as speaking. My name is Susan Bell. I am from a small rural county, Kendall County, Senate District 25. I just wanted to share my observations as an election clerk. At my polling place, there were 61 people that showed up in the stretch of about 9 hours. Many of those folks didn't know the candidate or what they were doing, but they knew there was an election. Sadly, a number of the folks just came in and closed their eyes and pointed. So they didn't know what was going on. There were a few that were honest and said they didn't, and so they didn't cast a ballot. So I concur that there's probably some candidate burnout, and I'm sure all of you know that. You put so much time and effort, and then to have this lapse of time and find a second wind can only water down the message of your actual intent in the campaign, I believe. And I do believe also in the voter fatigue. People come in, wanting to cast their ballot in the first round and not have to wait till the second round when they forget what's going on. I think there was excessive staffing, and we spend a lot of time just sitting around playing bingo and getting paid for it. So definitely too much time is what everybody is saying. And I want to share with Senator Zaffirini that I do have those statistics. So we got 61 votes in Kendall County. On election day in that county, there were 587 votes cast, and early voting were 449. So once again, we're a very small county. I think countywide maybe 600,000, could be wrong. So I don't know what the solutions are, but indeed, to keep the momentum going, shortening that time would probably be good. Thank you.
Thank you each for your testimony. If there's any questions for the witnesses, thank you for being here. Thanks for what you're doing. Thank you very much. Mr. Pillay, do you mind coming back? We have a couple more things that have come up. You're not in trouble as far as I know, but just we think you probably have the answers that we're looking for if you don't mind.
I got good advice on what time I should book my flight for, so I'm still here.
Okay.
I didn't run out the door.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for hanging around. I appreciate it. I was just curious, based on listening to the testimony we just heard, it brought up a question for me. Do we have any data comparing turnout in the runoff based on the length of time between the runoff, or not, the primary and the runoff, I guess? Because I guess that was all kind of looped together, that what's in your
I guess the
slide
simplest
deck.
way to look at that would be so on the slide that's specifically called votes cast in primary versus runoff, you could match this up against the fact that we know that, say, Texas is 84 days and South Carolina is 14 days, and so you can use all of that. So South Carolina's runoff sort of votes cast drop off was 33%. So Texas was 41%. So those are sort of the two ends. Mississippi's was 18%. But again, I mean, there's a lot of factors at play that would go into that, such as, presidential election year elections like this year versus, say, Mississippi being an odd year. The specific race itself does often, impact that. You can have a more combative primary runoff that will attract a little more voters if there's a sort of like a heated race. It doesn't look to me from the data like there's a direct correlation there, but we could pull the data and put a nice little chart together.
I guess my hypothesis on that would be the further away that the actual runoff is from the primary. I'm curious as to whether that correlates with a drop off in turnout, just as people forget about it over time. So that was kind of my question. So thank you.
Sure.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
And while you're here, so ballots, if this may be way back in the weeds, how does South Carolina do ballots by mail for the runoff with just a 14-day? I wonder if they do ballots by mail for that runoff. I wonder how they could practically.
That's a great question.
I know you're not South Carolina, but I was just
even though I live there, I don't directly know the answer. But I imagine there is some way they have to write that to get around HAVA in some way about the 45-day window. I'm not really sure what that looks like specifically. It's a good question.
No, thank you. It was okay. Thank you very much. Thanks for your testimony.
Sure. Yep. Thank you.
The chair now calls Penny Story, Donna Shelton, Mike Slayton. I know Mr. Slayton is back there, and there's Bill Sargent. Sarge, come on down.
Glad to be here.
We're glad to have you here. Now, Bill, I haven't looked. Are you testifying on some other election matters later?
I am.
Okay. Well, we'll get you as we get to those. We'll get you in the front of the line. We don't want you to run off, but we do. And I know Senator Midland. We're all going to want to formally welcome you back. But I know Mr. Sargent wouldn't mind my embarrassing him. Some of you will recall that at last hearing of this committee that went pretty long, in the overflow room, we had someone well loved by this committee, great knowledge of the election process, always testifies, and he had some health challenges, some very, at the time we thought very serious. The Lord obviously wasn't finished with him, and we're not either. So welcome back. Good to see you back and looking good and strong and healthy. And so introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
I had a major heart attack, and thanks to Laura Rogers, a county clerk from up in the Panhandle, who I was dead for 30 to 40 minutes.
Yeah.
And because of her and her background as a paramedic, and I think she's here today, if I'm not mistaken.
There she is.
But she saved my life.
She may be keeping an eye on you.
Yeah, God always has a plan. So.
Amen.
I'm Bill Sargent. I'm a former Chief Deputy Clerk for Elections in Galveston County. I was not planning on testifying, but after hearing what has transpired, I think you have to make it at least 60 days. You got 45 days for the military and overseas people first. you've got to deal with, with programming the ballots. You got to do the LNA test. And I'm not sure whether we dealt with the issue of ballot draw. I think maybe we dealt with that in an earlier session, but I can't remember that. But then you have another issue that comes up, and that is this. If you do it in 60 days, you have a primary in March, April, May is 60 days. That's the same time you have entity elections. And we've experienced lots and lots of problems where people with mail-in ballots will put the entity election ballot in the primary runoff ballot envelope and send it in, or vice versa, because they get all confused, especially people who are elderly like I am, okay? And so you need to deal with that as well. You need some separation between the two elections going on. I think that may be why they made it later. But that's, just keep that in mind.
Thank you. Makes sense. Mr. Slayton, pull that microphone over and introduce yourself and go ahead.
Hey, thank you very much. I'm Mike Slayton from Dallas County. And Mr. Chairman, let me first of all say we're here to address some issues regarding logistics and accuracy test that's happened, a failure of those in Dallas County and Collin County. So if it's appropriate for us to talk about that now, I'll do that, or otherwise we will wait.
You know, we can, if you want to go and address that while you're here, that's great. Go ahead. Thanks.
Okay, that'll be fine. Let me kind of do a summary statement that covers everything. Our first logic and accuracy test in Dallas County was on September the 18th, okay? Here's the evidence we found from both failed hash and LNA testing events. We do not have a real LNA test because the configuration tape shows the DS200s were not loaded with a real election. The protected count on two DS200s showed 14 votes. Odometer has been rolled back. The protected count, the layman's term I use, it's the odometer. We've seen I've been involved in central count since 1917. You see in the thousands of numbers on the odometer. And that is a violation of law. We have documented that the central accumulator failed the tabulation test for 4 races. Maybe I should have said, I'm the alternate judge in Dallas County in central count. The judge and our testing person, Mr. Sammy Binkham, we were there where you call out the predetermined votes that it's supposed to be against what printed out, and we had major differences in 4 races, 3 senatorial and Senate, State Board of Education 13. We came back, had a visit we did it on the 19th. It passed. We were told by our elections administrator and supervisor that it was going to take time to do this, and we'd have to come back the next morning at 9:30, and we did it, and it passed at that point in time. Since then, on October the 8th, we had a visit from the Secretary of State's office and the Attorney General's office. Our evidence from that concludes, again, a BMW election loaded. The express votes machines were flipping votes on test ballots. We put in predetermined votes, myself and Donna did that, and there were several races that when you compared it, the for or against was wrong. I personally had one of them that the candidate was not voted for, that I voted for, and it said no vote. We pointed that out, and really nothing was done. We had a failed hash validation on one of the DS200s. Low protected counts ranged on this day, and we had 5 machines, 5 DS200s. We asked for more. They were random chosen from the warehouse with 1,100 DS200s, and they range from 14 to 50. Never have seen such as that. The central accumulator results did not match the known test results that were supposed to be emitted from the central accumulator. So again, our test results did not agree with our predetermined voting. Conclusion, Dallas County failed its hash validations and LNA test. We do not have a valid certification of the sample election equipment to be used in this election. We need an expert to come in and evaluate the software. Dallas County, Secretary of State, and the AG all have conflicts of interest and are not qualified to do the evaluation. We need a contingency plan in place pursuant to Texas Election Code 129.056. And we need an election advisory to instruct all counties to allow watchers to watch election materials. That would be full ballot boxes, materials all the way through their disposition, including through warehouse pursuant to TEC 33.0605. And that's something that's not been done in the past. Also, I mentioned, and I'll mention this at this point, we're made aware that on last Friday, the 11th, Collin County did their LNA test, and it failed. And then I woke up this morning to a text message that Travis County has passed a resolution to decertify, to do away with the ES&S equipment for election.
Well, thank you, Mr. Slayton. And as we go through this, normally we're going to hear from every witness, but I will say thank you for bringing this to our attention. As you know, we were you let us know about this, and Senator Hall, Senator Parker, and I were on a couple of calls with you and folks who were on the ground, and with the Attorney General's folks and the Secretary of State's folks. And then yesterday afternoon, you probably know this, we had a Zoom call with the Senator Parker, Senator Hall, and with the AG and Secretary of State, and with the Dallas County Elections Administrator, and they've agreed to another test, start fresh. So thank you for sharing this. This is, as you know, this is being addressed, and I'm glad you're here to talk about it. You also mentioned the question about those ballots being the poll watchers being able to see those ballots all the way through the process. We believe the law is clear on that. That's from Senate Bill 1, as you know, that you've helped us with in 2021. Those ballots need to be looked at all the way through the process. We believe that's what the law says. The Secretary of State's office, as you ask, is going to put out an opinion, we believe. We'll ask them about that, but making it clear that we expect counties to follow the law and make those subject to watchers all the way through. All the more important when there are questions like this. And we're going to have more questions for you, but I wanted to mention that. And Senator Paxton, do you want to address this now, or you want to wait?
I can, either way.
Oh, well, go ahead. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had a couple of questions that came to mind as you were testifying. The first one, so I was a math teacher, right? Give a kid a test, give him a math problem, work it out, and you get the wrong answer. Okay? Well, that's not enough. You have to go figure out, why did we get the wrong answer? So as you look at these test failures, what accounts for the failure? What was identified as the problem?
We don't have an answer to that, Senator Paxton, as of today, other than a broad general answer that it was a computer programming. I will point out, it's very clear in the law, I can't quote the code section, that if you have a failure, the elections department, and if you have an elections administrator like we do and large cities, counties do, you're supposed to give a written explanation of the cause and the corrective action. We have asked for that, but we haven't seen that yet.
You mentioned in your testimony that in one round there was a failure, and then the test was run again and it passed.
The next day, that's
the next
correct.
day, right? And so, was that identified? Was the cause of that failure identified? And I mean, was it disclosed what caused the failure and how it was corrected?
During the process of that happening, the closest thing that after we realized that it was off, and some of them, it doesn't matter the amount, whether it's 2 or 3 or 4, which we've seen in the past, or hundreds, like this was. After some consultation away from us, we were told it had to do with mail-in ballots.
Heard that before.
Yeah. It had to do with mail-in ballots. Well, on your report, it tells you by your predetermined test whether it was in person or early voting or that. Well, that report was showing it was with the early voting, But that was never discussed, and it was all, yes, we hear a lot about mail-in ballots, don't we?
Yes. I especially do. I guess the other question I had, you mentioned in your suggestions for corrective actions in all of this, you mentioned that there were some conflicts of interest with the AG's office and with the Secretary of State. I was just curious if you wouldn't mind saying what you think those conflicts are.
Well, that's hard to define, but...
But if you're saying there is a conflict of interest, then there's something specific that it's not just, I think there's a reason that you say that. I'm curious what that is.
Well, one oversees all of the elections. I guess I could answer it best this way. Over all the years, and you can look back, the Secretary of State's office has issued lots of waivers for every election. A lot of waivers. That means that this didn't have to be followed. That's according to law. And Senator Hughes, you reminded me just now about not getting the ballot box. That was in SB 1.
Right.
Also in SB 1 was about the hash validation.
Right.
I assume y'all are all aware the central accumulator was my understanding that I've been told, and I know it happened in Dallas County, the hash validation on the central accumulator was only done for this election this time. Your central accumulator, in my belief, is the most important part of the election. That's where your ballots are counted. And I know Senator Bettencourt knows a lot about this. And that's your so it was in Senate Bill 1, correct me if I'm wrong, passed in 21.
Right.
We know of 2 things that we're talking about right now that hadn't even been put in effect till this election. Why were they not put in effect? And we have a lot of questions about, and in my belief, this happens in both parties. We have primary elections, or the potential for it is in both parties. Why wouldn't it be? And does that an answer to your question, Senator Paxton?
I don't know specifically. I mean, so the waivers. You also mentioned you felt like there were conflicts with the AG's office.
Well, I guess if you weighed the two, the AG was a part of this, and I thought, they were a very good part of it. From my experience, we've had almost no relationship with the AG's office. We'd like to see more from the AG's office, I would think. I'm speaking now as a veteran, experienced election worker and a taxpayer in Dallas County, a native Dallasite, a lover of the city and county of Dallas.
Yeah, that's right.
And the Cowboys, pretty much.
That's right. That's right. Pretty much.
Even when they're hard to love.
Even
right?
when they're hard to love.
You're leading the witness.
Yeah. I got to admit, I'm a Tom Landry.
Yeah, amen to that.
Amen.
Well,
So-
it's critically important, and time is of the essence. And, of course, I represent Collin County, and it's disturbing and perverse. How about that? There's another
Good,
place. That's the word of the day, right?
Maybe it may be.
So thank you. I appreciate you addressing those things and being here to talk about what you saw.
Thank you. Thanks.
No, Mike, thank you for this. And as other senators have questions too, I want to make sure everybody knows we will. Ms. Atkins from the Secretary of State's office is here, and she'll be up shortly to answer questions about this as well. I know y'all have interacted before, so we're all going to have questions for her as well. But to make sure we have the chronology, and I want to make sure we get this right. There was the initial failure in September. Then the next day, it was run again, and it worked. And what we got from the county was that the initial failure took place because they said they put the wrong ballot in, and the races didn't line up with the bubbles. That's a generalization. But so because of the concerns, then in October, the AG's office and Secretary of State's office came back, and I think you were there to do it, and they tried to replicate what had happened, and they did. But I'll speak a little for the Secretary of State's office, and they made it very clear they weren't defending what Dallas County had done, but they said we're just checking out this equipment to make sure it complies. So, but because there's still so many questions, and we want to go back and do the whole thing again because we got to get this right. So I'll recognize Senator Betancourt now.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That was exactly what I was trying to ask, was to make sure we understood exactly what happened. So you had a failed hashtag validation and LNA test on the 18th. It was rerun on the 19th, and it passed. Now, I heard down in Houston, too, roughly the same thing, that the election administrator blew it, and they put in the wrong ballot style. And that's what I heard. Is that what y'all witnessed?
Yeah, let's let Miss Donna talk about it. Shelton.
Hi, I'm Donna Shelton. I've been going to the LNA test now twice. I'm an election judge, an accountant, and a loyal citizen of Dallas County. And I'll address Paxton's comment as well. I want to expound on that. When they failed on the September 18th, and then we came in to look, and Secretary of State was going to see, okay, let's reproduce that failure. In September, it failed on 4 things. There was the 2 races that were mail-in ballots and 2 races that were in person. So the mail-in ballot is a wide sheet with the bubble in. The narrow sheet is the one you do the marking on the voting machine, and then you stick it into the tabulator with the barcode. So it's 2 separate ballots. Big wide one, bubble reader. The other one, a little narrow barcode reader. So they addressed the wide mail-in ballot bubble reader. They didn't address the 2 races that were the in-person with the barcode. They didn't address that at all. That failure was not addressed, was not explained, was not replicated, was not cured.
Okay, so make sure I understand. Okay, the narrow sheet did not claim that they gave the wrong ballot style for that.
Correct. They gave no excuse.
They gave no excuse for that. So that's part of the problem, is you don't have a positive law communication as to what was wrong with that specific part of it. What was changed, because obviously it passed the next day.
Right. It's a failure that's still dangling.
Right. Now, and so part of this, Mr. Chairman, is that there has to be a lot better communication on this, because this is we're almost a month past that date, and they should have been able to have an answer to that question. At a minimum, it should have been answered the next day. But okay, so you don't know, you're pretty sure that they used the wrong ballot style for the mail-in ballots, but you don't know what happened with the narrow sheet tabulation issue.
I want to talk about the mail-in ballot bubble sheet. So
I haven't asked that question.
Oh, okay.
And again, we're working on borrowed time here, so let's just get to what we know it busted and when it broke. Okay, so that occurred on that day. They did the second test the next day, and everything passed, but you still didn't get your question as to why it failed on one side. Now, since then, has there been any other communication with the election administrator that's in writing, like the report's supposed to be, et cetera?
No, nothing in writing.
Now, and to just follow up on Senator Paxton's comment, when you say that the Secretary of State has a conflict of interest, then you would say the AG has a conflict of interest. Our number of experts grows short real fast, like to zero, because there is no other department in the state that handles elections. So I think we need to reconsider that conversation. Okay, all right. Would be my advice here. And I guess, Mr. Chairman, the only question I've got is, obviously, there's been some issues with ENS equipment in multiple locations, and there's people that are going to make their decision on what to use or what not to use in the future. But do you know when this logic test is supposed to be run again, Mr. Chairman? Or maybe Mr.
Senator Parker
knows.
Senator Parker and I were on the Zoom call yesterday with the SOS AG and Dallas folks, and I believe Thursday still the plan?
Thursday morning at 9 a.m. is my understanding.
Okay.
And this time, SOS and AG folks will be present to see it done for the whole process and to raise the issues that you guys have flagged. So.
Right, and this is like this Thursday, like tomorrow, right? Because time.
Tomorrow?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
That's tomorrow.
As in tomorrow.
Okay.
AKA tomorrow. That's right.
Well, the good news is you found out about it today.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's right.
We'll be there.
And I think that
we'll
will
be
go
there.
a long way to resolve this issue one way or the other. But you should get your answers tomorrow, okay? By by direct questioning or whatever else. And the fact that we've got Secretary of State and AG people there, everybody should be wanting to get to the bottom of that.
Could I ask a question? I agree with all that, and one of our questions is the November 5th election loaded on, and is that what we're doing the LNA test on? And in our opinion, it should be. How can we do an LNA test without this election? The ballot, the bubble ballot was that.
Right.
The express votes we did showed that. But our config tapes, I'll let Donna explain that.
The configuration tape that comes out of the machine, we're saying DS200, it's the tabulator that the voter puts in the ballot when they're in person. And I looked at the configuration tapes of the machines that were being tested, and they had previous config hasn't been torn off, so it was a sheet about 18 inches long, and it had several dates, and they dated all the way back to November of 2021. So that machine had not been in the field, had not been used as a vote machine since at least 2021. So that's a machine that's just been parked in the corner and brought out for the LNA test and then parked in a corner. That's not representative of it hadn't been used. And there were several like that. So I can't have confidence that we were testing machines that had software or that had field experience and represented the machines our voters are going to use. And then the counters were down to 14, which also indicates that they had not been used. They're aging, and they actually want to sell us some more. So they really should be 5,000, 12,000, way up into the 21,000 numbers, not 14. That indicates they've either been erased.
And and that's a question we asked on our call as well, and we're gonna address that when the Secretary of State's office gets up. We're gonna ask you about what election is going to be loaded in for the test tomorrow, and also about the odometer on the machines. We've all had a lot of questions about those, and I believe there's an answer, but we're going to hear it from them to make sure that we're all satisfied.
Yeah.
Senator Parker.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We're not done.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for all that you do and for sharing this problem. And we've been working, as you all know, to get to the bottom of this, and delighted that we're going to have this retest tomorrow. To the equipment issues, and Christina and the SOS can talk further, but we specifically asked yesterday that those 7 pieces of equipment that were of concern, would be put aside and be reviewed and not part of the test. So that request was granted yesterday verbally in the conversation when I posed the question. So I just want you to know that as well. So we will, the way we left it was effectively because we want to make certain that we land the plane, that we address all these issues. And Christina is aware of the issues, as is her team at the SOS and the AG's team. And so there's a write-up, it might have already been released, Christina will speak to that in a moment, for us about what the goals will be of this test tomorrow at 9. So we're working to get that lined up to make sure we address all these issues, but those pieces of equipment that we're specifically concerned, I want to let you know, will not be a part of it, and it is certainly our intent that we would put on the machine the election for November 5, Mike.
Good.
And go ahead. We
Okay.
started asking you questions before your testimony, but go ahead.
That's fine, because our configuration tapes, they said the location, the jurisdiction, that's the topic, jurisdiction, it said Olathe. And I'm thinking Olathe, Kansas. Should say Dallas County. So were we testing equipment or software that came from Kansas? So maybe their stuff will pass in our.
Well, I don't know, Dorothy, but maybe you can click your heels and go there. We'll know tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Okay. And seriously, Mr. Chairman, I assume that and Senator Parker, you just want a clean LNA test, a clean hashtag validation, and that's all. Whatever that's obviously the goal. True. I'm not trying to put words in. Okay. Well, let's hope that occurs in the morning.
Okay. I would like to address their explanation for the failure on the 18th. They said the mail-in ballot, the little bubble ballot, and so the explanation was that they added one line of text. It was Texas, and it looks about like on your computer if you did a 16-point, about that much. And they had a yellow dot was where the machine was looking for the bubble, and then the bubble was actually lower. Okay. And we all bought into that, and then I'm processing that later and thinking it should only have been dropped the width of that one line that was entered. So it only drop about the width of the bubble. But the illustration, and we only saw the computer screen, we didn't get to see the actual documents. The bubble had dropped like a ½ inch or better. Well, that would not be indicative of just that one line of text. So I no longer accept that explanation of that failure. Of the one they did explain, I don't buy into their explanation.
Okay, that's good to know. All the more reason we need to do this right, so that everybody's don't. Thank you for flagging. Thank y'all for flagging these things. Thank you. Thank you. That's right.
Well, I think a third test is a charm.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And again, this is all got to be looked at. It's all got to be done right. We all have to. People have to have confidence that we all have to have confidence it's working like it's supposed to.
Oh, I do have a question. How many people will we be able to bring on our team to observe the LNA test tomorrow?
We'll talk to the Secretary of State's office when they get up here about the details for tomorrow. I know the test is taking place, and I don't know all the details. We'll find out before we leave today, okay?
We have several people, and each person has a different expertise, and so we were limited on the last one, and that really kind of hamstrung us a little bit. So we would like to have our whole team there. There's plenty of room. We're not going to be congested, but
we'll find out before we leave today, so we'll know, so we can all plan.
Okay. Yeah, I'd appreciate that, because
of course,
I was one of them that was asked to leave.
Only one person at a time was in, or something like that, or two at a time.
Yeah, no, this was the explanation to me. It was the decision of the elections administrator, and he first said one from each party, and then he agreed to two. So we had Sammy Binkham in the morning, and Donna in the morning. Sammy had a commitment at noon. He had to leave. I just stayed around there and made phone calls. And I relieved Sammy. So that's why I wasn't in on part of the information.
Right.
And Sammy. And we were only really planning on 4 people, as Donna explained. 4 people with expertise, experience, that could watch. Reasonable.
You bet.
I think that's enough. That's something to expect.
We'll get all that worked out. We'll know. So this is something we can all have confidence in. That's important. That's very important. Thank you guys for doing this. Hello, we haven't forgotten about you.
Oh,
Oh, pull the microphone over where we can hear you.
We were on the topic of runoff elections.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And then we got into something much more important. And I have
Very
I only have one comment because about certifying machines. About 2014, I became involved. I was at a meeting with the Secretary of State, and there were 35 representatives from different counties who came to hear a certification report on a machine they were looking at the time. And there was input from the 35 counties saying, we don't want machines. But let me tell you what the letter says that came signed out of the Secretary of State's office. It says, we've looked at this machine, we find these errors, and it listed about 5. And the last line says, certify it anyway. Now, I have that letter because to me, that was my first rodeo. And I asked Christina then, I had never met her till then, and I said, because she kept looking at everybody with a big question mark on her face, and I said, how many people show up at these certifications? And she said, none until y'all today. Very interesting. But I have the letter that says they certify equipment even though they know there are errors.
Part of the reason that we have pushed so hard for that paper record, that paper ballot, paper backup, is so that when situations like this arise and we have to do a recount, if there's a question, there's paper that controls. All the more reason that it be followed by the watchers all the way through the process, just like you were saying. So we've got to get this right.
There's a simple solution to all this. We didn't have machines until about 2019. And we had a system that worked. We had paper. We voted in our precincts.
Right.
They were pre-numbered according to the law. And, and if they're hand counted in the precinct at the end of the day, guess what? You've got an election.
We've got to make sure that the numbers are accurate from when they go from the precinct to the county to the state. We've got to make sure all that's boxed in.
We need paper
and done
ballots
right.
again.
Yes.
This equipment it's a computer. It'll never be certifiable. It is programmed by somebody with a barcode. You didn't program it. I didn't program it. We don't know what it says.
Oh, I understand.
So let's remove all that and just get back to a simple.
I understand. That's what we're trying to get to.
Okay.
Thank you. Senators, any other questions for this panel? We don't.
If I may just add,
Please. Ms. Slate,
I
please.
certainly agree with Ms. Story and what she said. I've been involved with elections since the mid-'90s, election judge and all, and
Me too.
I agree completely with what this lady just
And one thing about the runoff elections, I've been a candidate. I've been elected, reelected. I was a school board, and they do it by the whoever has the most votes wins.
Mm-hmm.
And I kept winning, and I was the stranger in town. So our school board did a vote, which I agreed to, that said you have to get 50%, because I always won with 3 against me at 48%. So you see, it's very interesting. But I will tell you that voter fatigue is huge. The cost to the candidates plus the county to rerun these things is huge and unnecessary. We've got to get back to some simplicity here. We've complicated things beyond reason. And we've had experiences with simple systems, and they worked. So, you know what? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. So let's quit fixing it.
You bet. You bet. Sergeant?
I would respectfully disagree with that lady in the far end. I can tell you that when I first got into this back in the day, we did hand counting of ballots. We counted it the first time. Didn't match the machines. We did it a second time. It didn't match the machines, but it didn't match the first count either. Then we did a third time. Same thing. Bottom line is you have, when you have individuals involved in hand counting, you're always going to have an error. The machines all matched, but the hand counting and counting didn't match the machines, and they didn't match each other. And if you go with all paper ballots, you have another problem. That means you get rid of countywide vote centers, which is not a good idea.
And I have a statement about that. And I disagree with you because my philosophy is we have no machines. So we don't have to agree.
That's why you have the paper backup.
You
That's
bet.
why we have
This
the
is
paper backup.
and this is a larger discussion we're going to continue to have, and so we'll
Yeah.
close it. We're going to close that. We're going to close that part for now.
I got it. We weren't supposed to be there to begin with.
That's okay. I love it. Yeah, and again, and it's important. It's a debate we continue to have.
Yeah.
Some of you will remember that the feds, with the so-called Help America Vote Act, forced states to go much worse than we have now. Remember those direct recording election machines? There was no paper. You voted on the screen, and okay, you voted. We come a long way from those where we have paper now. So we're all on the same page here. We just got to get to a system that is accurate and has checks and balances we can all believe in. So we're working on it. We're getting there. And thank y'all for being a part of this. So we're going to talk more as the day goes on about what's happening in Dallas and Colin. Thank you you all so much.
Thank y'all.
Thank you. And then we'll have a couple more of our witnesses on the. Of course, we're talking about a lot of things, and it's important. The election's coming up, so we're still on this runoff charge, and we're going to call Ed Johnson and Dr. Laura Presley, and come on up, and we can discuss these matters as well. And then after we've finished, then we'll have Ms. Atkins come up and just update us on the Dallas situation, what's being done, okay, and give her. So we'll make sure we're all moving forward on that. Welcome to each of you familiar with the committee and with elections. Ed, introduce yourself. Go ahead.
Ed Johnson, and I'm here representing the Harris County Ballot Security Board. Sorry for running late this morning. Little plug here. I got trapped by the train on Highway 290 in Giddings, but thank goodness we had a distillery right next to the train. And I had not exceeded my limit yet, so it was great. No, I assume we're talking about the runoff elections. And one little comment that I would make about runoff elections is, one of the possibilities we've talked about in the past is combining the runoff with the May elections. That's one of the big problems is you have the March election, then you have this May election, and then at the end of May you have the runoff election, which is 2 months from when it's first started. The one issue that has come up is the, revealing of the secret vote. And one of the ways you can do this, or this occurs, is by your ballot style. If you are the only voter in a polling location with that ballot style, well, I can tell you who voted it. It's pretty obvious. And if we combined May with the runoff, you're going to multiply that by 3 times. Because you have to have a ballot style for the Democrats, you have to have a ballot style for the Republicans, and then you'd have to have a ballot style for the people that didn't want to vote in the primary of just the May. And you're going to end up with a lot of people that just vote in a school district election that don't want to vote in a primary, and they're going to be the only one in the precinct that voted that day. So it would complicate that problem. There's a lot of complications with adding the runoff election to the May election there. So, got to think through all these things if that's one of the possibilities y'all want to go with runoff elections there. The other one on your previous testimony about the LNA test, maybe ask the Secretary of State what the plan is if the LNA was not done correctly the first time. All this equipment is already in the field. I mean, the ballots have already been mailed, and early voting starts Monday, and for our Dallas County, they started 2 weeks ago putting that equipment in the field. So, what is the plan if they need to retrieve it or something needs to happen?
That's right. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank y'all.
Dr. Presley, welcome. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Yes, I'm Dr. Laura Presley with True Texas Elections, and Senator Hughes, thank you for scope creeping this issue. I'd like to address respectfully with you, Senator Betancourt, the conflict of interest issue with the Secretary of State and the Attorney General. They both certified this stuff up front. For them to be the fox watching the hen house is not a good setup. What we need in this situation, because there's the Secretary of State and the Attorney General did not send any of their own computer technology experts because they don't have them in their departments. So the hand-waving argument of, well, it failed because of XYZ, we need a third-party computer technology expert. You've got multiple choices. Hari Hursty is well-known, Professor Alex Halderman. You have Dr. Daughtery here in Texas at Texas A&M, who would be able to go in and give you the root cause of why these failed, and not a hand-waving argument of somebody who's vested interest that everything's good to go, don't look at what's going on here. And my issue is, the biggest problem I see with what happened in Dallas was when the Secretary of State went back in and saw the configuration tapes, the whole thing should have stopped at that point. Why didn't the SOS see did they not think about looking at the configuration tapes which said election labeled was BMW? I'm sorry, we don't have BMW elections, do we? So why did the Secretary of State not identify that? Because they have a conflict of interest. Okay, that's my opinion. Also, Senator Hughes, I really appreciate you bringing up the controlled paper ballot issue. One of the statutes that's getting waived right now by the Secretary of State is Watcher Code 33.0605 that allows watchers to follow the ballot boxes from the polls directly all the way through while they're finally being processed. That is being waived for early vote. Early voting, where a majority of people vote, watchers cannot follow the boxes from the poll to when they're delivered at the location, and the code says any location designated to process. If they're moving ballots, they're processing them. We cannot see that, watchers, for early vote. That is a completely lack of equal protection. To protect it for Election Day and not early vote of those ballots that you guys passed in Senate Bill 1 violates the Constitution Amendment number 14, unequal protection. Okay? We don't want to have to file lawsuits over and over. We need you guys to expect them to interpret the law as it was intended and written. You even put in Senate Bill 1 that the code is to be interpreted to detect and punish fraud. And that's not what's happening. And that's it. Any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Presley. Senator Betancourt, you're recognized.
Dr. Presley, let me make sure you understand my comments. Very important.
Yes, sir.
Okay? In state government, there is no other place to put them if we hire them an expert besides Secretary of State or AG. We don't have anyone else in the elections business effectively. Now, what you see here today is a great chairman, a good senator that would start asking questions like senators do, which is what happened, what went wrong, and make sure that we have a third test that everybody can agree to. Now, I haven't seen that happen in any other state in the union that I've been involved in, because I'm on, as you know, those election committees.
I know it.
And so this committee is literally way out there making sure that, as from legislators, which is what we can do, is ask questions and demand best practices, because that's really what SB1 did. So I just want to make sure you understand that's what the focus of the committee is, because I'm not sure there's any other Senate in the State of the Union that would jump into an election problem like this.
I know it.
And pick up the phone, get everybody there, make sure that we're going to have a logic test in the morning period, except this Senate and this committee. Okay?
I understand.
So, all right.
Yes.
Thank you.
And so, Senator Parker, you had mentioned that they're going to segregate a couple of machines. The AG's office can hire one of these three well-known experts to analyze those machines. So what I'm saying is that this AG proper has a conflict of interest, but they can hire an outside third-party expert that's not in their organization. That can be done, and that is what is required for somebody outside that proper two groups, the SOS and the AG, to investigate it. That's my recommendation.
Any other questions for Dr. Presley? Thank you. Ed?
Yeah, one quick question. Well, you have to have an LNA test. You have to have a 72-hour posting because it's a public meeting, so it is open to the public. There is no limit on people that can come.
Yeah, this is something that we are not. We looked at the law and did not have the authority to compel another test in this context, but Dallas County's agreed to do it. They're working with us. They're listening to the people we're hearing from. So we want to make sure that everybody has a say in this process.
Well, I think that it's very important in this situation that, again, this is a legislative committee with a request that we have a voluntary compliance from by the elections administrator in Dallas. And I think it's important that they proceed with all haste to get that test up and get it run, because especially after what we've heard today. So, and if everyone's representatives are there, both political parties, et cetera, I think everyone would be very happily served by having that test tomorrow, because that's really the only solution. All right. Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
Bless y'all.
Thank you. And Mr. Atkins, do you mind coming up? I know we're going to have you a little bit later, but we want to walk through. You're in a position to answer a lot of these questions and to help us get this. So I know we'll be talking about a lot of things today, but thank you for your work on this one. It's obviously important. And you know these things well. You're always a resource to the committee in answering questions, and so thank you. And so I've got a couple of questions, but if you will, let me recognize you to walk through what's happened so far from the Secretary of State standpoint, and then the solutions we have in mind, and we'll follow up with questions. Is that okay?
Of course, yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Again, thank you for giving me the opportunity to answer these questions for you all and hopefully clear up a few things. So we first became aware that there was an issue with the logic and accuracy testing in Dallas County. It was about 2 weeks ago, beginning of last week, that we heard about it, or a little less than 2 weeks. So we first heard about this being a potential issue. So when we heard that there were allegations that the logic and accuracy test did not come out in accordance with the statute as it's required, we reached out to Dallas County to try to get more information about what happened. They acknowledged that they had a problem on the first day of their logic and accuracy testing due to a ballot that was, the way the ballot was printed, not due to the programming of the equipment itself. They indicated to us that they redid the test the next day, and everything came out fine with that test. All parties signed off on the certification for that logic and accuracy test. Given that we were getting so many questions about this and there was a lot of confusion as to what the different issues were, we decided that under Section 122.002, I believe it is in the Texas Election Code, and I'll double check that code provision, we have the authority, because we certify these systems, to inspect the systems to ensure that they are complying with our certification standards. We reached out to the Attorney General's office and asked if they would like to participate in this with us, since we do work together on certification. Both our office and the Attorney General's office appoints examiners. We sent a team to Dallas County to conduct this inspection. As part of this inspection, we did several things. The first thing that we did was perform the hash validations on the equipment, because we wanted to ensure that the system that was running on the equipment that's being used in this election was the system that was certified by our office. There was an issue with the hash validation. It was not due to any programming issues. What happened was, with this particular software version, there are 3 different hardware versions for the scanners that can be used. And there's always going to be slight differences just because of manufacturing runs. But the system has 3 different scanners, 3 different versions of those scanners that have been certified for use under the software version that Dallas County was running. When they were performing the hash validation, they were comparing hashes on one of the devices. They pulled the wrong hash. So they pulled a hash for one of the certified versions of that hardware, but that was not the one that was in use. And to give you an example, when you look at a software version, like on your phone, you might see that it says something like version 1.2.1. This is, for example, it would be like if you had something that said 1.2.1 or 1.2.13 had an extra number on it. So it was easy for somebody to grab the wrong hash on that because they didn't look at the full number on there. So once they identified that they had pulled the wrong hash, they ran the hash again with the correct hash, and it matched. In that time, there were no alterations or modifications to the hardware, no alterations or modifications to the software itself. It was just comparing it to the correct hash. So that's the hash validation issue that occurred. After that, the inspection team ran 3 different types of tests to determine the source of the issue from the problem that came from the original LNA test. So the first thing the team did was replicate the test that was not successful. What Dallas County was able to provide to our team is they were able to provide all of the original test materials so that we could run the exact same test to see what those issues were. Dallas County also disclosed to us what occurred that caused that incorrect test. While they were programming their voting system, in the programming process, you sometimes identify issues with your ballot and your ballot format. The county had made a formatting change to their ballot on one contest that caused the line to drop down lower. When they did that, it changed the way on the ballot itself, the printed ballot, it changed the way it would be read through a scanner. And it was causing that race to not be read correctly. It has to do with positioning of bubbles and positioning on how those positions are assigned to read through the scanner. Dallas County, when they were doing their public LNA test, printed the wrong ballots. They printed the one that had the original misprint and used that for the test. And I would say that the test performed as it should. It accurately caught an issue with the printed ballot that was being used. I think it's a good thing that this issue was caught in LNA testing because it prevented a potentially catastrophic issue with their mail ballots that would have impacted the whole election. So they identified this issue. They identified that it was because they were using the incorrect printed ballot that had this error on there. They printed correct ballots, ran the LNA test the next day, again, public LNA test in a public forum, and everything was successful. So our team replicated the incorrect test. We then went through using their test materials, replicated the correct test, and then, just to be certain that there weren't any other underlying issues, the team ran a third LNA test. And what they did for this is they allowed the participants, so our office, the Secretary of State's office, the Attorney General's office, and representatives from the Republican and Democratic Party went to the warehouse and selected scanners at random. That way, we're not using the scanners that the county designated. It was scanners that could be potentially deployed in the election. Every party selected random scanners. They went back to the office, marked up ballots the way they wanted to mark them up, hand tallied those, and ran them through the scanner to confirm that their hand tally that they created matched what it was supposed to when they were tabulated by the electronic devices. In that process, there were no identified issues. I've confirmed that with both my team. I've confirmed that with the Attorney General's team. Excuse me, that there were no issues.
Help yourself. You'd like some water.
Thank
Take
you.
your time. That's okay.
I've confirmed with both parties that there were no issues with that third tabulation. At one point, one individual said, "Oh, I think there may be a problem with the express vote. I think it didn't read something right." And when those individuals were looking at it, the person then said, "Oh, that was my fault. I fat-fingered something." That was the term that was used. Multiple people voted on that particular device, and nobody had an issue. And so the team, the entire team, not just my team, not just the Attorney General's office, but all of the individuals that were present at the exam that night, all concluded the inspection without any indication of any additional issues. Nobody raised any issues to us or the Attorney General's office.
Thank you. Let me ask at this point, we understand the explanation about the ballot being wrong and not lining up. Let's talk about the distinction between the ballots by mail, that ballot style or ballot form, and the voted,
Yes,
if
sir.
I'd voted that day, the narrow versus the broad. Miss Shelton talked about that. What about that? Was the explanation for the failure, did that apply to the mail-in ballot as well as the in-person ballot? Because help us understand that.
Yes, sir. So it is my understanding that the issue with the ballot where it was printed incorrectly, where it dropped down that line and made the positioning inaccurate for counting, that was specific to mail ballots. I double-checked with my team. There were never any reports of problems during the original LNA test with in-person ballots. That was never brought up during the original test that Dallas conducted. When our team went on site last week, again, there were never any allegations that there were problems with in-person voting. If there was an issue there, nobody raised it, nobody identified it. It was not a known issue that anybody would have, that anybody identified as something that needed to be investigated. So we have not heard that before.
So as far as the mail ballot, that's the one that you were discussing, where the explanation was that the races didn't line
Yes,
up
sir.
with the bubbles. That was on the ballot by mail that was tested.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. And I don't want to preempt anyone else asking questions, but let's talk about what the plan is. So since these real concerns arose, we've had a number of calls. You've been
Yes, sir.
involved in this, and so yesterday you and Senator Parker and Senator Hall and the Dallas County Elections Administration were on a Zoom, and
Yes.
just talking about doing a fresh test since there's so many questions. We talked about that some with the last panel. Walk us through that, what the plan is,
sir.
and we'll have some questions about that.
Given that there's still ongoing concerns, we had a conversation about what can be done to allay some of those concerns for voters in this community. I think anytime we're talking about technology, we always want to make sure people are clear that things are working as they should, that they are counting accurately. And from a voter confidence perspective, it's important that we demonstrate that publicly. So after our conversation, after the number of conversations that we've had on this particular issue, we had a call, again, Chairman Hughes, with you, sir, with Senator Parker, Senator Hall, the Attorney General's office as well. They were participating in the call in the Dallas County Election Office. In that call, our senators had made the suggestion that perhaps Dallas County would consider doing an additional LNA test so that we can see one last time that there aren't any of these reported issues, that any issues that may have existed have in fact been resolved. Dallas County voluntarily agreed to do this, and we've scheduled it for tomorrow. We will be sending representatives of our office there to observe the process. The Attorney General's office, my understanding, will be sending somebody else as well to observe the process. Dallas County is going to be the one running this LNA test. It's not designed to be another public test because, again, there's no time to notice it, and quite frankly, from the statutory requirements, yes, sir, that has already happened. So it'll be another test. There will be representatives invited from the Republican Party and the Democratic Party, just as we did for our inspection for transparency purposes. I'm working with the county now to find out what that number is. I think the county was originally envisioning having 2 people from each party, just like they did last time. We have made the request that they open that up to, yes, we've made the request to the county that they actually go up to 3 or 4 people. So I'm waiting to hear back from them on that. But I think it's very important that we do whatever we need to do to have the right people in the room so individuals can see that the original test was successful, the subsequent inspection that we performed was successful, and then assuming nothing has changed, then this test should be successful as well. Give people the opportunity to see that from start to finish.
Thank you. I'm sure there are questions. I just wanted to thank you for walking
Yes, sir.
through that process, Senator Betancourt.
Sure. Christina, let me go through just to make sure that everybody understands this. By the way, is there anybody in the room that was part of the test on the 19th and signed off on the test? Are those Republican Party members here, or are they not here?
That would be Sammy.
Sammy Binkham signed off on it. However, I was the one.
Did you sign off on it that day on the 19th? Sam, okay, that person did, all right. And I think that goes to the point of having multiple people there, because obviously there's a communication issue here.
Yes, sir.
Now I want to go over your first point. I want to make sure everybody hears this. If they hadn't have run that logic test and they would have gone with those absentee ballots, this would have been a real disaster in the field, okay? So the purpose of the test that found a failure is actually, a positive development, because without that test, if they had really put in that ballot style and they had a hashtag lineup problem with their scanners, okay, this would have caused a major problem on election night, okay, and for about a week. Now, I know it happens to be a week because I learned this lesson at Texas A&M when we were programming this stuff back in COBOL, and we had picture and value statements that were the wrong place. It took us about 4 days to realize we were working on our test data from the previous election and not the current one. So with all of this, it takes a tremendous amount of effort to fix a problem if it's already been deployed in the field and it's too late, okay? So the good news is for everybody concerned that got caught. Now, so that means that everything you said, as best I can tell, the software itself has not been the issue.
That's correct, sir. There have been no changes or modifications to the software.
Right. And if that's the case, if they have the correct ballot style and they have changed their scanning hashtag registers, they should be able to repeat this test. Now, let's go make sure we understand what actually you did. Was this on the 19th or when you visited on the 8th?
This is when we visited on the 8th last week.
So you could replicate the incorrect test.
Yes, sir.
Then you could replicate the correct test.
Yes, sir.
And then the people that were there would actually make basically test ballots and they were counted correctly.
Yes, sir. That's my understanding.
Now, was there anybody from this group that's testifying here? Were anyone here on the 8th of October? Were they in that test?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I would encourage them to all come back tomorrow and see the exact same process revisited, because I think it's very important to get it. Now, what this seems to me is just by, and not having been there, that so far you're dealing with items that don't relate to the structure of the programming. Now, and back to Mr. Johnson's point, technically they already ran the test on the 19th and it passed. Now, but I think if the committee chair and Senator Parker and Senator Hall's very good suggestion that we're doing this again, but we're doing it effectively in an information mode so that everybody can see the same steps and see the same results, because that's really what this validation's about. But that means that they probably had a good logic LNA test and a hashtag validation on the 19th, because you could see it on the 8th and you could correct the problem from the 18th and duplicate the 19th positive results, okay? And then do another set of test ballots to confirm. Right?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Well, that's the effort. I'm glad you did it on the 8th, because that's exactly what was needed to occur. Okay, because you have to prove what happened, you have to be able to duplicate it, then you have to be able to prove a positive lock test, and then you have to do a random sample test to make sure that you're not dealing with some other unknown issue, because you've already run across two big tanks that you've had to, literally blow off the line to get to the proper answer. And Chairman Hughes, I just want to make this point, Vice Chairman. If they hadn't found these errors, okay, then this would have been a major problem, okay? And as somebody who has lived through a major problem in Harris County, okay, this problem might have actually been as serious as the one that Harris County created, again, by lack of competence. In this case, there was a complete lack of transparency. I just want to leave one last question. Why is it taking us in a hearing all this? And why does the election administrator not tell these people the exact same story that we're hearing today, that hopefully we'll all hear tomorrow at 9 o'clock? I'm trying to understand where this communication problem is, because clearly there is one.
That's a great question, sir. We haven't had those communication difficulties. Every time that I've posed that question to Dallas County as to what transpired, they've very willingly provided that information and been very specific with the issues.
Are they not willingly providing that information to the other people involved?
I wasn't under the impression that that was not getting communicated. I mean, this was all done in a public setting at the Dallas County public test. So I don't know where that communication breakdown is, sir. I'm sorry. I think that's probably a question better directed to Dallas County.
Well, I will be happy whenever they show up at the next hearing. I'll ask them a question, but they've got a chance to actually do it right tomorrow, and I hope they do it. I hope they're listening now. But there should be there should be a maximum effort to make sure everybody's communicating with the same information. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Before I recognize Senator Parker, I want to, as you continue to help us with this, there were concerns about what election was loaded in for the test. We talked about BMW, then Olathe, Kansas. Help us understand that, what's customary. And then for tomorrow, is it our understanding that we will be doing the test, simulating the November 5th election that's coming up? Help us with that.
So I asked my team about this configuration tape, what was printed on this configuration tape. My understanding is that the equipment comes loaded with default information on there, and that information is not changed until you load the county election on there. I was told that some of the equipment that was used was equipment that has not been in circulation before. I know that the previous elections administrator there had purchased a surplus of equipment that they had been saving in case they needed it. They are now circulating. They do have that equipment in circulation, and some of it, I believe, is attributed to that. And so once an election is loaded onto the device itself, that any tapes that are printed from there will have the correct election information, and that can be validated tomorrow.
Is it best practice for an LNA, for a logic and accuracy test, and for the hash validation for the upcoming election to be loaded in? I'm asking. I don't
Yes,
know.
sir.
It would seem logical.
For all logic and accuracy tests, the upcoming election is loaded. There is no way to test it without that election on there, that election definition, as we refer to it. So that is exactly what you're doing, is you're testing the election, that the programming for that election for tabulation that's going to be on the equipment that's deployed.
Thank you, Senator Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Christina, thank you for all that you're doing. We appreciate you being so responsive to the party and all of us here on the dais. Just a few different things. One, as we're going back and forth, obviously, with Chairman Hughes with regard to what's going to happen tomorrow, again, we know it's going to be loading the election for November 5. These things have talked about. I know that when we concluded our call at the end of the day yesterday, you all were going back and forth, going to land the plane on a document that would effectively spell out all these parameters. I think the sooner we get that completed today and can share it with everybody so that we have a level set, I think it'll be very, very important. So that's the first request I have, is that we make sure that all these elements that have been questions earlier today and discussions from the dais are in fact documented before tomorrow's test. I think that's very important.
Yes, sir. And I will say the county did late last night submit their proposed agenda. I have my team reviewing it and the Attorney General's office reviewing it as well.
Great. And you guys have been on it. Like I said, that call was after hours, effective when we finished yesterday. So thank you for that. I also, with regard to the number of observers, and if I need to call Hyder myself later today, if Hyder's listening or his team, I'll do so. My view is this, just as already been articulated by Senator Bettencourt. This is about addressing all the concerns, all the communication issues. I want to make certain that we have an adequate number of people observing with all the expertise. You heard our colleagues talk about the fact that, everyone's got different discipline and different area of expertise. I think that number of observers for both Republicans and Democrats, let me be very clear, should be 5 to 6 on both sides. And that's what I would really ask Hyder and the folks in Dallas County to grant us tomorrow morning, so that we have no issues with folks that have competency and excellence in these areas to be a part of the test. So if you wouldn't mind conveying that to them in your communication with them later today, that would be great. This issue of the failure that would have occurred had it not been detected in this test, I'm delighted that we found it. I'm delighted that we're going to get to the bottom of that. I feel very good that we will. But I want to know fundamentally, let's go back to a root cause analysis. Why was that allowed to happen in the first place? Is our training, and I don't, at the county level, wherever the training deficiency is, there's an enormous training and diligence deficiency. And we need to identify that, not just for the election here on November 5, but for going forward, so that we don't have to reinvent the wheel every cycle with these kinds of concerns. So I don't know what we can do to document what best practices look like. I don't know what we can do. Certainly we can hold the elections administrators of the state accountable, but this training deficiency we've got to find a way to address. beyond just addressing this initial immediate Band-Aid that we're putting on for the election here November 5. And so I really would appreciate you and your office's feedback on how we should address that going forward, right? The other item, feel free to comment on all these things here in a minute if you want to say anything. I think with regard to the fact that we pulled these 7 machines of concern was very important. And I don't know what the mechanism and statute is that would allow for a third party to review it. But again, I think separate and apart from running a good LNA test, with these pieces of equipment that have been corralled, so to speak, is a term I'll use, I do think having a third party with great technical expertise review them would be in the best interest of the state, the best interest of Dallas County, and all of us that worry about ensuring the sanctity of the vote. And so I guess what I would say is I'd like to get your perspective on that as well. If there's somebody, some organization, I know there are organizations out there, but that could specifically look at this corralled piece of equipment. I know that won't happen tomorrow, but if the corralled, I'd like to understand for the future and this current election, what was there, if there was in fact anything of concern to the public at large. And again, at the end of the day, all that we're doing here is focused on restoring confidence, having an accurate test, so we have an accurate election. And so I just appreciate what you're doing and all the support that you're providing. And I want to thank Dallas County for giving us the test when we did not have legal recourse to demand it. They're respecting the request of the senators, and I'm very grateful for that. That's why it's so important we do it right, that we sign off in a documented fashion with regard to all the things we're going to test and what the measurements are for achievement of success, along with the fact that we have adequate representation in the room from Democrats as well as Republicans. So,
Yes, sir.
Any comment on any of that, Christina?
I think those are all great points, sir.
Okay.
And we will do our part to look into some of the things that you suggested right now. And I'm happy to work with you all going forward if there are necessary changes in the law needed to make some of those things happen.
Yeah, and again, that third-party piece, if we can have a third-party technical review, again, I don't think the state of Texas has the skill set, but if we can find, and the Secretary of State's office and the AG's office can sign off on some organization that does of merit, then I think that's in our best interest as well. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Paxton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for being here, Christine. Appreciate it. Did you have anything specific that you'd like to share about what happened in Collin County?
So unfortunately, I don't have all of the details about the Collin County situation yet. I was forwarded a report yesterday afternoon regarding the Collin County situation. I have my team looking at it today to see if there's anything there. My understanding is they may have had a hash validation issue that was similar to what occurred in Dallas County, where it may be that they were pulling the wrong hash when they were checking the equipment. But I don't have all the details on that yet. As soon as we do, I'd be happy to reach out to your office about that one.
I'd appreciate that. And do you have any expectation of being involved in making sure that's resolved?
We're happy to do whatever we can. Our problem right now is where we are on the calendar with respect to early voting starting on Monday. So my office will do whatever we can to help out in these situations. Again, I don't have all the details yet about the Collin County situation, but should be briefed on that as soon as we're done with the hearing today.
I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Can I add real fast on that? Do they have the same ENSS equipment at their?
They do have the same ESNS.
They could have easily pulled the same hashtag, issue on the wrong, basically on the wrong scanners, but that can claim what their problem is.
And I'll stress that this has already been suggested on our call yesterday and today on the dais that requirement of testing is important. That's been around for a little while, and it's an important reform, but we do need to come back and come up with a process for these tests to be conducted so that it's consistent, standardized, so that folks know what they're looking for and know what's going on. So thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Atkins?
No, and I just add that, now look, I just want to tell everybody in this room, this committee has passed some pretty groundbreaking election reform integrity work, including getting rid of a corrupt elections administrator, in my opinion. Well, I can say that now because actually one of their personnel actually was indicted, on a timesheet fraud scam. So this outfit here will do the right thing. And as long as you can come in and tell us what you've got, again, I don't know of another legislative body, Mr. Chairman, that would have jumped in on an issue like this to the level of this, but that's how critically important this chairman and this committee takes this voting issue, because you have to have confidence in the voting roll to start with, and then the ability to be able to count the votes. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Ms. A. We'll have you back shortly to talk about, and some other witnesses shortly to talk about some election-related matters. And so this is helpful. Everybody has a role in this process, so thank you. On the charge of how we handle runoffs, is there anybody else present wishing to testify on the charge about processes for runoffs? We're going to talk about elections more in just a moment, but on the runoff process, anybody else? We don't have any other witnesses registered on that. Very well. Then we'll close testimony on the runoff election process. Election audit reports. Again, this is election day. You know what I mean? And that's not a joke. You don't vote today, but this is a day we're considering a lot of important election matters. And so on election audit reports, the committee's been charged to evaluate the Secretary of State's election audit reports, make recommendations to secure our elections, and ensure counties are following the law. Ms. Atkins, you ready to come back? You're always ready. Come on back down. Thank you very much. Chair calls Christina Adkins, Elections Division Director, Secretary of State. And so introduce yourself, even though we know, and talk to us about the audit process, please.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, members, thank you again for inviting us here to talk about the audit process that our office is responsible for. My name is Christina Adkins. I'm the Director of Elections for the Elections Division at the Texas Secretary of State's office. What we're talking about when we speak about audits, under Senate Bill 1, there was a provision in Senate Bill 1 that requires the Secretary of State's office to perform randomized county audits, which means we select counties at random and we do a comprehensive analysis of the elections that occurred in that county in the previous 2 years. So we currently had we previously had 4 counties that we were auditing. We have completed that audit cycle. The 4 counties that we were auditing, it's 2 under 300,000 in population. That would be Eastland County and Guadalupe County, and 2 counties over 300,000 in population, which would be Guadalupe County and Cameron County. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Which would be Cameron County and Harris County, excuse me. We had, working on this audit, approximately 15 different auditors that worked on various components of all 4 of these different county audits. I'd like to remind everybody that we were looking backwards. So we were looking at the 2021-2022 election cycle in the audits that we performed. So earlier this year, we released it at the end of August, our comprehensive reports for all 4 of these counties. And I would like, if you don't mind, I would like to give you just a couple of observations from those reports.
Please.
So broadly, we identified among all 4 counties some areas of needed improvement. All of the counties, when we interviewed them, have done a pretty phenomenal job with contingency planning, thinking of potential incidents that might occur, looking at safety and security issues with respect to their county. And it's very clear that they have identified a lot of their local partners and have the right communications going on. What all 4 counties need, though, are more written plans. It's really important that your security plans that you have in place be written, because if for some reason an individual serving in an election official role is not available, you want that plan in place so that somebody else could take over operations should an emergency event occur. The other area, I think, across the board where we're seeing areas of some needed improvement is with respect to completion of polling place paperwork. All 4 counties, we noticed that there were some deficiencies in this area. Some counties were worse than others. But the paperwork in a polling location, the paperwork completed by your election judges and clerks, it tells the story of your election. That's how we're able to go back and validate what happened at that location. That's how we're able to reconcile that the number of voters that voted matches the number of ballots cast at that given location. And this is an area where I think we need some additional training. And it's not just training for county election officials, but training for poll workers in this particular area. Additionally, there were a couple of positive findings that we noticed here with this. In the election community, in all 4 of these counties, we have identified that there's a strong culture of self-improvement and self-auditing. A lot of the counties, in the course of doing the audit work, were able to show us improvements that they have made after each election. Many of the counties were looking to previous elections to look at what happened and see how can they improve things and make them better. I'll give you some specific examples about that in a moment, but that was definitely something that was very encouraging. I think we have a lot of new individuals in the election community right now. There's been quite a bit of turnover among our election officials. And what it identified to me is that we need to have strong training available for our county election officials, because there is definitely a desire on the part of our counties to get things right. They just need the tools and they need the information in order to do that. Another area that I'd like to identify where we noticed some promising steps was with respect to the completion of list maintenance activities. In this audit, we reviewed the list maintenance activities of all 4 of these counties in that 2-year period, 2021 to 2022, and saw substantial improvements over the course of the audit. I believe those improvements can be attributed not necessarily to the fact that they were being audited, but to some other legislation. Senate Bill 1113, one of Senator Betancourt's bills, gave us the ability to monitor county actions with respect to list maintenance, and it gave us some limited enforcement authority, which shows me that when we have the ability to hold individuals accountable for the actions that they're taking with respect to their legal obligations, we do see increased and improved performance in this area. So we definitely saw an improvement in all counties in this particular area. And again, while I think being audited does contribute to that, I think it primarily had to do with that legislation that gives us the ability to monitor their activities. Talking specifically about the counties, I'll start with the smallest county and work my way up to the largest county. So we'll start with Eastland County. Eastland County is the smallest county that we for which we performed an audit. And there were 2 notable things there. One of the things that Eastland has some challenges with is respect to storage and maintenance of election records. They don't have a dedicated storage facility just for elections. So this means their election records are stored in a location that has other county records. And from a security perspective, I think that it's necessary that elections be segmented away from some of the other county record keeping for safety and security and maintaining accuracy of those records. In addition to that, the storage facility they had some facility issues. They had some water leaks that had damaged some records, and so that impacted mildly the audit process, but I think is a bigger concern because should those problems get bigger, it could impact the ability to go back and look at elections and validate and perform subsequent audits. I mentioned before that we're seeing a strong culture of self-auditing among our counties, and Eastland County is the one I'd like specifically to recognize in this area. It was interesting to look at the paperwork from 2021 to 2022, specifically with respect to chain of custody. We did observe, just looking at their paperwork, that Eastland County, I think as we've been talking more and more about chain of custody as an election community, continued to revise their chain of custody forms to add more detail, to add more specificity. And I can see that evolution of that form through their 21 and 2022 elections until they made it a very comprehensive form that is really tracking all of the important essentials, right down to the serial numbers of the equipment that's being issued to a polling location. And so that was definitely very promising. We hope they continue to work on that process to continue to define and put detail into their election paperwork. Guadalupe County was the next county that I'll be covering. In population, it's next in order. Guadalupe County has extensive policies and procedures for internal operations in their county. They have an operations binder. Everybody in the county, everybody in that election office knows the operations. They know what everybody else does. They know how to do everybody else's job. And from a redundancy perspective and a security perspective, that's a very important piece. And Guadalupe County has done a very good job of that. 2 notable things that Guadalupe County is doing is they recognize that we have voter confidence issues in our world right now. And they want to do more to bridge the gap between the voters in their community and the election process. They have created something called a Citizens Election Academy that they modeled after the Citizens Police Academies that are out there. And they have several classes that they do throughout the year where they bring people from the community into this program and teach them about the election process, They've invited party officials. They've invited some of their critics. They have invited county employees, too, that need to learn more about the election process to better support elections into it, and it has been very successful. Guadalupe County has also, I think, in reviewing their paperwork and in the course of being audited, identified that they need to work on polling place issues and paperwork issues. They created a separate training on election forms. It was piloted for an election where the judges and clerks could come in on an optional basis to review form paperwork, fill out sample forms, and then have that with them in a polling location. A lot of counties are now implementing similar trainings because of the success that Guadalupe County has had there. Moving on to Cameron County. Cameron County's strongest points were with respect to their physical and cybersecurity. This is a county that truly, truly, truly has internalized what it means to be secure in their election process and procedure. They've also been very successful in utilizing federal grants to make up for gaps in funding that they identified in order to make their facilities secure, both from the physical perspective and the cybersecurity perspective. They also have one of the strongest election worker training programs and retention of workers that we've seen in the counties that we've reviewed. One issue with Cameron County that we do need to identify is we did find one specific problem that is worth noting. After the 2021 legislative session with Senate Bill 1, one of the things that we implemented across the state was a corrective action process for mail ballots, and we made our ballot by mail tracker more extensive. For that March 2022 election, information from Cameron County, when we were reviewing it, we were able to identify was not coming to the state, which meant that voters were not able to use that ballot by mail tracker to correct some of these issues. It was a one election problem. They identified that issue, quickly remediated it, and have not seen issues since that time. But that was something notable that we were not aware of during the 2022 election itself that I think is important that we address. Moving on to Harris County. As you may know, we issued preliminary findings with respect to Harris County, looking specifically at their November 2022 election. This is an election that had a lot of attention on it because of lots of allegations with respect to polling place issues that occurred during Election Day on November 2022. The benefit of doing a comprehensive audit, which is what we've done with Harris County, we looked first at 2022, and then we looked at all elections in the 2021-2022 election cycle, is that we were able to identify some bigger issues that we believe contributed to the problems in November of 2022. In May of 2021, Harris County acquired a new voting system. They moved from paperless DREs to a paper-based system, which now means election workers are having to deal with paper ballots. They're having to deal with new equipment in a polling location, new procedures, new paperwork. It's new from start to finish, the opening and closing procedures in a polling place with this different paperwork and equipment. What we were also able to determine in reviewing county records is that when they made this big transition, they did not require that their election judges and clerk come into the office for hands-on training on the new equipment. That, we think, had a significant impact on their election success thereafter. We know about some of the issues in November of 2022, but what I'd like to do is walk you through some of the things that we think happened in previous elections prior to 2022 that relate back to this training issue. In November of 2021, that constitutional amendment election, this would be the first big election that they had after they transitioned to new equipment. When we were reviewing technical tickets, looking at problems that were reported to the county and the resolution of those problems, and looking at some of the call logs that they have from the judges and clerks that report issues to the county, we identified that in that November constitutional amendment election, there were 26 polling locations that we identified that had a gap of voting of 1 hour or more within the polling location. The technical reports for these locations indicated that 23 of those were issues due to equipment malfunctions, which again, if you're not trained on the equipment, there's more likely to be issues in a polling location that are hard to resolve. In fact, 17 of these polling locations that I've previously identified reported the first voter check-in at least an hour after the polls should have opened. And 9 of the locations experienced a gap in voting during the day due to equipment issues. For those individuals that work elections, they know that that first hour of the day is maybe the most critical hour. That sets the tone for the rest of your election. It can it can do wonders to promote confidence when you start strong and make voting opportunities available at the scheduled time as required by law. So I think that these difficulties that they experienced in November, difficulties opening the polling place, which could be attributed to lack of instruction on how to use the equipment, escalated throughout that day. Now, we didn't, at our office, did not have complaints or reports of these issues, so this was a surprise to us when we were identifying their internal records and identified these gaps. Moving on to the March 1st, 2022 primary. Between November and March, the county still did not make modifications to their training program to require workers to come in and be trained on the use of the equipment. So there are workers that were working this March election that had never worked with this equipment and technology before. In the March primary election, we identified 33 locations that had gaps of voting of 1 hour or more in the check-in process. 25 of these locations were due to equipment malfunctions, 1 was due to untimely delivery of equipment, and 7 were requests for missing or additional ballot paper. Again, the issues identified resulted in 19 locations not receiving their first voter check-in until at least an hour or more after the time the polls were scheduled to open. So again, this pattern is repeating itself. Difficulties open the polls, polling place closures in the county. Again, things that we believe could have been remediated with proper training. There were 2 other things that are notable about that March primary. The equipment issues, I believe, were exacerbated in that election compared to November because the county had a 2-page ballot. That was creating a lot of paper jams. Again, if you're unfamiliar with the equipment and don't know how to resolve these technical issues, that could create problems. Additionally, this was the first election for which counties were utilizing our new reconciliation form. This was a statutory requirement that came out of Senate Bill 1. This reconciliation form is posted on a county website every night, or at the end of election night and again after the canvass. And it's designed to show whether the number of voters that voted in that election reconcile with the number of ballots cast. And this was our first election for which the reconciliation form was used. We have seen substantial improvement across the state in counties utilizing this paperwork, understanding it, and closing the gap between voter check-ins and ballots cast, making sure that their elections are tighter and more accurate. We did take the time after this election to review reconciliation forms for a lot of our larger counties just to see how the implementation of this new law was going. Outside of the audit period, outside of this audit, just in our obligations as Secretary of State's office at the time, we did look at the Harris County form in March of 2022, and we noticed that there was a 10,000 vote discrepancy between the number of voters that voted and the number of ballots cast. We did question the county on that because while there are normal discrepancies that can often be accounted for and explained for with proper paperwork, this is something that happens in the election process, I had never seen a gap that was that large, nor was it consistent with what I was seeing in any of the other counties for which we were reviewing reconciliation forms. The county did some research on that and was able to identify that when they were doing their accumulating of votes, so they had done all of the counting on the different scanning devices, but when they were pulling all the votes together to create that final report, they forgot to read one of the thumb drives in, and that created that deficiency there. They forgot to read one of the thumb drives from the scanners that had all of the vote tabulations on it for the scanners that had run, or the ballots that had run through that scanner. So the ballots were counted, they just weren't properly reported. Moving on to the May 2024 primary runoff election, this was the election that had the least amount of equipment issues, but there were still notable issues for a small election. 9 locations were identified with a gap of voting of 1 hour and more. 7 of those locations were for the Democratic primary, 2 were for the Republican primary runoff. And then finally, that brings us to the November 8th, 2022 election, for which we have released, separate from the comprehensive report, a report specifically about that November election. As we cited in that report, we had a number of locations, about 38 locations that we initially identified that had gaps in voting. Upon further review, we identified 21 locations in total that had significant gaps of voting of 1 hour or more. 14 of those locations had equipment malfunctions. 7 of the remaining 7, 4 did not have appropriate equipment delivered in a timely manner. 3 did not have ballot paper delivered in time to properly set up the polling location prior to 7 a.m. Additionally, of those 21 locations that were identified as having gaps in voter check-ins, at least 4 of those locations reported paper shortages that directly coincided with the gaps of voter during that voter check-in process. So we know it was attributable to not having the right supplies. I do want to emphasize that we wanted to find something technical that we could base this analysis on, which is why we settled on this time period of 1 hour or more, because that's a substantial delay and a substantial disruption to the voting process. We believe from just reviewing the technical tickets and looking at the data that there may have been more locations, but they were able to recover either from getting paper from additional locations or the county making a supply of paper to that location. So it would not have been reflected in this number because we were looking at a larger gap. Additionally, with this particular location, I think it's important to note one of the other deficiencies that we identified is some of these supply issues could have been prevented. The county came up with calculations on how to distribute ballot paper to each polling location. State law provides very specific guidance on how to do this, and the county did not comply with the provision in law that dictates how this is done. Alternatively, the county presented to us their own formula that was used for ballot paper for distributions, and by their own formula, they still didn't meet their own formula. We identified locations that were shorted with paper, even based on their own calculations. As was stated earlier, there have been significant changes in Harris County since that time. In September of 2023, September 1 of 2023, the Office of the Elections Administrator was abolished, and those election duties were transferred back to the county clerk, and the voter registration duties were transferred back to the tax assessor collector within the county. I will note that beginning right after that happened, I think the day it happened, we received a call from the county clerk soliciting assistance from our office and soliciting information from our office, wanting us to help review their training materials, inviting us into the election process and asking for us to be present through all major activities involved in the election from start to finish. We have been working with the county pretty regularly during this time. We've had a lot of eyes on Harris County, and they have been welcomed in. The county has been very receptive to our guidance, our suggestions, and our physical presence in their election offices and polling locations. Since that time, the county has conducted, I believe, 6 elections, and we have not had reports or complaints identifying any of these issues since that time. And I'd be happy to answer any other questions you all have about the audit process.
Thank you so much, Senator Paxton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and
yes, ma'am.
Thank you for coming back up.
Of course.
I had a couple questions as I was thinking about the audit process. One of the things that's been communicated to me from some of my more rural counties, so I've got Collin County, which is the bulk of my district, but I also have Rains and Hunt counties. And it is with regard to polling locations. So as I understand it, the number of polling locations is based on population.
Yes, ma'am.
And then there are certain requirements around, what sorts of specifications they have to meet to be a polling location and that sort of thing. But the issue that was brought up to me in some of these more rural areas is that just because the population is more or less condensed into the few cities in the bigger county, that the polling locations that actually fit the requirements end up being really close together. So literally, as one person mentioned to me, they said, we can see. I work in one of the polling locations, and she said, I can see the other one from the parking lot. And so technically, I guess they had to have 2, but they're across the street from each other practically, right? And I think the idea is, of course, that based on the population, we want them spread out and that sort of thing. But I also hear what they're saying. There aren't other locations that meet the requirements to be a polling location. And so I was kind of curious. This is one of those things where, it ends up being form over substance in actual practice. And if you've run into that in any of the audits that you've done with any of the other counties, and if you had any suggestions around that, because, what ends up happening then is they've got 2 polling locations practically across the street from each other, and they have to have twice as many workers and all of those things. you're spending twice as much money, and it really isn't accomplishing something that's actually making a difference. So I was just curious if you've run into that in other places, and if you had any thoughts on how we might adjust for that. I think I'm sure in the very large districts there are similar issues for different reasons, but.
Yes, ma'am. That's an issue even outside of the audits that we hear a lot of concern from our counties on due to the increased costs of having to have polling locations so close together. I think specifically looking at Eastland County, we did go out and look at a lot of their polling locations. And we did identify, some potential issues with some of their polling locations too, because of that requirement that they have locations in certain places, and they're limited in the buildings that they can use. They had some problems with ADA accessibility.
Right.
And so I think sometimes it's important to look at how that polling place is serving the community. And again, cost savings for the counties, if you've got a polling location that's across the street from another one, in most situations, finding a legal mechanism to combine those locations may better serve the voters because you can utilize a polling location that has better accessibility, better parking, maybe better equipped to handle the long lines or maybe not long lines, just the lines that come with voters showing up at a location.
Well, and you're meeting the letter of the law.
Absolutely.
But the spirit of the law is different than that. And
Yes, ma'am.
I just wonder if we might need to look at some flexibility in addressing those things for some of maybe the more rural counties where they just have different challenges.
Yes, ma'am. I agree.
And so again, they're following the letter of the law, but it really isn't accomplishing anything except for costing more.
Yes, ma'am. I would definitely say that's something that we've observed, again, not just through the audit process, but just anecdotally and talking to our counties and the challenges that they're facing.
I would love to work with you on any ways we might address that so that we come up with some effective solutions that are cost effective and then also effective in accomplishing the spirit of the law.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. We're happy to help.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Bettencourt.
Thank you for your testimony. I do want to expand on some of the remarks because I think it's important. First off, on the 10,000 missing votes in the primary of 2022, there was actually a court case that was decided that week that the then elections administrator went in and swore to the judge that she had counted all the votes. Mm-hmm. And the judge miraculously signed off on the case the next day. And then when those votes were found, she issued a press release at 10:30 after the nightly newscasts on Saturday night saying, oops, we found 10,000 votes. Happened to be 6,000 Democrat votes, 4,000 Republicans. So I just want to make sure the record knows that this was not something that was done by the disclosure of it was certainly done post facto and after a court case. Now, that led to a firestorm of complaints by election judges of both parties, and that election administrator resigned in place by video on that next commissioner's court meeting 3 days later. You mentioned another point, that the ballots, about ballot paper, which I think is very important. You said that you didn't track how many people election judges borrowed from their others. That was a tremendous amount of borrowing going on because the person assigned that job, who has now a indictment, because that person was working 2 jobs and not showing up at the county because he was working remote, working for another company full-time, decided that the polls should get 600 sheets, almost all of them, except that those were 2 sheets per voter. So many polls, in fact, were given only 300 actual ballot completions. And so these election judges were literally on the phone calling each other, desperately trying to get ballot paper because the former elections administrator decided that they were not going to respond to any complaints until finally 3 p.m. when they finally decided to send out supply teams. And some of those supply teams took till 9 o'clock to get to their polls, 2 hours after 1 hour after the polls were open. And so I just want to make sure, Christina, that those facts are making sure here, because I don't want to diminish the problems that the election judges had to plow through. and that did lead to one indictment of an elections official. And I believe to this day, Harris County is the only major county in America that has an election contest that was actually granted and a new election ordered for this coming May of a contested election. True?
That I'm aware of, yes, sir.
Right. So it was pretty horrible by any definition, which is why there is no longer an election administrator. And I want everybody to remember that if bad performance occurs, the same solution is out there, which is election administrators weren't the original choice in the, in Texas. Elected officials were. Now, this brings me to a point, because you did mention it, but it ties to one thing you did mention. You mentioned that Senate Bill 1113 tied performance with funding.
Yes, sir.
So if performance is tied to funding, shocking, performance went up.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Substantially.
Substantially, like, maybe an order of magnitude better performance. And in fact, have you had to cut off any Chapter 19 funds at this point because people have decided not to perform?
At this point, sir, we haven't had the need to, though we have
Had
told
threatened it?
people that this
Yes.
is a possibility and reminded them.
And did they get religion at that point in time and decide to do their job?
Yes, sir. Substantial improvement.
This goes to a point, Mr. Chairman, that when we tie performance to funding in elections, good things happen. Okay. Now, the other thing that we tied, when Senate Bill 1750 removed the now corrupt Elections Administration Office, place of elected officials, you're absolutely correct. They have gone to great lengths to contact Secretary of State to make sure their processes are good. But it helped having an elected county clerk that actually had experience as a election, administrator or as a certainly official. But there was another bill, 1933, because they have oversight over Harris County, and complaints from 5 different sources can actually go to the Secretary of State. And amazingly, however, because that oversight exists, nobody wants to make there's a tremendous amount of effort to make sure there are no complaints. Is that a kind of a causality we can agree with?
Yes, sir. What I would say is that there hasn't been a need to formally go into that process because the county informally invited us in so directly.
So I submit, Mr. Chairman, that when we tie work performed to funding, when we tie oversight to elections, when we tie good processes, as you mentioned before, training, best practices, and we tie that all together, we get a nice, much nicer bow out of it, okay, than we do when we were letting all this stuff go open loop. Because it sounds like a lot of what's happened in Dallas is a complete lack of communication. Let's hope, because if they had gone with that without that problem being checked at logic test, they'd have the same result that Harris County did. There'd be people saying eliminate the Elections Administration Office and replace it, and I might have even carried that bill, okay, because that's how strongly I believe in making sure that we do this right. But there's some really important things that are in here, which is money for performance and audit to be able to check, and also having oversight to where people want to respond and do the right thing. And more importantly, Mr. Chairman, we do have even a better audit bill, okay, that was on the House docket for the last day, that we will bring back again, because I think the better that we do our audits, the more important that the results become even clearer. And I got one last question: if somebody fails an audit, should we automatically assume they should be audited the next year?
I will say that's one thing that my entire team, I think, expressed an interest in knowing whether these counties are implementing the recommendations that we've made. And so, I don't know if that's allowing for continuous monitoring or if it's changing the audit period so that it's 1 year looking back and 1 year looking forward. I'm not sure what the right way to do that is. I think that's a policy decision. But I do think that there may be some benefit to working with our counties after an initial round of audits has been conducted so that we can ensure legal compliance is maintained and improved upon.
Because what gets measured gets fixed. Chairman's prerogative. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Recognize the Dean of the Senate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Atkins, are there any requirements that election administrators report difficulties such as in opening or equipment failures to the Secretary of State?
We don't have the mandatory reporting that I think people would envision. There are maybe some limited things that they have to tell us with respect to their election technology and equipment, but late openings, things like that, no, ma'am. There's no requirements to report those.
Thank you. Did your audit include an assessment of accessibility for persons with disabilities?
Broadly, that's an area that we'd like to do a little bit more in. We'd like to do a little bit more training with our auditors on that area so that we can do a little bit more to assess accessibility.
And you touched on it, but my question specifically is, when you identify a deficiency, for example, Guadalupe County had glowing reports, but they need more cybersecurity training.
Yes, ma'am.
What system is there to follow up to ensure that they correct those deficiencies?
We have another program at the Secretary of State's office. We now have, we call them our election security trainers. Most of these individuals are former election officials that have started to work for the state to provide training on election process and procedure with a specific eye towards security. So we try to make sure that our election trainers are available to help those counties that need a little bit of extra help and support in getting up to speed in that area. We also have templates that we created that are specific to elections when it comes to cybersecurity. So we have written documentation that they can use as the basis for county-specific documentation, and we've done quite a bit of on-site training with counties on completing these security plans.
Thank you. You gave us specifics about the different audits, but are there any broad generalizations that you developed from the 4 audits that we can use as best practices or lessons to be learned?
Yes, ma'am, that's a great question. I think broadly speaking, I would say there's 3 things that stand out. First and foremost is the security. I think better written documentation on security is absolutely critical because it means if something happens to that election official, the election can keep happening. And so I think that's something that I noticed across the board. The second thing that I would say is improved training perhaps for election workers on forms, on completion of paperwork. Again, your paperwork tells the story of your election. That's how we can validate that the election was run accurately and correctly. And then the third thing that I would say, I haven't really touched on this yet, but the way our voter registration system works in Texas is the state is required to maintain a voter registration system, a voter registration database for the entire state. There are a number of counties that use what we call offline vendors. They have their own third-party vendor. They send data to the state on a daily basis and then monthly do a full sync of their database. If you look county by county at the different reports, if it's an offline county, it is almost impossible to do a true reconciliation between the databases. It's very difficult for us to do that. We notice small discrepancies, not major discrepancies, small discrepancies that can come from syncing issues, not making sure, where some of the records may be missing some data, like a middle name. Those discrepancies make a difference when it comes to matching data for list maintenance purposes. So that's an issue that I think creates a lot of challenges. And I think even beyond that, with respect to list maintenance itself, with the monitoring from Senate Bill 1113, if it's an offline county, I can't see everything that they're doing to comply with the requirements to investigate potential matches for list maintenance purposes. I can see if a voter was canceled, but I can't see what they did to get there. For our online counties, I can see all of it. I can see if they generate a notice, if they print a notice to mail to a voter, I can see all of that. I can't for our offline counties, so it has made monitoring of those counties very, very difficult.
Thank you. Our charge is to make recommendations to secure our elections and ensure counties follow the law. At this point, based on your audits, do you have any recommendations for us to consider in developing that report?
I think specific to the audits themselves, ma'am, I think one of the things that's been brought up is considering the importance of ensuring that legal compliance is happening. So I think really looking at that audit period or looking at allowing for continuous monitoring would help us have a lot more confidence that the recommendations we're making are being made. That's the number one thing I would recommend with respect to audits themselves. And I think there's a number of ways that can be accomplished, but I do think something that allows for some ongoing monitoring and support from our office to the counties.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Ms. Atkins, let me ask you one more thing, and I would apologize for jumping around, but you can handle it. You know these things so well, but I will apologize for jumping around. A matter that came up during the previous panel, Ms. Shelton and Dr. Presley both raised an issue that you and I had discussed, I think, on a Zoom yesterday, and that's this question about the poll watchers' ability, their authority to watch that ballot all the way through the process. My understanding is that, Secretary of State, that you agree with our reading of that Senate Bill 1, that's and the related statutes, that that's what the law requires. Some counties are not doing that.
Yes,
Help
sir.
us understand what you're doing about that, and if you're okay with what the other counties are doing. Help us understand that. We're going to need to tighten up that statute, it sounds
Yes,
like,
sir.
next session. But tell us what's going on with that, about the, particularly for early voting, but for the
Yes,
whole
sir.
process, the poll watchers' ability, their authority to follow that ballot all the way through the process.
Yes, sir. I think that I've been very clear with our counties that the whole purpose behind that change in the law and making that more clear and trying to spell that out was because we're trying to promote transparency and accountability. And even if the law may not be quite as tight as we want it to be in that area, I don't see any reason why counties shouldn't voluntarily allow those poll watchers in to watch ballots be stored, to put them in the storage facilities. I know many counties have expressed concerns that some of the poll watchers, that they've had some difficulties with poll watchers in this area. The problem that we've had in our office is, while we have made that very clear that that's what our desire is and that's what we want our counties to do, we've had a number of county attorneys that have told me that, you know, the law doesn't quite go far enough there and doesn't quite go all the way. Again, I think it would be very helpful if we can tighten that up a little bit, because our position is that poll watchers need that access. It's a transparency and accountability measure.
Oh, that makes sense. And so that we're clear, is there a waiver from your office telling counties they don't have to do that?
No, sir.
Or do we have some counties just disagreeing with your interpretation?
No, sir. Quite the
Help us out.
opposite. I believe me, if I could mandate this, if I had a way of making our counties allow individuals that have this vested interest in the transparency components of our election to have full transparency in that area, I would. But again, I've met some challenges with some individuals in some counties where, you know, as I said, I think we could just make it a little bit tighter to make sure that the law is clear in that area. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. And we'll be visiting with you again later.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Atkins on this topic? Senator Middleton.
Just a quick one. Appreciate it, Chairman. And thank you, Christina, for being here today. I noticed in the report, and you just kind of went through this is highlighted in the Harris County audit about how you said the state has limited insight into county list maintenance activities for counties using third-party systems, and essentially the tracking is not available to the state, and in most cases only the final outcomes of the investigations related to voter eligibility show up in the state system. So here's something that I've been looking at a while, and you know, they've got 254 counties, and back when I was in the House, I proposed legislation to do this, make the SOS the voter registrar for the whole state. Now, that doesn't mean we're getting rid of volunteer deputy registrars that are operating in a community or in a county or a city, but essentially it would require all the registration to come through the SOS's office. Would that make kind of the other topic too? I mean, it's hard not to cover both of these.
Sure.
Easier and obviously more rapid for us to make sure that, you know, these are only legally qualified, eligible citizen voters, you know, statewide voter database.
Yes, sir. I think it's really important that for everybody to understand that right now, voter registration falls on the county. That is a county responsibility under the law. It is not something that our office takes an active role in, because by law, those responsibilities lie locally, particularly when it comes to list maintenance, as you indicated from what you were reading in the report. With list maintenance, I can provide data to counties, but I can't mandate that they act on that data. I can't, in some cases, even see what they're doing locally with that data. Again, all I know is what's reported back to me. So I think that if there's a strong desire for the state to take a more active role, I think specifically with respect to list maintenance, there may be some considerations. There may be some things to consider with respect to changing some of those responsibilities.
And really, I mean, the goal with that is speed, where we can catch problems nearly all of the time, but sometimes it's way after the fact, right?
Yes, sir.
So speed matters a lot in our election laws, and, the challenge timelines are very short, with elections. And in other words, I'm curious if you think just generally that would speed up this process for list maintenance, if the SOS was the official voter registrar for the whole state. It wouldn't.
I would say I think there's ways to centralize some of those responsibilities. I don't know if it means making the SOS the registrar for the entire state, because there's a lot of things locally, receiving applications locally, processing them, where there may be benefit to having the local officials that have the ability to do that. But I do think that there are some things, sir, that, again, if we want more accountability and we want more responsibility put on the state, I think moving some of those responsibilities to the state could help that. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Senator. And on that, I bet we may talk about list maintenance some more a little bit later. But
yes, sir.
And we thank you for walking us through the process. I recall, and this may have been in Senate Bill 1, but it was in 2021, where there was some teeth added so that if a county refused to respond to a list maintenance concern, that is someone on the voter rolls that didn't look from your office like they ought to be on there, or at least there was a question, when that's passed on to the county, if the county does not follow up, is there a way that the Secretary of State's office can withhold funds? Refresh
Yes,
our memory
sir.
on that a little bit.
Yes, sir. And I made reference to that at Senator Betancourt's Senate Bill 1113. It was a standalone bill, but it's a bill that did give us monitoring responsibilities, but it also paired it with enforcement responsibilities or abilities, I should say. So having the ability to have a little bit more teeth to that statute, I think, has gone a long way in pushing the state towards full compliance.
And so along those lines, the process now would be, and this may come up later, but while we're on it, the process would be, you correct me on this, a problem arises. Someone shows up at jury duty and says, I'm not a citizen, or we get information someone has moved out of the state, or whatever other reason, but they're on the voter rolls. So then when that happens, SOS then contacts the county. Take it from there.
Yes, sir.
SOS gets information.
So
that
we
there's
get
a concern.
information.
What do you do?
Yes, sir. So there are certain data sources that come directly to us. We'll say deceased data, for example. We get information from Bureau of Vital Statistics. That data comes to us. Again, non-citizen data, certain different categories. In almost every circumstance, we can't act on it. We have to provide it to the counties, and the counties are responsible for taking action. We do have some limited authority with deceased voters, certain categories, where it's what we call a strong match. So it's matching on all the important personally identifiable information, Social Security number, driver's license, date of birth. We can do some cancellations at the state office, but that is in very narrow, limited circumstances. Almost everything else goes through us to the county, and the counties have the responsibility to act on it.
Okay. And so by act on it, that means they have to, you flag it in the system and they must do something.
Yes, sir.
What does that look like?
Sure. Typically, the response when data is sent to a county of a potential match for list maintenance purposes, that county has to perform their own investigation, is what the law says. They're sent out, or the county will do a little bit more work, a little bit more research on it. Sometimes if they get information, for example, on deceased voters in small counties in particular, they may have already had notice from a family that somebody's deceased. They may be looking at the obituaries in their paper and may be able to act on it on their own. In almost every circumstance, though, the county is required to send a notice to a voter to give the voter the opportunity to respond or correct the information. And then if the voter doesn't respond, then that registration will get canceled.
And so from the Secretary of State's office, so you get the information, you raise the issue with the county, then what's the next step? Do we give them a little time to deal with it? Do we, from the SOS
Yes, sir.
relative to the county, tell us what happens, and if we're ever able to use the authority to
Yes, sir.
withhold funding? Because again, we want to make the law better. We want to understand how the process
Yes, sir,
works.
absolutely. So we have individuals in our office. I've got 25 people that now work in our office. That number went from 10 to 25 based off of legislative funding. So thank you all for that. Those individuals perform day-to-day monitoring and support activities for our county election officials with respect to our voter registration system, what we call the team system. You know, we went from a 25 to 1 ratio, 25 counties to 1 person ratio. Now we're down to about 10 counties per individual. And so we provide customized support for the county election officials. Those folks get to know the data within that county. They look and review at the tasks and matches that are sent to them. They're looking to see if there was follow-up done. They're picking up the phone and calling the county and offering assistance to make sure they know from the technical perspective how to process certain things, how things need to be coded in our system. Because again, if they're taking action locally, we need to make sure the state system reflects that. And so we have individuals that work with our counties to provide that support. I would love to have more individuals in that area, because what we have found is these are not technical support individuals. These individuals perform a high level of data analysis. They know our technical system, but they also review data and work directly with those counties to make sure that they know how to proceed with the data that they have. It's pretty high level work that this team does.
Since Senate Bill 1113, have we had a situation where a county refuses to cooperate with us in dealing with a flagged voter?
Not since we've been able to withhold their Chapter 19 funding.
Good.
We have had a number of counties where we have had to remind them of that fact, that we can withhold their funding, and that typically, yes, sir, it does. Yes, sir. People tend to move a little bit more quickly, and they tend to answer our phone calls a little bit more vigorously at that point.
Good. Good. So that
It
bill
has-
is working as intended.
Yes, sir. It's been very successful, I would say.
And you mentioned before about this. I recognize that the people of Texas act through the legislature. We make the laws, and then the executive branch executes those laws. From your perspective, could you use some more enforcement power, some more people, some more? Are you able to run those down like you'd like to? What can we do to help on that?
I think what I would say there, sir, is that, you know, we did receive, additional employees, and that's been a great help to get us to get us to where we are, which is good. And I'm very, very appreciative of that. I want to be great. And I think that there's always more we can do in this area. And so I think additional resources, additional individuals that can help us with this high level work, I think would go a long way to make sure that we're narrowing that gap with respect to list maintenance. I would also say on that, you know, we are in the middle of building our new system, our new team system, we call it, our voter registration system, which is actually more than that now. It's a full-on election management system. We're rolling that system out next year. You know, we do anticipate some increased costs and some increased responsibilities that go along with this newer system. We think more of those counties that are offline counties are going to come online to our team system. So we want to make sure that we can provide the quality support that we need for those counties and all of those additional users that we're going to be getting. And so I would say, yes, sir, I think we could always use more resources in that area to better support what's happening locally.
Okay, thank you. And when those counties come online,
Yes, sir.
we're able to more closely follow the specific steps they're taking to investigate those concerns about voters that maybe shouldn't be on the rolls. Is that right?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Very good. Very good. Thank you. Senator Paxton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you were talking about voter registration rolls, I was reminded again that a little earlier this year, of my 4 kids are all grown. 3 of them live out of state now. Our oldest has lived out of state and is a registered voter in another state since 2015, and I continue to get a voter registration card for him at our home address. And I'm just curious, I mean, with the mobility of folks moving in and out, and why is that?
Great question. So that particular point, ma'am, that you're bringing up there is something that we've spent a lot of time thinking about. We do live in a world where people are moving and moving across state lines more frequently.
But this was like 9 years ago.
Yes, so that I can't really speak to. I think we need to talk to your county voter registrar about that.
Okay.
To see kind of what actions were taken or what he became aware of. You know, what data was given to him that he could have used to act on that. I would say, you know, I may not be able to fix some of those issues looking backwards, but we can definitely do things moving forward so that we eliminate that possibility, that we prevent that from happening where somebody stays on the books longer than they should because they've moved, because they're deceased. This is that particular issue right there.
Moved.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to imply otherwise. But I think on this particular issue, we've actually been working with DPS on this, that they may have some data sets that are available to us that we can really utilize in a very strong, positive way to try to prevent that situation where somebody may have moved and they stay on the books longer than necessary.
Do the states communicate with each other?
Yes. We actually get information on a daily basis from a number of states. We've got a lot of informal, and we're working on even some more formalized agreements between states where if somebody registers in another state, we have some states that very routinely, when they identify that somebody was registered in Texas, because they put that on their application, they'll send that information to us so we can proceed with a potential cancellation there. We, again, are looking at some government sources, some data sources through things like DPS, where it's very strongly validated data that we can utilize to kind of help this process. Also looking at some formal MOUs with some of our surrounding states and states where we see a strong Texas pipeline, where we see residents going back and forth to try to make sure that we're getting that data more quickly so that we can act on it more quickly.
And maybe before Christmas, I'll ask him if he's really a registered voter.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks, Senator Paxton. So, Ms. Atkins, thank you. We'll see you in a few minutes. Thank
All
you
right.
so much.
Thank you.
And on election audit reports, we'll open public testimony now, and the chair is pleased to again call Bill Sargent. Come on back, take your spot. Well, did you register? I thought we had you on audits as well. No? Never mind. We'll have you shortly. Sorry. You're always welcome to come up, though. Thanks. Thanks. The chair calls Andrew Eller, Rhonda Ward, Donna Shelton, Mike Slayton. So you guys come on back on the topic of election audits. Want to hear from you.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator.
I'd like to officially thank all the witnesses who have observed their time limits today. And if the rest of the witnesses will do so, maybe we'll get home before dinner tonight.
That's exactly right. Thank you so much. So, Mr. Slayton, are you coming back up on this one, or we may have had you on the wrong one? Do you want to talk about the audits too, or no? I'm asking Mike. Mike Slayton? Okay, very good. Okay. And then, Mr. Brewster, you want to come up on audits? Okay, Mike Brewster. And then, also, is Susan Valiant here? Is Miss Susan? Okay, very well. Thank you. Please come on down. You guys take those spots. Are you good to take? Okay, and I'll be right back.
All right, thank you for being here, and if you'll state your name and who you represent for the record, and would love to hear your testimony.
Okay, my name is Andrew Eller, and I'm the State Republican Executive Committee Man for Senate District 24. I'm also the Vice Chair of the Republican Party of Texas Election Integrity Committee, and I'm testifying on behalf of those groups. Just real quickly, the election audit reports, I think they're a great system, and we in the party actually totally agree with them. There are a couple of recommendations we'd like to make. The first one is to take it from a two-tier system to a three-tiered system. Instead of doing 4 counties, doing 6 counties. 2 counties over 500,000, two counties between 100 and 500,000, and 2 counties under 100,000. We think that would just add a little bit more to it. In addition to that, instead of taking 24 months to get the audit reports out, we'd like to see them in 12 months. And then once the audit reports come out, having the Secretary of State follow up within 12 months, similar to what happens in businesses when audits are done. There's a follow-up to make sure corrective actions and actions are closed, deficiencies are closed, recommendations are taken into account. That's also done. And then we'd also like to see some sort of teeth. And we talked about it. I'm sorry that Senator Betancourt's not here to hear this part of my testimony, but that some more teeth into what happens if they don't follow up, and what happens if the counties don't fix these deficiencies, don't take care of these issues that have been presented to them. And then finally, with just my remaining time, I'm from Bell County, and I've been working in elections there for over 30 years, or almost 30 years. The last 2 years in Central Count. And we are on tap for an audit coming up for the 2023-2024 timeframe. So I would like to say I'm looking forward to that audit, being in Central Count, to understanding, what have we done that's good and what have we done that's bad. So we really are for these audits. We just like to tweak them a little bit to make them stronger and improve on the feedback.
Thank you for your testimony. And members, if you don't mind, we'll wait for the whole panel to finish and then we'll do questions. All right, thank you. State your name and who you represent.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name's Rhonda Ward. I'm the State Republican Executive Committee woman for Senate District 3, and I'm speaking for myself as well as the Republican Party of Texas. I'm pretty much going to echo what Andy said. We were all on a conference call when we came up with the idea of changing Chapter 127 of the Texas Election Code about auditing. The reason why we were looking at going to a 3-tier system is we only have there's only 12 counties that are 500,000 and over, and those seem to be the ones we talk about a lot. Collin County, Dallas County, Harris County, they would come up for audit more often, and they need to be. And then that would leave 2 counties over, 2 counties between 100 and 500,000. That's just 28 counties. That would make them more accountable. And then we have 214 counties that are under 100,000 population. In addition, we're recommending that the audit reports be published within 12 months. Right now, when they're being delivered in August of 24, which this one was, the August of 24, we've already had a primary that we don't know if any deficiencies were cured or not, and then we're just barely going into the general election. And of course, we are recommending that failure to comply should result in some sort of penalty. This would provide accountability, of which we do not currently have. This is not on this, but I heard the talk about ADA and not having locations, just whatever. My sister lives in Lexington, Kentucky, which is Fayette County. They have, on general election day, the schools do not have school because every school is a polling place because they qualify under ADA. Just a thought.
Great thought. Thank you for that.
First of all, I'm Mike Brewster. I'm from Tarrant County. And I work with people all over the country. And I would like to tell you that this is one of the most proactive bodies in the country. I also want to make sure that you know that I'm not here to throw rocks, but there are things that I see that are problems. This inspection process is a step in the right direction, but I don't think this is what the people were looking for when we got there. If you'll notice in the package that I gave you, there's just a simple checklist that runs through. That was done as my duties as a watcher in Tarrant County. You'll notice there's a pretty fair amount of red, and this is one small process. The processes that I'm used to in compliance inspections, and I've been through dozens of them, a terrible amount of them, would have been many times more comprehensive than what was presented to you today on these counties. I ran an aircraft maintenance organization, and the report would have been 80 pages or more. It would have been very extensive. It would have covered every line item that we are responsible for, and I promise you that there are line items that are being missed in these documents now. A little bit about paperwork. Missing paperwork is missing election documents. That's a federal felony. It should be a state problem. We have a lot of problems with reconciliation documents that are incorrect. The report for the Harris County 2022 documented that over 20% of the reconciliation reports from the precincts were in error. There's actually a recount that's due for that. Ms. Atkins is going to disagree with me, but I think I can support it pretty well. The SB 1 reconciliation should flow to the precincts. There's a precinct document, and it should flow on from there. And yeah, it's tough to do this in 2 minutes. I could write books.
Thank you. Appreciate your testimony. Thank you for being here. Please state your name, who you represent. We'd love to hear your testimony.
Yes, my name is Susan Valiant, and I'm SREC Committee Woman for SD 10. And I'm speaking on behalf of myself and many election integrity patriots, back in Tarrant County. And I want to thank Vice Chair Paxton and the other senators for allowing me to speak about the SOS audit. The charts you see are on the voter registration numbers per county and the Secretary of State results. All 4 counties had discrepancies, you can see in the red. 3 out of the 4 counties did not have definitive answers for those discrepancies. The Secretary of State reported Cameron County's discrepancies were between the county vendor system and the statewide voter registration system, especially while voter registration is still occurring. This brings up 2 questions. 1, what reconciliations are required from the third-party vendor system and the statewide voter registration system? And then 2, why are voter registrations being added to the e-poll books during the elections? The deadline for voter registration was October the 7th. Another issue is the Secretary of State's emergency advisory to redact precinct and polling locations from all of the election records due to the secrecy of the ballot. This eliminates the public's ability to audit the elections. Also, the public's information is being redacted from the public, but not the government or the election officials, which infringes on Texas Government Code 552.001, where the people are the arbiters of their elections, not the government officials. An issue that was not mentioned on the Secretary of State's audit, but Ms. Adkins testified in front of the House Elections Committee in July of this year, where they stated that the countywide polling place program had nothing to do with the secrecy of the ballot. If that was the case, then why are polling locations being redacted? If we had precinct voting, all the voters would have the same polling location and could not identify by the process of elimination, and redactions would be unnecessary. My recommendations, just 2 seconds.
Okay.
Voter registration reconciliation requirements for a third-party vendor system and the statewide system. And please consider requiring a stop date for any voter registrations on the e-poll books. And please consider revising Texas Election Code 43.007, which is the countywide polling place program, to read populations less than 50,000 may participate in the countywide polling place program. This will preserve the secrecy of the ballot and allow the public to audit the elections, as well as meet the financial burdens of the rural counties.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Members, are there any questions for these witnesses? All right. Thank you very much for being here. Appreciate it. All right. And we'd like to call Debbie Lindstrom, Deborah Bohm, Lori Gallagher, and Marcia Strickler. Debbie Lindstrom, Deborah Bohm, Lori Gallagher, Marcia Strickler.
Oh, there you are.
All right, 4 for 4.
You go first.
Thank you. Okay, we'll start on this end, and we'll do the same thing. We'll have all of you give your testimony, and then we will reserve questions for the whole panel when you're done. So go right ahead. State your name and who you represent.
Good afternoon. I'm Debbie Lindstrom. I'm the Election Integrity Lead for Citizens Defending Freedom in Collin County. Today, I would like to bring to your attention some alarming discrepancies in our county's auditing processes. Our investigation has uncovered about 88,000 Election Day ballots that remain unaccounted for. Additionally, over 69% of Collin County's 2020 Register of Ballots forms were missing. And since November of 2020, 2020, almost 19% of our unused ballots have disappeared. The Register of Ballots form is the most crucial document collected from election judges on Election Day, making these figures deeply concerning. For early voting, our spot checks of 2 elections revealed 8 different methods used by judges to account for unused ballots, rendering accurate accounting virtually impossible. Shockingly, these discrepancies were found in what the Secretary of State's office dubbed the model of elections in their 2020 forensic report. It's important to note that these issues weren't discovered by the Secretary of State, the canvassing authorities, or the election office staff. Instead, our organization, CDF, compiled a comprehensive 29-page report with 51 linked exhibits. We submitted our findings to the Secretary of State's office, yet Collin County only received a mild reprimand to improve their practices. Critical questions remain unanswered. Where are those 88,000 missing ballots? How did our election administrator submit canvassing documents certifying the checking of unused ballots when many of the forms were missing or incomplete, and that those were submitted to the canvassing authorities for them to canvass the elections? Is there a problem with records retention as required by law? We propose a solution: amend Texas Election Code 276.019, which addresses unlawful altering of election procedures. This amendment should include penalties for the Secretary of State's office if they allow such issues to persist for extended periods, as we've seen in this case, and I've given each one of you a sample of our proposal for this amendment, and we have emailed our investigative report to your office. I also sent an email with additional information on the 2020 forensic report that is also, and its deficiencies. And then one more thing, I did talk about the Collin County Logic and Accuracy Test yesterday, and I have more information if you would like to ask me questions later. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that very much. And thank y'all. I know it's hard to get it in just such a short period of time, but it gives everyone more opportunity to speak. So thank you.
Hi, good morning or good afternoon. Lori Gallagher. I live in Williamson County. I'm a 5th generation Texan, daughter of the American Revolution. I've been for the last 2 years with Mike Lindell's Cause of America, have resigned from that and recently appointed to the Williamson County GOP Election Integrity Committee, but I'm here speaking on behalf of myself. Texas Election Code 122001 states that a voting system may not be used in Texas unless it preserves the secrecy of the ballot, it's suitable for the purpose in which it's intended, it works well, does not constantly malfunction, meets all the standards of the EAC voluntary voting system guidelines, is safe and secure from fraudulent access and manipulation, prevents voters from voting for candidates and measures that they're not eligible to vote for, permits voters to vote for all eligible races and measures, and must have a way to meaningfully audit that the voting system is operating properly. We have evidence that these standards are completely violated, and there is no remedy in the state of Texas, and attorneys are advising election jurisdictions to do your best and run the election as clean as possible, because the worst thing is a new election would be called. You might as well just say, cheat away, there's no remedy. How is the may not be used in 122001 enforced? Who enforces the may not be used? Because all of the things in Christina's audit say that these systems must be immediately decertified because they carry nation and state destroying consequences. We're not talking about our favorite candidate winning. We're talking about our constitutional Republican form of government being completely overthrown and an authoritarian, totalitarian, fascist form of government coming in. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Howdy, I'm Deborah Boehm. I am a volunteer and a Texas State Chapter Director for a nonpartisan citizen organization called United Sovereign Americans, who seems to share the goal of this committee and the Secretary of State wanting legally compliant, valid, accurate, transparent elections. Besides our right to life, our right to choose our representatives is the most sacred right that we have, without which we cannot enforce any of our other God-given rights. Regarding the Texas election audit, the Secretary of State's office touted that the audit was comprehensive. When it audited in 2020, Collin County, the audit team never even looked at actual ballots. How is this comprehensive? So United Sovereign Americans has a few recommendations. We have more than I have time for, but I'm specifically going to read regarding language that could be used regarding audits. A NIST-compliant, randomized, statistically valid, end-to-end audit with a 95% confidence level of all elections pursuant to the 14th Amendment, Section 2 of the United States Constitution must be performed. These audits are to be conducted by qualified, insured, and bonded security, forensics, or financial auditors, not personnel from within the election system. Reconciliation will include the vote count, real physical ballots, adjudication, CVRs, ballot count, qualified voter count, custody transfer, and all other paper and electronic election systems, including logs. If the total of all unique variances above is more than 10% of the margin of victory, a new election must be held in the state for those candidates affected unless the issues can be provably corrected by a manual hand recount and a full review of records. That's the end of that point. I would also concur with countywide polling places do not allow for meaningful, transparent audits.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Please state your name and who you represent.
Thank you, Senator Paxton. My name is Marcia Strickler Watson. I'm the Executive Director of Citizens Defending Freedom in Williamson County. And we have partnered, actually, with United Sovereign Americans in a lawsuit that I want to bring to your attention in the U.S. District Court in Florida, addressing election integrity concerns specifically related to the certification of federal and state level elections in 2022 in Florida. Florida exceeded the permissible number of voting system errors produced by voting systems in the machines per the HAVA, Help America Vote Act in 2022. The HAVA law basically says that you can only have 63 errors per 125,000 ballots at the federal and state levels, or the election cannot be certified. So faulty voting systems, illegal duplicate registrations, voters with invalid or illegal votes, vote history, voters placed in inactive status or questionable authority, backdated registrations with modified dates. All things that you're hearing here are also things happening right here in our state. And Citizens Defending Freedom hold our elected officials accountable to the laws, to our Constitution, and to the oath that you took. And so we say, follow the law or be removed. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate that. Members, are there any questions for the witnesses? Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
We filed in Texas, too.
The chair calls Lucy Trainer, Penny Story,
Didn't have the information.
Dr. Laura Presley, and Ed Johnson. Okay, thank you. Tammy Brown Rodriguez. All right. All right. Well, thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Go ahead and state your name, who you represent, and we'll hear your testimony.
Yes, Lucy Trainer. I'm representing myself. I'm on the SREC I represent SD25 for SREC, but I am representing myself. I just want to put a plug under the auditing for coming back to 1933 and it being applicable to other counties other than just Harris. And 1750 with having more counties have a county clerk, with going back to elected officials, and these other, like auditing, these audit bills, 1933 was we really thought it was going to apply to more counties than Harris. So back in the day, in 2023, we were disappointed that it didn't have more wide-reaching effects for county officials. So that's it.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it, Lucy. Thank you. Go ahead, state your name, who you represent, and we'll hear your testimony.
Okay, Ed Johnson, and I'm here with the Harris County Ballot Security Committee. I will tell you all the legislation y'all passed last session for Harris County to fix election problems and audit have drastically changed how elections are being run in Harris County. There were really, really good things, the audit programs, the accountability, and actually moving it back to the county clerk's office. One statistic that I haven't heard mentioned is it actually managed to, by moving it back to the elected officials, cut the election budget by as much as 60 to 70%. Wow. So that's a huge savings because those elected officials can use employees within their office on election day to help run instead of hiring temporaries. So I think that would be something that you should consider statewide. That it's a really, really good program. It was mentioned during the audit about training and equipment failure in Harris County. One of the other ones I think you should look at as a bill is training on the very first election they had, but after that it was actually the equipment itself that was failing due to maintenance. The EAs were not performing maintenance on the equipment, i.e. cleaning the scanners. When you don't clean the scanners, they jam. And that caused a lot of problems. I would almost say, almost put that in legislation for large counties that you should have some kind of maintenance program on this equipment so that it makes sure it performs correctly. Then the other one is for you that was mentioned, Senator Paxton. Actually, for early voting and countywide voting, the only requirement is that you don't have a county commissioner precinct that has twice the number of polling locations as another county commissioner precinct. That's the only requirement. The election administrator gets to decide where all these polls are placed. This body spent 60 years perfecting the precinct voting model. I think y'all should put it back to where you have at least one polling location in every precinct. You could still let the voters go anywhere they want to vote on election day, but that way you would ensure every 5,000 voters has a polling location in their neighborhood.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I think Senator Middleton had a bill last session that kind of did that.
He had a lot of bills. A lot of good bills, too, Senator. All right. Thank you for your testimony. Please state your name and who you represent, and we'll hear your testimony.
Thank you, Senator Paxton. I'm Dr. Laura Presley with True Texas Elections. On the auditing, the audit statute right now does not provide minimum standards for what is to be audited, and I think that's an issue. Any bank audit is going to audit the electronic data of their assets with the physical receipts and with the physical cash. That makes sense, right? But today, in our audits, the Secretary of State, and I want to echo what one of the other ladies said, we are not auditing the votes, the physical votes, with the electronic results. And I think here in the state of Texas, I've spoken to many, and we're in just shock that that's not done. There's a bunch of other stuff that's done about, following procedures, but the key of monitoring the votes on the physical ballot with the electronic results was what the expectation was when we thought the audits were going to be in place, and that has not been done. Several other things that are not being audited. The early vote results tapes from the ballot scanners at the polls, where a majority of the people in Texas vote, is not being used in the audit at all. And you can see their reports do not include it. Also, I want to echo the ballots purchased and the remaining versus the ones cast is not being audited. Those ballots are money. We elect our candidates, we approve bonds for billions of dollars, and we're not auditing these pieces of paper that allow us to have billions of dollars of debt. What I would like to see improvement is that the tapes are compared, the early vote tapes are focused on the standards, that the physical votes are compared. You could do that. You can pick a federal race, you could pick a state race, you could pick a county race, and a bond. in a municipal race and have the physical ballots recounted. They can do that.
Thank you. I appreciate your testimony. Members, are there any questions for our witnesses? Thank you. Yes, Senator Betancourt, you're
We have that, let's see, I'm going from memory, is it 1073? 1039. Okay, we do have that audit bill that passed out, that's the comprehensive bill. So we'll take a look at some of those, all those suggestions, because that, the initial audit was pretty much a one-line drop-in into SB1, and this is a whole, documented type of, procedure, but we'll take all three of y'all's suggestions on that, and we'll look at it.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you, Senator Betancourt. Any other questions? All right, thank you. Thank you for your testimony today. Is there anyone else, that's all I show, registered to testify? Is there anyone else who would like to offer testimony on this charge? Oh, okay. Well, come on up. Come on up, and then let's just make sure that we account for you.
Maybe you did it wrong.
Okay. All right, thank you. Did you register to? I didn't register. If I can't, Senator Paxton, it's okay. That's sure. Come on up. Senator Zaffirini is keeping score over there, so she's helping us doing that. So, no, thank you. Appreciate that. No, we'd love to hear you.
I listened to everybody for 2 minutes.
That's right. That's right. That's how long the ears work, right? All right. Well, thank you for being here. Appreciate your willingness to stay today. And please state your name and who you represent, and we'd love to hear your testimony.
My name is Jerry Coco. I'm representing myself. I live in Travis County and have been an IT professional for 42 years. 32 of those years I've lived in Travis County. I'm here today with a simple suggestion to improve the confidence in our election process. We can do this by requiring that our 8 largest Texas county release all their public records from each election as soon as possible. I've been involved in Travis County Central Count since 2022, and I'm familiar with the ES&S equipment. The software used for ballot tabulation is a proprietary black box solution that no one understands but the vendor. But we could get all the input data, the cast vote record, ballot images, zero and results tapes, and citizens could write their own white box solution to see if they match the official results. Of course, they should be extremely close. Travis County, as an example, requires all requests to be via FOIA for any relevant data. A recent request we made for ballot images from the primary election this year was estimated at over $7,000 and would take a minimum of 11 weeks. So we're still in the dark about that. In stark contrast, Dallas County, who also uses the same ES&S equipment, publishes their 46 gigabytes of election data in a timely fashion, and their website is available for all to see. I recommend that the legislature consider requiring that all counties that use these electronic equipment follow the transparency of Dallas County and release as much election public records as possible as the default rather than via FOIA. This will allow citizens like myself to independently take the results and verify election totals down to which ballots are scanned and on which scanning device, which we've done. We can determine if they're scanned more than once. We can see if they're properly hashed. We can see if they're statistically probable for a given area, and so on. All of this can be done very quickly, and since the data is already in electronic format. So I would encourage you to go with the motto of trust but verify, but give us the capability to verify. So thank you very much.
Senator Betancourt.
Anybody that quotes Ronald Reagan correctly is true. Okay, because that's exactly the trust but verify. That's why we passed Senate Bill 1933 in addition to 1750, and we did get the litigation exemption removed.
Okay.
Because that was being used as if there was litigation, certain counties wouldn't give any information out. So we did manage to get that removed. But I like the idea of publishing data on the website because that takes it straight to everybody to review.
Great, thank you.
Shocking that Dallas is actually doing it.
I know, given all we've heard today.
Yeah,
but,
right, but
sorry.
let's see. Everybody does.
But they are a model.
They
And it
do
was-
some good things,
And
then
Hyder
there's-
came, I guess, from Tarrant. So Tarrant and Dallas are very, very. They have an exquisite amount of data for someone like myself to model. So thank you.
Good.
Yeah.
Very good. Very good. Thank you. Welcome. Introduce yourself again and give us your testimony.
Yes, my name is Susan Bell. I live in Kendall County. I am a refugee from California, and I just want to remind Texas, please don't California this great state. Oh, I'm sorry to get emotional, but everything that you're talking about has gone on there. So I appreciate the incredible patriots in this incredible body and the opportunity, but don't California, Texas. I've lived it and I came here to escape it, so I'm going to do everything I can with having a great body I can participate with. And I'm sorry I got emotional, but thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. Thank you for sharing that. That's important. Thank you very much. Thank you, guys. Well, so that's all the public testimony we have requested that has requested to testify on this charge. And so we will close testimony on the election audits charge. And now we'll open testimony on non-citizen voting. Our specific charge is to evaluate the current safeguards in place to prevent non-citizens from voting in elections, recommend legislation to facilitate the removal of non-citizen voters from the voter rolls, as well as legislation to prevent non-citizens from registering to vote in Texas. As we begin with invited testimony, Chair calls Honorable Ken Cuccinelli, former Attorney General of Virginia, and has worked on these issues nationwide. Come on down and pick a seat anywhere, and welcome. Glad to have you here. Get situated, and when you're ready, introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
I'm Ken Cuccinelli. I have a number of roles. I practice law still. Don't hold that against me. But I also lead the Election Transparency Initiative, and I am a fellow at the Center for Renewing America on Homeland Security and Immigration. I previously served as the Acting Deputy Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security in 2019 to 21, and before that I ran the United States Citizenship and Immigration Services, which is where the SAVE database is housed, and which I'm sure we'll talk about a bit. And as you noted, I previously served as Virginia's Attorney General, so dealt with and was a state senator, not in his august surroundings in Virginia, but similar role, and I appreciate what you all do.
This committee normally meets in the Senate chamber, which we enjoy.
You're slumming it today?
Well, yeah, exactly. There's some repairs going on, so we're down here, but we're thankful for this space. But an honor to have you. Please go ahead.
Yeah, let me tell you about the SAVE database because it's the primary one people ask about. Texas has used it, and Nevada has used it. I'm not aware of any other states that have ever tapped into it. Now, my information on that stopped at 2020, so if states have used it since then, I'm not aware of that. It is a difficult database to use. We operate that database on what are called A file numbers. A is for alien file numbers, and any non-citizen alien who comes into contact with the U.S. government gets an A file number. But if you're a gotaway or you never came in here legally, we don't have anything on you. And that's millions of people. Millions. The additional challenge is the consistency. Say you have, and this is what Texas did last time, I'm being very rough in my description. You picked out, say, 200,000 folks who were most likely, or at least most likely to be problematic in the sense that they may not have been citizens. And that data was sent over to USCIS to be checked against the SAVE database. And that is not a clean, smooth API to API type of process. It is a deduplicating process, and the way you may have a person's name in a Texas database may differ ever so slightly from how that name might be included in the SAVE database. And an awful lot of manpower can go into drilling down on whether the person on this line of the Texas data is the same as this person in the SAVE database. It is not a smooth process. Now, there are a lot of reasons for that. Most of the fixes lie quite outside Texas's jurisdiction. They're really on the federal side. Texas had to pay to use the SAVE database. Just so you all know, and so the audience knows, USCIS is one of the few government agencies that works with almost no taxpayer dollars. It is 96% funded by the fees paid for the various immigration visas and so forth, 96%. So the SAVE database is in the other 4%, along with E-Verify, by the way, and the E-Verify program. And to give you a sense of sort of where it sits in the agency. And it is, like I said, it is not particularly well designed. It is not easy to use. The data is there, and it is usable. I understand that both Texas and Nevada had success in the sense that they found errors on their own databases by referencing the SAVE database, but that is not an easy thing to do. So as you're thinking about how to incorporate that into your own processes for the state of Texas, just keep that in mind, as you really need USCIS specifically to improve the quality of that database before it's going to be more smoothly useful to you. Now, it's still useful. It is the best record of non-citizens present in the United States that we have. There is no database of who's a citizen. The American government doesn't keep that. I don't think we want them to keep that. Social Security Administration comes as close to that as there is, but you don't have to get a Social Security number. That's not a legal requirement. It is if you would like Social Security benefits, and you'd probably confuse every institution you tried to sign up with and never get a credit card and so on. The list goes on. I don't know whether the Social Security database, which also issues Social Security numbers to non-citizens legitimately, say that in reverse, non-citizens can legitimately get Social Security numbers. I don't know whether the Social Security Administration keeps a record of whether or not those folks are or are not citizens. I do know that the Social Security Administration has a long bipartisan history of making itself as uncooperative as it possibly can be with anything outside of the, Social Security Administration. No one of either party has had any success pounding that out of them. That would take concerted effort. I think it's worth that effort. Nonetheless, those are the two best federal databases. SAVE, even with the clunkiness of it, that's probably a good way to describe it, not uncooperative, just clunky, and you have to pay at the state level to cover the costs of doing that, because that's how USCIS operates, is fees. And it should be at cost. They're not trying to make money off you. Nonetheless, you'll have more cooperation and more success, as I believe you have. You're one of the few states that has, with the SAVE database. You'll probably end up banging your head against the wall until it's applesauce with the Social Security Administration, with the sole and critical exception of death records. Those they are very much in the habit of putting out, though timeliness is another issue. So I'm happy to answer questions, but those are the two main federal databases. Obviously, I know more about SAVE, having been responsible for it for a number of years.
Thank you for that. Senator Betancourt, do you have questions?
Mr. Chairman, Ken, thanks for coming. You've got to the right 2 points. Okay, so we have a Social Security database that probably we think is 98, 99% good, but we can't get access to it, right?
Right.
Now, as a voter registrar, I testified to get access back in 2006 because I had 2 problems. 1, photo ID, and 2, no positive list to check against. Now, we've obviously, in Texas, we've adopted photo ID, and to the last lady who was a refugee from California,
Yeah.
I don't think the committee will be passing a let's get rid of all photo ID. And
Right.
make it
Illegalizing photo ID?
Yeah. So you got comments on that? Do you want to?
Oh, dude. They just find new ways to be crazier and crazier. And the only real explanation one can have for not wanting photo ID and vigorously opposing it is that you want people to get away with things. People come to this country from virtually every other country in the world that we interact with on a civilized basis. And when they're looking at our elections, that is the thing that shocks them the most, is the lack of voter ID. Now, you have the requirement here in Texas, but as y'all probably know, you are in a minority of states at this point in time, which is ludicrous. Nonetheless, and it is, we don't measure ourselves on world standards, Lord knows, and I'm sure Texas doesn't. But, it is an interesting.
Set world standard.
Yeah, well, we do. That's right. That's exactly right, and it's the right thing to do. But the amount of mail-in voting we have is shocking to the rest of the world as well. I mean, no less than Jimmy Carter, back in the Carter-Baker Commission in 2005, identified it as the most vulnerable. It's the
portion
weakest
of
part of our election.
And Ken, back to the point, I guess on the I don't know what else to do except to have a citizenship list that we can get a positive lock with, if it's SAVE or if it's Social Security, and we are the largest country in the world that doesn't have a citizenship list that I'm aware of. So I don't know how to get around that, because otherwise we've got to have a database that we can hit.
So there's a partial workaround for now. I mean, the full workaround, and Lord knows Washington doesn't double check itself. I'm going to use the exact same acronym. It's the SAVE Act, which just passed the House, which would give you all the authority to do a complete citizenship check for all purposes when people are registering to vote. That is the point of the SAVE Act. Arizona is the only state in the country, and they've had a good bit of litigation. They have set up a dual registration system where they require citizenship proof to vote in all elections. Now, because of a particular Supreme Court ruling, and it's worth noting that Scalia wrote it, as I recall. He was following the law as he read it, and that restricted states' ability
To do that.
given certain structures like the EAC, which is looked to for a lot of things. They create their own forms. Those forms have been given legal authority, and that legal authority trumps state authority under the Supremacy Clause, which was a big part of how that Supreme Court case came out the way it did, is because unless you can get in there, and I don't mean Texas per se, unless those who make those appointments and so forth appoint folks who undo those forms and give states systematic authority to check citizenship, then Arizona's route is the only route that is in existence successfully today. And it does work very well because most people want to vote in all the if they register to vote, they want to vote in everything. At least that's what they think at the time. We all know participation varies across elections. But nonetheless, that has proven modestly successful. It also has fleshed out the problem and made it a much more nuanced problem if you're looking at bad actors.
Sure.
I mean, there are bad actors, they're the minority, but you can zero in on them a whole lot easier if they're only on your smaller list. So it does offer that opportunity as well. So that's a practical workaround that I spent a lot of time talking to the folks in Arizona about the implementation of that. And there's been a lot of litigation around it even recently.
No, I noticed
but
that.
it is standing on its own 2 feet. It's surviving all that litigation.
Well, it just regardless of what model is used, if there's a way to check that with a positive lock, then this debate evaporates, because at that point in time it becomes a very
correct.
It effectively becomes a micro problem at that point, because you know exactly what you're measuring against and where the problem is.
I agree, and that's the point of the SAVE Act.
Okay.
And hopefully we'll see that soon, not just get through the House, but.
Well, Your Honor, thank you so much for this on Justice Scalia.
Can I add one other
please.
suggestion, just because
another
it's
question.
international, is the UOCAVA piece here. It's not a database, it's a process. But there are, UOCAVA can be abused very badly by non-Americans. And there are things that you have more authority as a state to vet UOCAVA applications than you do ordinary, the ones we've basically been talking about. You can do 3 basic things in state law. You can require that Texas be their last point of contact before they went overseas, and you can require them to demonstrate that. You can require a photocopy of their passport or military ID. And obviously, passport is citizenship. You can be a non-citizen and be in the military. That's a political fight if you wanted to take it on. And then the third one, but it can come with a citizenship attestation as well. And then the third one is proof of overseas residency, because someone could use UOCAVA online, sitting right here in Austin. It's just very easy. But in that space, you all do have unblocked authority to make sure that's a clean and well-vetted process. So it's not a database, it's a process. But most things federal are looked at as, darn, we can't get in there. But in the UOCAVA one, you can. There are a couple of lawsuits running around the country right now where states have those protections in place and they're not being enforced, and the lawsuits are to enforce them. And I think that likelihood is they're going to prevail in those as plaintiffs. So that's I wish there was more I could tell you, but that's kind of the universe. I'm always available, of course, for follow-up, and I'm happy to help. And there are folks in there who work on the SAVE database who really want it used. They spend the time building this resource. They're willing to be cooperative, and if you're willing to live with clunky and some cost, they can do that. And part of what they can do is help you filter down. You don't turn them over your whole database to deduplicate it. There are ways to zero in on the most likely matches, so you minimize your cost and you make the whole process more efficient.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
I was going to ask you about and thank you. I was going to ask you about the Arizona situation, and that, as I recall, it was that same opinion where Justice Scalia sort of gave us a roadmap.
He did.
In which Texas, which we started down that path last session, and correct me if I'm wrong, he's proposed that he said a state could petition the EAC to change the requirement to require citizenship verification.
Yes.
And then the EAC says, no, we sue them and prove our case. The Texas Senate passed a bill to do that last session, didn't make it all the way through the process.
House, yeah.
But this Arizona recent solution does look better. Of course, we agree with you. Help me understand, and we're going to have other witnesses about this, but in the Arizona system, so when I register to vote, they ask me for proof of citizenship.
Right.
If I have it, then they register me in both systems, if you will.
Correct.
If not, they register me on the federal form. Does that mean then when I go to vote that I'm given a federal-only ballot?
Yes.
And I'm not allowed to vote on those Arizona state elections?
That's right.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Nor for their referenda, nor for their bonds, et cetera.
So I'm curious about Virginia. having the state and local
Me too.
elections. Yeah, I bet you. I can imagine. So having the elections at a different time. So since you have those elections are held in the odd numbered year.
Yes.
And so there's a different system. But is there one registration system?
There is.
There is. So
Yes. No, the reason for the odd year is historical politics.
Well, no, I realize
Isn't-
that, but I'm saying that
isn't
that would
this
give us an
kind of just-
opportunity to have a separate system.
Yes.
No, that's not the reason for it.
Correct.
But we just have one registration system, just federal elections and even years, state elections and
Right.
odd years. Okay.
Yeah. So you're thinking in terms of the possibility of completely separating. So there are no state elections in even years, and you'd have them all in odd years, which is what we do in Virginia. Not counting the local, but they tend to be in the spring anyway.
Right. Right.
So you don't have two poll books sitting in front of you. You have one.
For each election, depending on what that makes sense. It makes perfect sense. But in the Arizona situation, under the
They're even year.
it's-
Yeah, they're working
so-
two poll books.
Got it. Makes
Yeah.
sense. And I haven't followed it recently. Are they moving forward with that for this election cycle?
Oh yes.
Okay.
Oh yeah. No, it's been in place for a number of years. They've been using it, and it's the norm there for them now. No one has copied them yet, although the interest in their model has spiked in the last few years.
Yeah, we've had it drafted for Texas. You'll be seeing it here, depending on what the feds do. And so I was going to ask you about the SAVE databases, and thank you for all this. We're going to hear from our Department of Public Safety later. That's our state police, who handle, among other things, driver licenses, and I believe they're the ones who interact with the SAVE database. But I want to make sure I picked up on something you said. If I'm a non-citizen and I have interacted with the government, that's where I'm going to be in SAVE.
Correct.
Not if I just came into the country and there's no record of me. Is that correct?
So, it's correct. So let's just take the border. We're in Texas. So the gotaways aren't going to be in there. But if you encountered Border Patrol and then it was catch and release, there's a record. Now, that assumes the record is honest, real, and accurate. And, when those folks are doing their job, well, if you ask them when they're doing their job, they're turning people back. But when they're doing it currently, they're sort of a welcoming committee. But the volume is so high, it's not at all surprising that, you're going to have a fairly high error rate on a database. I don't mean database, but it's tough putting all that stuff in accurate all the time, every day. So, and no fun.
That makes sense. So on cross-state moves, Texas passed legislation originally when we passed laws to deal with interstate cross-checks. There were two systems available. There was ERIC and then the one based in Kansas. And at the time, Texas got it, after the statute was passed, requiring Texas to participate in such a system. We were in the one in Kansas. That went away. ERIC was the only game in town. There have been concerns about ERIC, and so the Texas statute had some security requirements that ERIC could not meet. And so we are no longer involved in ERIC. There are arrangements with other states. Tell us about what Georgia is doing, if you can bring us up to speed on that.
So, Georgia it took them a long time to put it in place, but Georgia's Secretary of State and their election apparatus made an arrangement with their own Department of Motor Vehicles. It's called something different in each state, but there is a 50-state compact of information sharing with respect to driver's licenses. And if you think of your California refugee, I'd be willing to bet, and I'm not a betting man, she didn't deregister as she fled the state of California.
She did.
You are a rare woman. And but the rest of the people in this room know their own experience. What you do is you register at your new place.
Right.
And thus the mess on voter rolls. 2% of Americans move every month. Do the math on that in one election cycle. It's brutal. And but the one thing you do real quick when you move is you re-up the address on your driver's license. And so what Georgia now has, and like I said, it took them a long time to put it into place, is they've tapped into what amounts to a substitute for what Eric was supposed to do. And that was simply share updates of folks who moved so that the equivalent of a Secretary of State could clean their voter rolls reliably. And Georgia has pulled that off. It took them a good bit of work to do it. So you do have an interstate structure in place if you could tap into it. You typically, my observation is that this is one of those things that gets subject to bureaucratic fiefdoms, and the resistance tends to be from, department to department rather than anything political, because good God, it makes too much sense. It's smooth, easy, and we already have systems in place that can take advantage of this. And undoubtedly, your election folks are already communicating with your equivalent of the Department of Motor Vehicles. Right. So those are not new relationships. There will be hesitation, because there always is, about sharing the information for non-driver purposes. But it's going on. And when you hear back, you can't do that. Other people are doing it. Mm-hmm. So I'll just forearm you with that. It is the smoothest, quickest way on the interstate moves to clean that up that I've ever seen. It doesn't address the citizenship issue unless you get to the Real ID piece. And about 2/3 of folks have Real IDs. Even with TSA continually saying, you need to have it by tomorrow, or we'll move the date back again. And it's been moved back, I think, for 14 years. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, we're setting new records on procrastination. But there's good reasons for it. But that Real ID info is also in that DMV database, so you, for at least 2/3 of the United States, you get citizenship information out of that as well.
That makes sense. In Texas, when you get your driver license, Real ID is all we issue. So we check citizenship, and if you don't have it, then there's a record of that, and that's
right.
So that makes sense. So that's good to know. Senator Bettencourt.
Right, and then what he's talking about is the combination of Real IDs, that delay. We've been I think it was originally in 2009 or 8.
Something like that, somewhere back
so,
there.
No, somewhere back there. And unfortunately, that date's been pushed back. And one anecdotal story, Mr. Chairman, if I could. Mr. Johnson's first job when he worked for me at the voter registrar was I sent him to sit outside of Captain Driscoll's office at the UPS because at the time, we were an unfunded mandate because they hated it. And I said, I'm very sure we have the technology to be able to set up electronic communications between the tax office and the DPS because the state departments, quite frankly, at the time had a major falling out. And so his job was to wait outside Captain Driscoll's office. And Ed, how many hours did you have to wait before he saw you? 6 hours. But then after that, I told him his first words are, "We're here to help and please believe us." And we set up the first electronic link in the state of Texas between the Harris County Voter Registrar's office and DPS.
Well,
but it took 6 hours of one guy just waiting to.
But
to
you're
get to the right
describing
moment.
human impediments.
That's it,
right? And
Yeah,
that
that's what I
is
was
so common, and it still exists. And if you pursue this alternative, frankly, very smooth alternative to Eric, that's what you're most likely to encounter. You're going to be given reasons to say no over and over. Hopefully you won't have to wait around 6 hours to get a meeting, but that's still the case. And your experience, these hurdles can be overcome. This get her done attitude is really what you need, but you need it on both sides. And you can't make people want to cooperate.
Amen
So.
to that.
They did actually show up with us at the next Secretary of State conference to be able to brag that they were doing with us, but not with them at the time. That then we did say, sorry, you now have to now do it with Secretary of State.
Yeah.
But in their defense, it really was a perfect storm of an unfunded mandate for them.
Yeah.
And once that link was worked, it's now blossomed into a very good relationship.
Yeah, good. Very
But
good.
I wanted to point out who the fall guy was from the tax office to do it.
So thank you for that. And you've described to us the lay of the land and the problem we have with requiring, or the ban we have in requiring citizenship verification to register after the fact. As far as comparing the voter rolls to the data that's out there, to your knowledge, are there any states doing a better or worse job of that, using whatever tools are available?
Well, the Arizona dual
Right.
system is the best one
Definitely.
for that purpose.
Right.
They have their own problems, but in terms of sort of quarantining the citizenship problem, they've done a better job of it than anybody else. And in terms of replacing Eric isn't a goal, but movement and citizenship can tend to be related. That Georgia solution is an awfully smooth type of solution. It's the sort of the moving for elections version of what you were describing. But the SAVE Act, which is really only just come on the scene. It passed the House. It isn't going to get a hearing in the current Senate, but it may in the next one. And we could see that as soon as next year. So, that could make a lot of this a lot easier. And why anybody wouldn't want to make things easier makes me wonder. I have my own theories, but this has been made very difficult, much more difficult than it has to be. And everything we've talked about here are workarounds from the simple solution, which everybody knows what it is. Although there is another simple solution, which is the citizenship list, but I don't see that happening in the United States of America. Yeah.
And one comment operationally, Mr. Chairman, about Arizona, which is much more difficult than Texas, is you got Maricopa County, which is 75% of their.
Yeah, you get, yes.
Right, so they actually started there.
incompetent, yeah.
Right, when they did that work, and so it's much easier to have, when you have the hub county, which is effectively 3/4 of the voter roll, then it's a lot easier to add the smaller, which are, with one exception or two, are really rural counties to that hub.
Yeah, no, you all have a much more
huge complex.
decentralized
Right.
Citizenry from a records standpoint for these purposes, no question.
Right.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Thank you for being here.
Yeah,
Thanks for
always
sharing this
available
with us.
for follow-up anytime. Happy to be helpful.
Thank you very much. Good to have you in Texas.
Yep.
And the chair welcomes back Christina Adkins and calls Josh Reno and Sherry Gibson, Chief Sherry Gibson from DPS. Talk about some of the issues we've already broached. We've broached a lot of the issues today so far, but Chief, have a seat. Welcome. Counselor, good to see you. Help yourself to the water, make yourselves comfortable. And then, the charge, which we've already read before we heard from Attorney General Cuccinelli on the non-citizen voting. Christina, welcome back. If you have some opening remarks, I'm sure we'll have questions for you as we go.
Yes, thank you, Senator. Again, thank you for inviting us to participate in this discussion. While we're talking about what the framework is in Texas for non-citizens when it comes to voting and registration, the legislature has provided very clear direction to the state and to our office on what can and can't be done in this area. Our Texas Constitution provides that only those individuals that are citizens of the United States are permitted to vote in elections in Texas, and that's further been codified where it's very clear in our laws that you have to be a U.S. citizen to register to vote in Texas and to vote in all of our Texas elections. In addition to that, the legislature has also provided us the tools from a list maintenance perspective to try to find those individuals that may be ineligible to vote and take action to remove them from our voter rolls. The process that by far on this particular area, with respect to non-citizens, that has done the most for us in Texas is the DPS list maintenance process that we have in place. This was codified, I believe, in 2021 as part of SB 1, this process. And in SB 1, the legislature gave us very clear parameters and a very clear process for which we can obtain information from DPS to use it for this purpose. And so how this process works is we receive information from DPS on a weekly basis of individuals that go into DPS, provide evidence that they are lawfully present in the United States, but not a U.S. citizen. That information is compared to our database to see if there's anybody on there that was registered prior to that transaction date that they had with DPS. Because we get this information on a weekly basis, that data is very fresh and very actionable. This information is then provided to our counties for investigation. Beyond that, there are a few other data sources that I think it's important to remember that we can also rely on. In Texas, the response to a jury summons that a voter might have, or an individual might have, where they indicate they're not a U.S. citizen or they're exempt from service because they're a non-citizen. The clerks of the courts provide that information locally to the counties and to our office as well. Again, that information is passed along to the county voter registrars for investigation. And then finally, we have challenge processes in our laws with respect to registration. If a citizen has information that another individual on our voter rolls may be ineligible, they can challenge that. The voter registrar also has that ability to challenge registration in that area. I think it's really important to know that with all of these different processes that are in place, there is the opportunity for the voter to respond and provide information that either establishes that they're not a U.S. citizen or could confirm that fact. So the way it typically works is a county sends out a notice of investigation to a voter. That voter is then told that the county has reason to believe that this person may not be a U.S. citizen. They need to provide citizenship, proof of citizenship to the county. Or if they choose not to respond to that notice, then they will be canceled. And so the voter does have that response mechanism where if the information is not recent or is incorrect, that they can remedy the situation by providing proof of citizenship. We also have provisions in our law that protect voters where if they're canceled in error, they can be reinstated immediately. I think in closing on this point, I would like to say that Secretary Nelson has made it very clear that one of her top priorities as Secretary of State is to ensure that we have accurate and fair elections. And that starts with accurate voter registration lists. That's very, very important to our overarching goal here. We will always operate under the laws as they are written, and we will make every effort possible, our office will, to ensure that only eligible Texans are voting in our elections. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. We'll move forward, and I bet we'll have some questions as we go. Thank you. Reno, welcome. You know how to do it. Pull that microphone over and introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Well, my written remarks say good morning, so I'm going to update that to good afternoon.
But not evening.
That's yes, sir. Good afternoon. My name is Josh Reno. I'm the Deputy Attorney General for Criminal Justice. I oversee our prosecution and law enforcement divisions at the Attorney General, and I serve under our elected Attorney General, Ken Paxton. Thank you, Chairman Hughes, Vice Chair Paxton, and committee members. Early this year, Attorney General Paxton began initiatives throughout the agency to study this very issue that's before the committee, stopping non-citizen voting. In response to our research, the Attorney General has taken many actions, both by our attorneys and our law enforcement officers. I'm only one of many that have delved into this issue, but I can tell this committee that there's really only one simple fix to the problem at hand. The United States Congress must pass the SAVE Act and require individuals to provide proof of citizenship when registering to vote. This common sense solution would alleviate the need for patchwork legislation that to give the Secretary of State and the counties in Texas the one tool that they need to ensure that our voter rolls are accurate. As for the Attorney General's efforts in ensuring election integrity, our team has examined the following issues and taken the following actions. The first one is SB 1 and the ongoing litigation. I've got some facts here that I'd like to read to the committee. That's 3 years worth of litigation, 100 depositions taken or defended, 36 separate provisions of SB 1 were challenged. That's multiple causes of actions, including discrimination under the 14th, 15th Amendment, VRA claims, ADA claims, First Amendment claims. 5 groups of plaintiffs, including the Department of Justice, dozen of total plaintiffs, 20 days of trial across 6 weeks, 7 trial attorneys, over 40 plaintiffs' attorneys, over 60 trial witnesses, over 600 exhibits, over 4,600 pages of trial record, 3 months of post-trial briefing, nearly 1,000 pages of post-trial briefing from the OAG alone, multiple appeals, including the landmark Fifth Circuit ruling endorsing a broad reading of the legislative privilege. The current status of the SB 1 litigation is that the court is issuing its rulings in multiple parts, as you may have seen over the last couple of days. The first ruling enjoined SBA 1's vote harvesting provision on a First Amendment grounds, amongst others. The Fifth Circuit has stayed that injunction pending appeal. The second ruling, which is the most recent, just came out, enjoined SB 1's vote harvesting and voter assistance provisions under Section 208 of the VRA. Voter assistance provisions deal with who can help voters fill out a ballot, what they can do to help, and what information they have to provide, etc. Section 208 of the RA says generally voters in need of assistance to vote may use an assister of their choice. Status of that is that the OAG has filed a motion to stay the injunction and asked for a ruling this week. Considering the fast turnaround that we got on the first piecemeal ruling, we expect we'll be seeing something soon on that issue. Back to my list. We've looked at the issue on limited term driver's licenses and their use at polling locations, the overseas citizen voting, the OVCAVA issue that was brought up, mass registration mailouts about county officials, which led to litigation and pending suits both in Travis and Bexar County. We've looked into the citizen verification and the ability for the Secretary of State as well as the OAG to get those lists, turn them over to the federal government, and get something back. We're still ongoing looking at that. That list has been sent to the federal government. As you've heard, some of the problems that we may see, even if we get that information back, it's going to be a process. But that list is with the federal government. We're just waiting to find out if we are going to get a response, what that response will look like. We put out an election advisory regarding crimes of illegal voting and illegal registrations of non-citizens. I think we worked hand in hand with SOS to, I think, create some signage that's going to be at polling locations. Early on, we were looking into some of the reports about the irregularities of the HAV database and the numbers that the federal government was providing versus what we were seeing on our side here in Texas. We've looked at voter registrations that were set up on site at DPS locations. We've looked into the ballot privacy and countywide voting issues. And if after hearing this list, anyone thinks that Attorney General Paxton has a conflict of interest, then they haven't had much time spent with Attorney General Paxton. We work hand in hand with the Secretary of State. We don't always agree, but we work hand in hand with them. We've got a great relationship as a sister agency. But to say those kind of words just kind of strike a chord with me, and I just want to make sure this committee is clear and this audience is clear. There's no issues with the Attorney General moving forward. If something is not right and we have the authority to fix it, we will. This list is the hard work of various Attorney General's divisions. I say that to offer to this committee any of the resources to y'all, to any senator that wishes to work with us on a common goal of enforcing the laws of this great state. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. We'll have some questions after we hear from the chief. Chief, welcome. Introduce yourself. Get that microphone close so we can hear you, and go ahead with your testimony.
Sherry Gibson, Chief of the Driver License Division, Department of Public Safety. So Texas is a single issuance Real ID compliant state. And basically what that means is any individual applying for a DL or ID must meet the requirements of identity, citizenship or lawful presence, and residency. Lawful presence documents that we accept must be verified through USCIS SAVE system, and they have to be verified before we complete the transaction. For most customers, this means that it's just moments. It returns the verification and we finish their process. There are 2 additional levels of verification for SAVE documents that require manual intervention. And if the initial does not come back with a verification, we utilize those 2 levels before we proceed with the application. Customers that have lawful presence that have a defined length of stay, such as students or limited employment authorization, are issued a DL or ID with a marker of limited term at the top of the card, and then the card expires on the end of the stay date provided by SAVE. Customers who are confirmed as U.S. citizens or lawful permanent residents are issued a DL or ID with a full term, which is usually 8 years, and both have the same appearance without a designation or marker that indicates citizenship. Once a record has been established, qualified customers may register to vote or update an existing registration during the application process. As a safeguard to prohibit a voter registration application from being submitted for a customer who does not meet citizenship or age eligibility requirements, the driver license system is programmed with a hard stop and does not allow the transaction to proceed if the license and permit specialist accidentally selects yes for voter registration. Customers who become U.S. citizens are not required to immediately notify the department and update their license. So it's important to note that citizenship data within the driver license system is only accurate as of the date of the most recent transaction. Voter registration application data is submitted to the Secretary of State daily, and in addition to the voter registration application files, we provide a daily update file that provides them with all transactions where a name, date of birth, or address has changed, or if it's an original transaction for both citizens and non-citizens. And then, as Christina mentioned, we provide a weekly file that shows any transactions that occurred during the prior week for non-citizens. The final file that we send as a benefit is when a customer comes in and does present a naturalization. We call it the no to yes file, and so that's sent daily. So if a customer comes in and they present their naturalization, we change their citizenship status, and then that information is sent to Secretary of State so they know that they are no longer noted as a non-citizen. That's all I have unless you have questions.
Thank you for that. I'm sure we're going to have some, and I thank each of you. I'm going to ask you a couple of questions, and then I'll have some for the panel. And I'm going to yield to the members, of course, but I want to walk through the process so that everybody understands, so that I understand. And if I'm the slowest guy in the room, so if I get it, most folks will probably get it. So,
no, there are Aggies in the room.
Well.
Oh.
Somebody has to do a little humor.
And yeah, just so you know, he is an Aggie. He's an Aggie. He's an Aggie. Thank you for that. So, I mean, that's important that get clarified.
I can make those jokes. All right, go ahead.
That's right. So someone comes in to get a driver license, and they can't do that unless there's some proof of citizenship. And so if they don't have proof of citizenship, then they have to show proof that they're here legally. So far, so good?
Correct.
That they're here legally. Okay. And so for those folks who are not citizens but are here legally, when they go through that process, are they given the option to register to vote when they get their driver license? The folks who are not citizens?
Not citizens, no.
They are not. Okay.
No. Our system is hard-coded that once we enter that you are not a U.S. citizen, then it does not allow that license and permit specialist to proceed with that. It will throw an error and stop it until they make that correction.
So many folks here have had the experience when I go to get my driver license, they say, would you like to register to vote? But that only happens if I've shown that proof of citizenship. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Even if they accidentally mark it on their paper application, if they accidentally mark yes, we will give it back to them and have them correct that.
Okay, thank you. And then for those folks who are here legally and they get a driver license, the DPS records, your records indicate that they are not a citizen. They're here legally but not a citizen. And then y'all send that information to the Secretary of State's office how frequently?
That goes weekly.
Okay.
Every transaction that is to a non-citizen is weekly.
Okay. And so then we'll ask Ms. Atkins again what happens with that, but you send this information to them on a weekly basis. I think the law may require monthly, but weekly is great. Thank you so much. I'm going to come back to you, Chief. Let me pivot over to Ms. Atkins if y'all don't mind. So you get this information from DPS. It's got a list of people who this last week interacted with DPS. They are not citizens. What do you, Secretary of State's office, do with that information?
We match it against our voter registration system, and any of those individuals that were registered to vote prior to that transaction date, because it's so recent, that information, we match on it, and that match is passed on to the counties immediately for investigation. We don't sit and hold that data.
Okay, so you get this report from DPS and you go through the names, and if one of these folks that DPS says they're not a citizen, if you see them on the voter registration list, that's immediately flagged to the county where they're registered. Is that right?
That's
I
correct.
think you said it better. I just want to make sure I'm tracking.
Yes, sir.
And that's the process you described for us earlier?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
So you flag it and the county is required to deal with it.
Yes, sir.
And if they don't, you can withhold their funding at some
Yes, sir,
point.
that's
right?
correct. They're required to investigate, which in most situations involves sending a notice of investigation. And these matches that they come from DPS, there's not many reasons why they wouldn't send a notice of investigation. So they should be sending this notice of investigation, alerting the voter to the fact, or alerting the individual to the fact that they recently went to DPS, said they were not a U.S. citizen, but they are currently registered to vote, which, as we know, is not something that's permitted under Texas law. So it's putting this voter, or potential voter, I should say, on notice that they have a problem and they need to correct that problem.
And I think we saw some numbers earlier over the summer Governor Abbott released, and there's been more discussion about this. A little over 6,000 folks since 2021, when this was put in place, a little over 6,000 folks who were on the voter registration list, but were flagged because they told DPS they weren't citizens, or because they went to jury duty and said, I'm not a citizen. About a little over, maybe, I guess, 6,500 or so people have been removed because of that process. Is that right?
Yes, sir. So out of that 6,500, there's a portion of them that were canceled because the voter affirmatively said, I am not a U.S. citizen.
Okay.
So we know, because that's coded in our system, the counties reported to us that the voter affirmatively told them that in response to a notice. But there's a pretty large bucket of individuals that were canceled because they were sent this notice for investigation, but never responded to it.
So, okay, go ahead.
And a failure to respond to this notice absolutely results in cancellation.
Makes sense. And if they do respond and say, oh, wait, I've become a citizen, here's my paperwork, then they're back on.
Absolutely.
Is that right?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Okay, that makes sense. And then, Chief, none of us are experts, or I'm not an expert on immigration law, but let's talk about lawful presence. Say I'm here illegally. I came across the border illegally. I show up at DPS to get a driver license. What happens?
So if you don't have any of the documents that are required to show lawful presence, then you don't get a Texas DL or ID.
Okay.
As I mentioned earlier, we're a single issuance state, so we only issue compliant, and we don't have the authority to issue a driver license or identification card to an undocumented individual.
So someone who comes across the border illegally, sometimes we talk about gotaways, folks who the Border Patrol or the DPS saw but couldn't get to. They make it into the U.S. Or people who have an interaction with law enforcement, with Border Patrol, and they're given a date to come back, and they never come back for their hearing. Let's talk about those folks. So I show up at the border, and I go to Border Patrol, and I say, I'm in the U.S., I want asylum, and they give me a date to come back. If those people don't come back for that hearing, and they show up at DPS, can they get a driver license?
It's my understanding that they cannot, because until they show up to the court, they're not issued a lawful presence
They don't have-
status. They don't have anything, so we would have nothing to verify.
So those folks are not lawfully present.
Correct.
Therefore, they're not in the system, and you won't give them a driver license or
That's correct.
ID card. Is that right? Okay. That was my understanding. I just wanted to make sure. Okay. And then, if I can, and I thank the committee and the members and the witnesses for letting me monopolize so much time, but I want to walk through this process. I'm sure we'll have more questions. Let's say someone shows up to vote at a polling place anywhere in Texas. They don't have any identification and they want to vote. What happens?
In Texas, we require that you present a photo identification when you are presenting to vote. There are what we call the 7 acceptable forms of photo ID. Those are Texas-issued driver's license, ID card, handgun license. In addition to that, we also have the passport, your passport or passport card, military ID card, your naturalization certificate, and then there's also a documentation called the election identification certificate for individuals that may not be able to obtain one of those other documents. That's the top tier of IDs.
Okay.
That is what you're expected to present in a polling location. However, we do have a process. If individuals do not possess one of those and cannot reasonably obtain one, then we have a second tier of IDs that those individuals can use. For those second tier of IDs, the voter would also have to complete something called the Reasonable Impediment Declaration, where they are filling out a form, swearing to the fact that they're not able to obtain this ID. They're indicating on there why they can't get this ID, and of course, providing their information. That's then countersigned by a presiding judge. So we have a paper trail establishing, for establishing this person's identity, but also providing that accountability for those individuals that may not be able to present that acceptable ID.
Okay, thank you. Let's say I show up to vote at a polling place in Texas, and I have an ID, but I'm not on the voter rolls. What happens?
If you show up to vote and you are not on the list of registered voters, the most that can happen for you is that you would be offered a provisional ballot. That provisional ballot goes back to the voter registrar. The voter registrar is looking to see if there was a reason you were not on that list of registered voters. If they can find a registration record, then that provisional ballot would get counted. But if this person is not a registered voter, not on that list of registered voters, that ballot will be rejected.
So even though I have an ID that identifies who I am, if I'm not on the voter rolls, at most I get a provisional ballot. And even if I can't show that I'm a voter, that provisional ballot does not get counted.
Yes, sir.
I'm asking you, is that right?
That's correct, sir, yes.
Okay. Very good. Thank you. I'm sure there'll be other questions from the committee, but I wanted it while it was fresh to walk through that process. And the chair recognizes the dean of the Senate, and then we'll come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So given all your safeguards, how could a non-citizen possibly register to vote?
That's a wonderful question, ma'am. So about 85% of our registrations in Texas come from DPS. So those registrations that come from DPS, we know citizenship has been validated on those individuals because, as Sherry explained, that system is hard-coded to prevent any record from coming to us for a non-citizen. So about 85% of our registrations come from DPS. The other 15% are paper application forms. About 10% of those, a voter uses a driver's license. The other 5% is somebody using the last 4 digits of their social security number. So under current Texas law, we have to validate that those individuals that submit a paper application form, that they are a live person that exists, that it's a real, that number is associated with a real person, and that they're not deceased. But there isn't a requirement or statutory authority right now under Texas law to also independently verify citizenship. So if somebody uses a paper application form, we can't validate that for citizenship purposes.
Thank you. How many non-citizens have you actually identified who are registered to vote?
So
And I'll
is
tell
there
you
a
why I'm asking
specific is there a specific time frame, ma'am?
I'm not trying to trick you. Let me
Yes, ma'am.
explain why I'm asking the question.
Yes, ma'am.
Because I have information that the Texas Tribune and others reported that the Secretary of State had identified only 581 non-citizens.
I can
That's
add
the
some
basis for
clarity
my
to that,
question.
ma'am. So the information that's being reported was from a specific time period, from September of 2021 through August of this year. So we're looking at a defined time period. Again, that number that's right around 500, 581, I believe, yes. That's going to include individuals that have either said, because of the jury summons, I'm not a U.S. citizen, or have said through the DPS process, I'm not a U.S. citizen, or on their own indicated that they're not a U.S. citizen, maybe registered in error. The remaining number that's been reported, that right around 6,000, that number is specifically those individuals from September of 2021 through August of 2024, that we have identified through the DPS process as being a potential non-citizen. That means we received information, and then within a week of getting that information from DPS where they're saying that they're not a U.S. citizen, that information was provided to the counties, a notice of investigation was sent out. They didn't respond.
Right.
And because there was no response, it resulted in a cancellation.
But the cancellation was based on not responding, not the proof that that person was not a non-citizen.
That's correct, ma'am. It's based on the failure to respond.
So the actual number goes back to 581 that have been identified as non-citizens.
I would say 581 is the number we know because that's what the counties have communicated to us. That's how they've registered that in our system of confirmed instances where somebody has said that they're not a U.S. citizen. The other remainder, as you said, ma'am, is yes, because they failed to respond to a notice.
Given so much voter apathy, isn't it a possibility that many people who are non-citizens simply won't respond because they just don't want to vote? They're tired of so many elections, or they hate all the candidates?
I would say what I have heard anecdotally from our counties that are the ones on the ground doing these investigations is that oftentimes what they find is when they're sending notices to individuals that are potentially ineligible to vote, those individuals are not going to be very keen to stand up and raise their hand and say, yes, I think I committed a crime. When the notice provides to that voter that they don't have to respond and that'll cancel their registration, in most cases, the voters don't choose to respond because they don't want to necessarily come forward and say, oh, I made a mistake, and yes, I could have potentially committed a crime in error.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Paxton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to kind of follow on some of the questioning that Chairman Hughes asked about when this happens, how does that work? And so in the situation where a provisional ballot is issued, can you just kind of walk through that process?
Yes, ma'am. So provisional ballots are issued for very limited circumstances. The primary reason is because somebody's not on the list of registered voters. There is a path for when people don't provide proper identification. So traditionally for folks that are not on that list of registered voters, that goes back to the voter registrar. Again, the voter registrar is confirming whether or not they're a registered voter. That then goes on to our what we call the early voting ballot board. They review the information provided by the voter registrar, and the ballot board makes a determination on whether to accept or reject that provisional ballot.
And the ballot board is in your office, or?
No, ma'am. The ballot boards are all located locally.
Okay.
They are
in each
appointed
county.
individuals. Yes, ma'am. They're made up of representatives from both political parties, appointed for this November election, appointed by Commissioner's Court from lists of workers provided by the parties. Now, for the voter ID situation where somebody doesn't have the right identification, those individuals that vote provisionally for that reason, which means they don't have the List A ID or a List B ID that they can use, for whatever reason, their ID is not valid. For those individuals, they can vote provisionally and they have a cure period where they have 6 days for which they can show up and provide the proper documentation. If they do that, that provisional ballot will be marked accordingly. Again, it will go to the ballot board, and the ballot board will make a decision to accept or reject. If they've provided the valid ID, then the ballot board should accept that ballot.
So after the ballot is marked by the individual,
yes, ma'am.
Where is it stored, kept?
Great question.
Handled?
So for these provisional voters, they're provided a ballot. That ballot's marked. Those ballots put that voter in a separate envelope that's sealed. And then all of this, the documentation and the notations on there by the election judge as to why they're voting provisionally, the notations by the voter registrar are all made on that same document. That provisional ballot application also serves as a voter registration application. So it has all the attestations on there about being eligible to vote, being a United States citizen. They have to affirmatively mark that on there, and then they sign it under penalty of perjury when they sign that provisional ballot. So it has a number of pieces of information about that voter so that we know who that person is. If it should result in a proper registration eventually, it could do that, but again, has all the proper attestations, particularly with respect to citizenship on there. So if we had a non-citizen that was attempting to vote, they were not on the list, they would be presented this provisional ballot. They're going to have to affirmatively mark that they're a U.S. citizen, and they're going to be swearing to that fact.
And so the timeline on that, if it's the first day of early voting, they have 6 days though to.
They have until, so if they don't have the proper identification, they have until the 6th day after Election Day. So if they're voting at the beginning of early voting, they're going to get a little bit more time than those individuals that vote on Election Day, and they have to appear in person to the voter registrar to provide that proper documentation in person.
And just to be clear, that vote isn't counted, or it's kept completely separate from the tabulation.
Yes, ma'am, that's
until
correct.
after.
It is not counted. It is not run through a scanner or any kind of tabulation device. Those ballots are kept typically in their own locked and sealed containers. They're segregated from everything else. And it's not till the ballot board has made a decision on that when that ballot could potentially be counted.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm going to ask one, then I'm going to recognize you. Thanks. Thank you so much. Following up a little even further on provisional ballots, and you may not know off the top of your head. If you have a sense, let us know. Of provisional ballots that are cast, do you have a sense for, cast may not have been the best word, of those provisional ballots that are filled out by a voter who wants to vote, how many end up being counted? Is there a number, or do you know? It's okay if you don't.
I would have to check on that. We might be able to, we might have some data that we can look at there. So I can check on that, and we can get back to you on that,
No,
sir.
thanks. It'd be just interesting to know. Thank you. Senator Betancourt.
To go a little further down on the issue of the 6,500, historically, we had, let's see, when I first was voter registrar, we had 50,000 registrations we deleted that were either felon or predominantly deceased. Approximately 1% of those were voting. We would get letters back from family members that said people had died in the 1960s, yet they were voting in the 1990s. And legendary District Attorney Johnny Holmes assured me that nobody was voting in person from Huntsville, even though you could not tell that by the voter roll. So the incidents are rare, okay, but and this is well documented in the Chronicle, and at the time, we had at least 36 non-citizens voting that were people that were basically ping-ponging between the district clerk's office and the tax office, either saying, I wasn't a citizen to get out of the jury wheel, or I was, clearly somebody who was a foreign national. So I got so mad, I actually picked up the phone and called them and said, why are you doing this? You know you're not supposed to vote. And the best conversation, which I'll remember the rest of my life, was I picked up the phone and explained who I was to the wife of the person. She immediately called out, honey, I knew this was going to get you in trouble. And I could hear him clunking down the stairs, coming down to get to the phone. And he said that he knew he was a foreign national and that he was not supposed to vote, but he wanted to. And I actually had people that we threw off the roll more than once, and they came back because they wanted to keep voting. Now, small numbers, but actually the things that have occurred. So when we're talking about this, it's important to know that there are actually incidences, okay? Because so much of the media now will just say this is all some type of nonsensical, not fact-based, but there is. And Josh, I had a couple questions for you. You've got the Stevens case and you got this Charette case. Now, obviously, those are dramatically stopping the Attorney General from prosecuting either election fraud or, which actually does occur, because I actually got a conviction on election fraud because we had somebody that rewrote 184 applications to move people around from one elementary school. You can't make this stuff up because it's so stupid. And that person actually got a federal rap on it. So tell us about these two cases and how they're preventing the department's ability.
Sure. The first thing I would say is in regards to the prosecutions, and I want to separate those from the groups that I have that prosecutes crimes versus the groups of cops that I've got to go out and investigate. The cases have done nothing as far as stopping the Attorney General's office from investigating. However, we still look to our partner agencies for referrals before we do that. The SOS usually will vet some of the complaints that come into the Secretary of State's office before they send those to us. We also look to local law enforcement that if they have a complaint that has come in, of them referring that to our Criminal Investigations Division. But in regards to prosecutions, the issue regarding Stevens and the constitutional authority of Attorney General Paxton to prosecute these crimes, we know it's happening. We know it's happening in places where they will never invite the Attorney General of the state of Texas to come in and assist in prosecutions. Dallas County has told us that explicitly. We will never invite you for anything. That is just the lay of the land that we have right now. We know it's happening. God bless some of the district attorneys that are out there. There's one down in the 81st district that's willing to, take these cases up. They've asked for our help, and we're going to go in there and assist them. But they're the lead. And that's the lay of the land as far as where we're at right now. Is the Attorney General's office has to be asked, and this is the same as we have for our other prosecution units, but it's specific to elections. The issue is, and I truly believe this, when you are asking a local official who is elected side by side with the person that they're going to be prosecuting, you're asking for them to put a nail in their political career by going after these people. Plain and simple. They're usually having to go after either the opposing party or their own party, and it's just something that you're asking district attorneys to do that it appears by the numbers that they're just not willing to do it.
Well, there's no question that by the numbers that's the case. And Mr. Chairman and Dean and the Vice Chair, I want to point out that if the Harris County voter roll hadn't been cleaned up in 1999, we would have had 500 clearly illegal votes that we knew were either deceased or felons. And I want to point out in 2000, the presidential election was decided by 512 votes in Florida. So for all the people out there that say this is not a worthwhile discussion, they're just flat wrong. Because if you don't have a voter roll with integrity, you cannot trust the outcome of the election. And I watched an election in Florida be decided by 512 votes, and Texas could have been Florida. Actually, Harris County could have been Florida because we had almost exactly the number of what we knew were illegal voting registrations that were voting year after year after year after year. Somebody was voting them. So, Mr. Chairman, I submit that we have a tendency to ignore what we know was true years ago, but the problems still exist, and I really bring this up at these meetings to make sure that we remember historically that all this is all documented, because past behavior dictates future behavior, and we've had this problem, and we'll always have it, because we just have that part of humanity. That people make a decision to vote for a deceased family member or become a voter harvester or whatever decisions are made. But more importantly, we've got the ability to do it unless we have Court of Criminal Appeals decisions that take the bat out of people's hands. And I'll leave that up for people to decide that later. But we're going to have to try to do something about it next legislative session.
Thank you, Senator Bettencourt. Senator Middleton.
Yep. Thank you, Chairman. And Sherry, I think this question's for you on so for the driver's license for legal permanent residents, so green card holders, for example, how long are those valid? And is there anything in the physical appearance of them that would distinguish them from a driver's license of a citizen?
So for someone who has lawful presence, the green card or asylee or refugee status, they're given full status. So they would be issued a card for a period of 8 years, up to 8 years, depending on what their status is. And the card would look exactly like someone who's a U.S. citizen. There is no marker or definition of a U.S. citizen or non-U.S. citizen on that card.
Okay, and that's kind of one of the issues where I have filed legislation before to shorten that to a year. For non-citizen legal permanent residents, so that would be updated. But I mean, also I think we need to consider changing the physical appearance of it, where it's obvious from the front of it. And I may be wrong about this, but is an attempt to count a vote that someone that is not a citizen, that's a Class A misdemeanor attempt. So I mean, that would seem pretty open and shut, where it says in red, not a citizen, you're trying to count the vote and give them a provisional ballot. I mean, that's not a hard case to prove like that. So, maybe something like that to distinguish the physical difference between a citizen and non-citizen legal permanent resident driver's license. And my understanding is maybe they used to be oriented differently, like, when 16-year-olds or,
Yes, sir. Prior to
Up and down,
2011, the card was oriented in a portrait, and there was a red box around the photo. And during that session, the legislature gave us direction to make those licenses look similar or the same.
And it's a lot. I Senator Betancourt, and I saw with Bill Sargent's testimony submitted, it's 1.9 million, is that right, that have driver's license that are legal permanent residents?
Right, there are approximately 1.9 million that are either have a valid license or they're expired within the 4-year period, which would be acceptable for voter ID.
And you can see where even a tiny margin of error times 1.9 million could be a lot of votes, enough to swing an election potentially. Well, thank you for your testimony on that. I think that's something we need to keep looking at and make sure we fix.
Senators, any other questions for these witnesses on the charge? Thank you for being here. Thanks for what you're doing. Thank you very much. Will you stick around in case we have more questions? You guys, thank you very much. Thank you so much. And as we complete invited testimony on this important charge, the chair calls Jason Sneed, Greg Blackie. Jason Sneed, I see you've coming down. Greg Blackie. The two of you have 4 seats from which to choose, so make yourself comfortable. They're all pretty similar. And
I'd sit next to you. Not at all.
Welcome to each of you. Pull the microphone close, and if I had Jason first. Do y'all care who goes first? Does it matter to you? Okay, go ahead. Well,
Happy to lead off. Chairman Hughes, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to join you today. My name is Jason Sneed. I'm the executive director of the Honest Elections Project, which is a nonprofit organization dedicated to fighting for the basic principle that every American has the right to vote in free and fair elections. I applaud you for holding this committee hearing today. We are, as of right now, just 20 days away from a major national election. Voters deserve to have confidence in the basic process of our democracy, and that includes ensuring that only American citizens can vote in our elections. There should really be nothing controversial about what I just said. According to recent polling, about 90% of Americans believe that only citizens should be allowed to vote. And in recent years, 6 states have passed initiatives locking into their state constitutions prohibitions on non-citizen voting. Most recently, Ohio and Louisiana, both of which cleared with well over 70% of the vote. So this is simply not a controversial issue. Nevertheless, there are a lot of concerns about whether non-citizens are able to get on our rolls and cast ballots, and I think that those concerns deserve a response. Unfortunately, there are many people who would rather dismiss those concerns, and they've repeated a lot of things that I'll call myths, and I'd like to address some of those in a myth versus fact capacity here today. The first myth is the oft-repeated claim that there is, quote-unquote, no evidence of non-citizens registering or voting in our elections. I can tell you definitively that they can and do. In fact, just in the last few weeks, states like Ohio, Virginia, and others have identified and removed non-citizens on their voter rolls, and in some cases have even made referrals for criminal investigations of those who have allegedly voted. In Oregon, officials announced that nearly 1,300 non-citizens had been added to the rolls by the state's own automatic voter registration system, which is a profound failure of automatic voter registration systems writ large. Right here in Texas, there are numerous proven instances of non-citizen voting, and we've heard some colorful stories here today. These include Laura Garza, who pleaded guilty to stealing the identity of an American citizen and using it to register and vote, or Mario Oriano, who pleaded guilty after illegally entering the United States over 40 years ago, manufacturing documents that allowed him to falsely obtain a passport and also to register and vote. The list goes on. Clearly, non-citizen registration and voting happens, and that leads to the second myth that I want to address, that this problem is not significant unless it is widespread. That usually is taken to mean that unless and until millions of non-citizens are illegally voting, there is simply no issue. But this argument ignores the fact that elections are often decided by exceedingly small margins. The 2000 presidential election was decided by just 537 votes in Florida, which amounted to 0.009% of the votes cast in that state. In Virginia, the decisive race that determined party control of the House of Delegates ended in a tie and had to be decided by drawing a name out of a bowl. Every vote matters, and even one illegal vote is one too many. When non-citizens vote, they negate the lawful votes of citizens and they disenfranchise Americans. The final myth I want to address today is that it is already illegal for foreign nationals to vote, and therefore nothing more needs to be done. It is true that it is illegal for non-citizens to vote in federal and Texas elections, but as evidenced above, non-citizens are clearly able to cast ballots. It is simply not enough to make something illegal. After all, it is illegal to cross our southern border without authorization, yet that has happened millions of times in just the last few years. Laws must be enforced if they are to have meaning. When it comes to safeguarding election integrity, Texas has done more than most states. And I commend you for passing SB 1 in 2021 and other laws that have expanded voting access and also enhanced the security of our voting process. Your work improved the voting experience for Texans and still serves as a model for other states. But there is always more that can be done to safeguard the democratic process, and I have a few thoughts on some best practices that could be incorporated as you consider future reforms here in Texas. First, Texas should bolster proof of citizenship requirements for voting. You might consider emulating a recently adopted Arizona statute, which you're going to hear a little bit more from my colleague here in a moment, requiring proof of citizenship to register using state forms and resources. You may also consider a piece of legislation to require a petition to the U.S. Election Assistance Commission to add proof of citizenship requirements to the federal voter registration form and pursuing all necessary means to accomplish that goal. Second, all state agencies should be barred from providing voter registration materials to individuals who indicate they are not citizens. All agencies should be required to turn over to election officials any information in their possession regarding potential non-citizen status to enable only lawful registration and voting. All state-issue IDs in Texas should list citizen or non-citizen prominently on their face. The Secretary of State should be routinely comparing state voter rolls against lists of non-citizens issued temporary or limited-term licenses, and officials should attempt to verify the citizenship of any individuals who are flagged, including contacting those voters. All of this should be done promptly. Third, election officials should be required to seek and use all available records, including access to the SAVE database and E-Verify. Election officials should also seek information from state and federal courts pertaining to jury service that is refused for non-citizenship. State and local officials should be required to maintain records for all individuals that are removed from the rolls for non-citizenship, examine whether those individuals have a voting history, and if they do, make, as necessary, appropriate criminal investigatory referrals. All of these activities, as well as all list maintenance practices generally, should be comprehensively documented and reported by the Secretary of State to the public and to the legislature. Fourth, Texas lawmakers should consider addressing the issues raised in the Stevens decision, which ultimately had the effect of stripping the Attorney General of the authority to prosecute election crimes. I'm not here to weigh in on the particulars of that case, but it does raise grave public policy concerns that ultimately land at the feet of the legislature. All too often, as we already know, election crimes go uninvestigated and unprosecuted. Sometimes that is due to the political agendas of particular prosecutors, but more often it is simply due to a lack of resources, training, or expertise. And as I mentioned before, laws must be enforced if they are to matter. Finally, and very briefly, let me advise that there are two policies that I would suggest Texas never adopt in this space. First is automatic voter registration. As I mentioned at the beginning of my remarks, Oregon inadvertently allowed 1,300 non-citizens onto its rolls through their automatic process. AVR systems are simply error-prone, and they have been proven time and again to sweep ineligible voters onto your rolls. Secondly, I would not advise that Texas followed the path of 19 other states in providing driver's licenses to illegal aliens, which again create new opportunities for non-citizens to get registered and added to our rolls. Stopping non-citizen voting should not be a partisan issue. It is extremely popular with the American public, and every Texas voter deserves to know that this state's elections, as well as our nation's elections generally, are decided by American citizens. I thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I look forward to any questions you may have.
Thanks for your testimony. We'll have questions for you after we hear from both witnesses, but good to have you here. Thank you very much. And Mr. Blackie, introduce yourself. Get close to that microphone. Give us your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairman Hughes and the members of this committee. My name is Greg Blackie. I'm the Deputy Director of Policy for the Arizona Free Enterprise Club. Happy to be up at this table with Jason Sneed, who we've done a lot of work with, and we're appreciative for Honest Elections Project, and happy to be here today to give a little bit of a background of what we do in Arizona, and specifically the bill that was passed in 2022. It's been discussed already today that's currently in litigation, and kind of how we arrived at that as the proper policy solution to this problem of non-citizens voting. So I think to get there, we have to start kind of somewhat at the beginning. And in Arizona, that goes back 20 years. In 2004, we had a measure on the ballot. It was Proposition 200. That was the first instance of requiring proof of citizenship to register to vote. And it was across the board for all voters registering. Unsurprisingly, we were immediately sued. That litigation took a very long time, and it wasn't until 2013 that the intertribal case made its way to the Supreme Court, and Justice Scalia wrote the majority opinion, which found that the National Voter Registration Act preempts our proof of citizenship requirement, specifically as it relates to the federal form. In 1993, I'm sure everybody in this committee is aware, Congress passed the National Voter Registration Act, which really had two goals. One was increasing voter registration, but also it was increasing the integrity of elections and specifically voter lists and voter rolls. And part of that requirement was establishing the federal form that now the Election Assistance Commission designs, and the requirement that states have to accept and use that federal form. And it was that kind of those words that Scalia and the Supreme Court hung on to require Arizona to accept and use those federal forms and not require any information that the form itself doesn't require, meaning we can't require proof of citizenship. And so at that point, following 2013, we bifurcated our voter registration system, meaning if somebody submitted a state voter registration form without proof of citizenship, that form would be rejected outright. If they submitted a state form with proof of citizenship, they would be registered to vote in all Arizona elections. If they submitted a federal form without proof of citizenship, that is when we would register them as federal-only voters, meaning they would vote only for president, House, Senate, but none of our local or state elections. That was the process from 2014 up until 2018. And as a result, in the 2018 election, we only had 1,700 federal-only voters who cast a ballot in that election. However, we were sued again. This time, a group, LULAC, the League of United Latin American Citizens, they argued that we were treating voters disparately because we followed what the Supreme Court had said. We rejected our own state forms, but we accepted federal forms. They said we were treating those registrants disparately, and so it violated the Equal Protection Clause. Instead of going to trial, unfortunately, our Secretary of State at the time and Maricopa County Recorder, our largest county, who is now the Secretary of State, Adrian Fontes, entered into a consent decree agreeing that we would treat the state form in the same manner as we did the federal form. In the first election following that decision, the number of federal-only voters who voted in Arizona increased to 11,600. That was the 2020 election, in which the margin for the presidential election in Arizona was 10,457 votes. So we saw this huge proliferation of the federal-only voter list in those 2 years following that one consent decree, which required us to treat the state form the same way that we did the federal form. And we saw that as really the primary problem in Arizona. The vast majority of voters are using the state form. They're not using the federal form. And the Supreme Court affirmed that we have the power to design and use our own state form freely as we choose. And so in 2022, we crafted a bill, HB 2492. I believe a copy of that was sent to all of the members, as well as a version that maybe fits other states as well. And really that has 3 provisions that solves this problem in our view. Obviously, the SAVE Act would be preferable. It would let us across the board require proof of citizenship for all voters. But until Congress acts, states can do something, and Arizona is proving that today. The first provision of HB 2492 takes us back to that pre-consent decree era of rejecting state forms if they were not submitted with proof of citizenship. That again, is the biggest loophole in the system, where we went from 1,700 who voted in 2018 to 11,600. So that cuts off a huge portion of that federal-only voter list in Arizona. The second is what we can do with federal form applicants that don't provide proof of citizenship. While the Supreme Court said that we have to accept and use those forms, they told us that nothing prevents states from denying registration based on information in their possession that the applicant is not qualified. And so we said, okay, when we receive these federal form applications without proof of of citizenship, we're going to spend 10 days, the counties, our election officials have to do it within 10 days, an investigation of several databases, one being the SAVE database, the Social Security Administration database, one being NAFSIS, which is a nonprofit, almost 50 statewide. I think Texas is actually not a member, that provides vital event records like birth certificates. And so for 49 of the U.S. states, or 48, 49, we can do an instant query with date of birth, name, and place of birth and get a birth certificate on behalf of the voter. So this is actually enfranchising more people, because if they submit a federal form, they don't have proof of citizenship themselves. We do the check, and if we can find their birth certificate in Tennessee, then we will properly register them to vote in all elections. So we run that check against several databases, and then there are three possible outcomes. If we find that they're a U.S. citizen, then they're registered to vote in all elections. If we find that they're not a U.S. citizen and we can prove that, then their application is rejected, and we forward it to the county attorney and attorney general for investigation because they swore under penalty of perjury that they are a U.S. citizen. And then the third outcome is if we can't prove either way, then we still have to register them as a federal-only voter. But that brings in point number 3 of the bill, which is that we say they can't vote for presidential electors and they can't vote by mail. So they can only vote in person, and they have to, and they can only vote for U.S. House and U.S. Senate. And we rely on the difference between the Elections Clause, which gives Congress the power to alter times, place, manner restrictions set by the states, versus the Electors Clause, which gives state legislatures plenary power to determine the manner of appointing electors. All of this is in litigation right now, but the good news is that just recently, the U.S. Supreme Court upheld, or they stayed, an enjoinment of the provision requiring proof of citizenship on our state forms. On an emergency appeal up to the U.S. Supreme Court, they stayed the district's court enjoinment of that provision, and so it's in effect now in Arizona, meaning that all other 49 states can follow suit immediately. They could pass laws requiring proof of citizenship on your own state voter registration forms. Some good news also from that U.S. Supreme Court decision is that 3 of the justices would have provided a stay in full. We had asked them to stay the enjoyment of that provision, but also the provision on presidential electors and voting by mail. So this is already kind of set up as it gets up to the U.S. Supreme Court out of appeal, that we have 3 justices that are in complete agreement and 2 more that we hope to see follow suit. And we believe, again, this is, until the SAVE Act can be passed, this is the blueprint of how states can act. You can reject state voter registration forms without proof of citizenship. You can do investigations for federal form applicants before you register them to vote. And we believe you can limit them by saying you cannot vote by mail and you cannot vote for president or state elections. That's the framework that we would hope other states would follow until Congress acts to help protect our elections from non-citizens voting. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I've got somebody I'll yield to the committee first. Anybody have anything? Thank you for walking through that. I had a very general understanding of what Arizona was doing, and that helps a whole lot. And the previous clunkier method that where we petition the EAC and ask the Election Assistance Commission, ask them to add the requirement, and they say no, then we sue them. The Texas Senate passed that last session, didn't make it all the way through the process, but we hadn't yet taken this approach. So the bill's has been drafted. So it's encouraging to hear that that's working and how well that's working. How did we? You may have answered this. How did we get out from under the consent decree that was inadvisably entered into before? How did we get around that? A new judge or
So it's a great question, because this is actually an area where it was much more difficult to do what we did in Arizona than it is in any other state. And that's because our initial proof of citizenship requirements are voter protected. We have this weird system in the state of Arizona. Anything passed on the ballot, the legislature cannot amend without a 3/4 majority, and they have to further the purpose. So we couldn't touch any of the existing statutes that were wrapped up in the previous litigation. But then also we had this consent decree. And our position was that an executive official cannot single-handedly bind the hands of future lawmakers in an entire area of policy like this. And so the consent decree covered a specific statute that they said that they could apply in a different manner, saying that we can accept state forms without proof of citizenship, even though the law says we have to accept them. So in our bill, we clarified, no, you cannot. You have to reject them outright. And so the district court had decided that we were bound by that consent decree, and so they enjoined the statute. The good news is the U.S. Supreme Court staying that decision at the district court level implies, or at least nods to the fact the U.S. Supreme Court might be willing to limit the extent and encroachment of these consent decrees. But as far as I'm aware, Texas is not under one of these consent decrees, and no other state is. And so with state form applicants, proof of citizenship, your hands are totally unbound, and you could pass a law the next day.
No, I believe you're correct about Texas. I was just concerned about the consent decrees broadly. So this case could have even larger implications in other areas where, for whatever reason, agreements were entered into binding the local or state governments. So maybe those, in other contexts, could be revisited. It sounds like. Okay.
That's our hope. Yeah, the district court had said that we're bound by it, and the U.S. Supreme Court overruled them. And so we hope that eventually there will be good precedent on the fact that executive departments cannot bind the hands of all lawmakers and essentially exercise legislative power that you don't even have as lawmakers. You can't bind the hands of lawmakers who come after you. And so secretaries of states or county officials shouldn't be able to do that with private litigants in kind of friendly lawsuits with the courts.
That's right. Let me ask you a prudential question, which you may have addressed. What's the transition look like? So when we put this back in place, is that going forward? Does it affect currently folks who are currently on the voter rolls who were not able to verify citizenship? How did we get from where we were to where we are?
So in Arizona, there were really two bills that were passed at the same time. It was HB 2492 and then HB 2243. So the first one was about prospective voter registration applications and requiring proof of citizenship. And the second was about looking back and doing comprehensive list maintenance for those already registered. The good news, as Ken had mentioned earlier, is that in Arizona, we know exactly which registrants have not provided proof of citizenship. We have the number, we have the names, we know. And so part of both of those bills was requiring immediately the Attorney General to look through that list and investigate the qualifications and eligibility of those who are registered. Unfortunately, we had an election after that bill passed, and so we have elected officials who are less inclined to do that work. But the laws are on the books to regularly look at those who are on the federal-only voter list and compare them with those databases. This isn't a citizenship issue, but as Ken mentioned, that I think he said either Florida or Georgia is doing, as part of that package of bills, we also adopted the provision to automatically check when people obtain driver's licenses in other states. And we required that the Secretary of State provide quarterly reports to the legislature for how many of those are returned as somebody moved out of state and how many notices were sent as a result. And we're getting on average about 30,000 a quarter, so nearly 120,000 a year out-of-state movers from Arizona to another state that under these provisions will be able to be removed because we now know that they reside elsewhere.
Thank you very much, Senator Anderson. Any questions for either of our witnesses? Thanks for what you're doing. Senator Bettencourt.
I just want to thank you both for the information. And Jason, the colorful stories are designed to tell the facts because part of this is we have lost this history. And so when we have a discussion that's in depth, like about Arizona, there's actually a causality to all this and what's occurred. Now, one last question while I got you, Greg. Is there initiative and referendum in Arizona? I know it's substantial. So are there initiatives on the ballot in this November that could overturn this or change it? I would assume there must be. Okay. Because, right.
No, so for what we did with non-citizen voting, it's safe. I think that their hope is to try and defeat it in the courts, which we don't think they'll be successful. We do have other threats in Arizona right now on the ballot as it relates to elections. That's more in the jungle primary ranked choice voting issue that we're fighting out there as well. But thankfully, the laws on non-citizens voting are in the courts, and we feel good that in that process, the U.S. Supreme Court will eventually uphold all of our provisions.
Well, I think at some point in time, we just need a definitive case that basically says that doing a citizenship check is actually the legal thing to do, and it's obviously the right operational thing to do. I appreciate your testimony.
I would just add that, we need Congress to pass the SAVE Act that will basically allow us to have the best possible approach here. There's some activity in the courts, and then when it comes to ballot measures, enshrining in your state constitution a prohibition against non-citizen voting, those pass overwhelmingly with well over 70% of the vote typically.
Jason, you're talking to the last voter registrar from Texas that testified to that in 2006. It has been it's been 18 years, so I'm not going to hold my breath for the feds passing what should be a simple, act. but it's a good suggestion nonetheless.
And if I could just add to that, the one definitive thing we do now have, and frankly, we had it in 2013, and now it's been reaffirmed, is that states do have the absolute power to require proof of citizenship on the front end for their state voter registration forms. And so all 50 states can be doing that now.
Thank you for that. From a national perspective, it's obviously a big election and everyone's concerned about it. Not from a partisan standpoint, but when we think about security and the balance, easy to vote, hard to cheat, what are you seeing around the country? I know that in the last legislative session or so, Michigan, as I recall, weakened a lot of reforms that have been put in place. Is that happening elsewhere? I'm not so much curious about ballot referenda this time, but are there ballot referenda from the last couple of years or legislation that's going to make us more vulnerable as you see it, just to give us a little preview around the country?
Well, just in the last few years, we've seen hundreds of new laws get passed in state legislatures. So when I get this question posed, what is the 2024 election going to look like from an election integrity perspective, it's largely based on what state you live in. You all here in Texas, as well as Florida, Georgia, Ohio, other red states have passed a lot of laws that I say are designed to improve access, but also improve security at the same time. That being said, we have seen some states that have trended in what I would characterize as the wrong direction. You mentioned a ballot measure from 22 in Michigan, Proposition 2. That essentially ended the ability of the state to require voter identification. It locked in a right for election officials to get private grants from partisan organizations, what we've called Zuck Bucks, and so on and so forth. So that then has actually, in concert with a number of laws that have been passed just in the last 6 months in Michigan, have substantially changed Michigan's voting laws, and again, in ways that I think are going to make it harder for us to have results on election night and to have an election system that is as transparent as the voters deserve. So there's going to be some differences regionally, but overall, I'd say there's been a lot of very positive developments, and there are a lot of states, including Texas, that have passed laws that I'd like to see implemented in all 50 states, as well as Arizona, really leading the way here on proof of citizenship.
Good. Thank you both very much. Thank you all for being here. Thanks for waiting around.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have you. As we continue on this charge, moving to public testimony, we'll call Bill Sargent. Sarge, welcome back. Andrew Eller, the chair calls Donna Shelton, and Mike Slayton. I think I saw Mike back there. We go. So, Mike, if you want to come, are you already covered, or do you want to come back? Okay, very good. In that case, we will. You guys make yourselves known. We're going to bring one more witness up. The chair calls Susan Bell. Now, when I call you, if you're already covered and you don't want to come back, you just let us know. We just don't want to cut anybody off who wishes to testify. So Susan Bell, is Susan still here? We will. How about is Bonnie Seelig still here and wishing to testify? Okay, all right. We'll move forward with the panel we have, and we'll be calling some more witnesses as we go. So welcome back, each of you, and welcome back especially Bill. And go ahead, introduce yourself, give us your
Before you start the clock, let me make it clear. Let me clarify that I am a fourth-generation San Franciscan, and I left in 1967, and it went to hell in a handbasket after I left.
Mr. Chairman, if I could respond.
And I'm now a Texan and glad of it.
Did you go from San Francisco right to Galveston, or was there a stop in between?
My great-grandfather was a congressman and a senator from California.
Okay.
Wow.
So,
See, this is, and Bill, I just want to say that since the last time you visited the committee, you look a lot better up here at the desk than on a gurney in the other room. Okay.
Yes, right.
So
Thank
let's
you,
not repeat that one again. All right.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Okay, I'm Bill Sargent, Chief Deputy Clerk for Elections, former Chief Deputy Clerk for Elections for Galveston County. A lot of the things I was going to talk about have already been mentioned, so I'm going to cut it short. What I want to deal with are people who register by using the paper submission. There's no way we can verify citizenship at this point. And in fact, in Galveston County, we had one person who voted in 5 different elections who was not a U.S. citizen, went to jury duty and determined that he was not a citizen, was removed from the voting rolls. He couldn't figure out why he couldn't vote. There have been millions of people who are illegal, who have invaded our country, and many of them are registered to vote, I believe. And this dilutes the power of your vote as well as mine. Well, yeah, everybody knows we have to be a U.S. citizen to vote. The problem is we don't have a mechanism, and we need a mechanism to ensure that that's the case. As noted in the Arizona case, we should require proof of citizenship in order to vote, except if you're using a federal form. Now, if you enact legislation that requires proof of citizenship to vote for all elections, and then you take and you code those people who have done it with a federal form, and you can do this really easily, then we can, you don't require it, but if they show citizenship, they get a full ballot. If they don't, they get only a federal ballot. But you can program the same precinct with a federal ballot only or a full ballot. Now, you don't need 2 separate databases like they were talking about in Arizona. All you got to do is take that database and code that database that says this person has shown proof of citizenship, this person is not. That's all you need to do. Those people who are currently registered through DPS, we know they're citizens. The people who don't show proof of citizenship but who are currently registered, I put them on suspense, which means when the time comes, they come to vote, comes up suspense, you have to show proof. You have to show proof of citizenship. If you don't have that proof of citizenship, you have them vote provisionally. They then do 6 days cure period, just like with the IDs, to go down to the voter registrar, show proof of citizenship, and at that point their vote counts or it doesn't count. Bottom line is we need to ensure that every person who is voting is a U.S. citizen, and we need to make sure that every U.S. citizen can vote and can register to vote. What I've suggested to you is a way of dealing with that. My prepared testimony has a lot of other things in it, including some interesting facts. For example, as of earlier this week, about 6,000 people have asked for a ballot by mail in Galveston. 500 of them are federal registrations. People who are overseas, military or people overseas. That's about 8% of people who have done that. There are other states that have done similar to what I'm suggesting. Arizona being one, Alabama, Colorado, Florida, Louisiana, North Dakota, and Ohio. So this can be done, and we have the authority to do it. I think what the last witness said about how to deal with presidential electors and whatever is a great way to do it. But I would require that every single person who votes has to show proof of citizenship if they're going to get a full ballot. If not, you put them on suspense. If they show that they say they're a citizen, put them, you give them a provisional ballot and give them 6 days to prove it. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Good to have you back again.
Thank
Thanks.
you, sir. Happy to be here.
Yeah. Welcome back. Introduce yourself again. Give us your testimony.
Okay, I'm Andrew Eller. I'm the State Republican Executive Committee Man for Senate District 24, also the Vice Chair for the Republican Party of Texas Election Integrity Committee, and I really have just 3 main points to talk about today. A lot of it was covered very, very well. I do want to point out what Mr. Cuccinelli talked about with UOCAVA. UOCAVA in the last decade, the number of military families using that has decreased to less than half of those actually using the program. It is the non-military overseas voters that now need more scrutiny. Overseas voting has drawn suspicion in recent years when the shutdowns have restricted, those who could travel abroad, and a lot of folks were sent home. The number of overseas tax returns plummeted during that time frame, while the number of UOCAVA ballots grew. Something is amiss there. So either we're having tax fraud or we're having election fraud going on in that case. So that is something that he did bring up that I believe this committee needs to look at, and we need legislation that he brought forward that we should take care of some of those issues. The second piece I was going to talk about was, and you talked around it a little bit, it was SB 1600 from last session, which was requiring proof of citizenship when you're registering to vote. Now, there's many ways around that. You got the SB 1600 like last session, which did pass in a bipartisan manner in the Senate, died in the House. Or you can do things like the Arizona method, the methods that Mr. Sargent were talking about, those methods to look at requiring that proof of citizenship during registration, and even separating the election systems. I don't know how much you knew, but HB 294 from Schofield last session in the House was brought forward to separate our federal from our state elections. And I believe he's done that 2 or 3 sessions in a row, and that has gone nowhere in the House. That's something that can be looked at. And then finally, the last piece to look at is the driver's license, and I believe you've got a handle on that. Senator Middleton talking about the non-citizen wording at the top of the driver's license is very helpful. You know, just a simple change to section 630101, subsection 1 of the election code would help, because it just says a driver's license issued by DPS, and subsequent changes to other sections in law that would require the words non-citizen being printed, those kind of things, excluding certain types of IDs that could not be used that were issued by DPS, because that's pretty broad when it says a driver's license issued by the Department of Public Safety. So,
right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Welcome back. Introduce yourself again. Give us your testimony.
Thank you. I'm Donna Shelton from Dallas County. I want to share with you what's reality that's happening on the ground, and that is Dallas County, as we went in for training for election judges, in one of the samples was a Texas ID card that was a limited term. Well, I had never seen that before, but they are using that as an example, a limited term, and it scans green and it votes. So why is that used as an example in training for judges? I felt like I was being subliminally conditioned to accept it. It wasn't, I didn't know what limited term was. I went and looked it up later. But at that moment, it was the first day on the first session, I went out on a limb and said, these are the cards that the illegals are being issued, and we should not be using them for voting. And I got we'll check into it and get back with you. Well, it kind of became an issue in Dallas County, and thank you to our chair. And in the days subsequent to that, I asked other judges, and that example had been removed, and I asked other judges and other clerks in the class to raise the question, should we accept these or not? Make them make a statement. All we ever got back was, well, we'll just get back with you. They never would say, don't accept it. Now, you've gone over the system, and it should work if we've got honest people and honest entities and honest databases, but if we have any lapse in that, and people do show up and present a limited term, and they scan green, the only thing to stop the non-citizens from voting is the human element. So what I want to ask you guys is, how do we educate the rest of the counties, and how do we educate the other 49 states? Because these people have been bussed and flown all over the United States, and these other states do not know Texas law or the very last example on the Secretary of State's website that talks about it. And the last time I looked, where the lower left corner says these should not, limited terms should not be used for voting. Not a list B, but not used at all. And the example doesn't have limited term on it. So at a glance, nobody is going to, it's hard to catch that.
Okay.
So I think there's an educational element here between now and, next week. Yeah, not November 5th, next week. Is how do we get the word out for all of the country? We can probably not do the territories and probably not do the military, but the rest of the continental United States needs to know not to accept these IDs.
You got to do that before you do the LNA test tomorrow.
Yeah, we multitask. We multitask.
That's right, we can.
So, this was an issue that was brought up on September 21st and hasn't been addressed until maybe the Secretary of State did their advisory, which was on the 9th. Well, their first advisory said, do accept it. Now, it has been longstanding for years that the Secretary of State's website said, do not use it. And in a year where we have millions of people coming across the border and millions of voters concerned that these people are going to vote, that's when the Secretary of State issued an advisory, says you do accept these limited terms, IDs for voting. And then the next day asked the AG's office for a ruling, and then they reversed course. But it would be easy for someone in a nefarious county to cherry pick that one advisory that said that it's acceptable and then educate their teams to use it. So the risk of abuse is there.
That's right, and I'm sure you saw after the Secretary of State released the guidance that said provisional ballot unless they have proof of naturalization. The Attorney General did come back later the day and said she's right. That's how it needs to be. So it was not a pretty process, but we got to the right place. But you're right. We've got to make sure people are using the most current guidance.
The guidance is there, but will we get it enforced?
Exactly.
Yeah,
you're
and we
right.
probably need help on that.
Amen. You're right. Thank you.
If I could add on that also too, I'm quoting from memory, 2024-31 is the new advisory, okay? That's correct. And that was Secretary Nelson. It is very clear, okay, that that's not supposed to be used as a document to vote. And then as this, and also I checked with Rachel Hooper, who's Republican Party legal counsel. She agrees that it's in full force at this point. So, well, I actually went back on Friday to make sure that actually made sure both political parties saw that. So I think everyone agrees so far that 2024-31 is in full in force, as well as the Attorney General. So we've at least corrected it for now.
Okay. Well, I do have a question. If a limited term comes in, and we scan it and it scans green, then there may be an issue.
Yeah, the advisory would require unless they have proof of naturalization, then they'd get a provisional ballot, no matter how it scans. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
If the people that maintain the database have flipped those people to green, is there a punishment for that? Is there any kind of enforcement? Against
the one trying to vote, or against the person maintaining the database? I just want to understand.
Database, whether that's ES&S.
Well,
if there's corruption in the system, is it punishable? Is there anything to hold them accountable?
By putting someone in the voter rolls who shouldn't be on there?
Right, to intentionally put non-citizens in a votable condition.
At the very least, that'd be tampering with a government document. I can just off the top of my head, in addition to specific provisions about the voter rolls, yes.
Class A specific.
It's at least that. Now, again, there'd be a question of whether it was done intentionally or negligently. But now we haven't really talked about that. Now, with any system we put in place, if someone inside an agency is just going to cheat, then we have to deal with that. But yes, it is a crime. It's definitely against the law. There'd definitely be a way to hold them accountable. Okay. If that's what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Thank you. Were you saying something, Mr. Were you? Okay.
No, I'm not.
Oh, very good. Okay. All right. Anyway, Senator Miller, do you have a question?
Yeah. Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to thank Sarge. By God's grace, you're here today. Yeah. It's a rough hearing last time.
Right.
Can I tell a quick story?
Please.
I was returning from New York State on Saturday, which was my 81st birthday. And I was on Southwest, and the stewardess found out that I was turning 81. So they turned all the lights out in the plane, and they had everybody push the call buttons with all the lights. And they said, "No, those are the candles." And then, then the captain came out and had the whole plane sing "Happy Birthday" to me.
I love it.
It blew me over.
All right.
As long as they didn't light the candles, you had a good trip.
And they didn't have me go and blow out all the candles either.
Outstanding. We've said it a number of times, but we're so glad you're back. So glad to have you back. Thank you each for your testimony. Thank you for being here. We have some more witnesses we're going to hear from on this charge. And again, we're still, I don't know if someone said Ms. Valiant has left. Susan Valiant. Oh, very good. Very good. We'll check on Susan Valiant. Rhonda Ward. I see Miss Rhodes back there. Fran Rhodes.
No, I'm a diehard.
Good. And Charlene Reagan. Charlene Reagan, is she still with us? Still with us in a present sense, not a.
Had to leave.
Okay, all right. How about Daniel Hunt? It's Daniel Hunt here from Oh, all right, there you are. I saw you earlier. Thank you. You were behind, your head was behind somebody else's. I couldn't see, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Very well. We'll start over here if that's okay. Introduce yourself.
Yes,
Give us your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is Susan Valiant. I'm at SREC for SD10 at Tarrant County, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself and the Patriots in Tarrant County. I'm thankful for the Secretary of State for clarifying that 2024-30 advisory on the limited ballot, on the limited term driver's license. However, the 1 million voters that Governor Abbott stated were removed from the voter rolls, those records are not been available to the public in order to review. So that's kind of an issue for some people. There's another category of non-citizens that I call non-citizens of this world, which are deceased voters. We currently have 14,000 deceased voters in Texas that are on the voter rolls from 2022 to 2024. 775 were identified in Tarrant County, as well as a list of 66 deceased have been passed away for over 10 years. And then the solution we recommend is a reconciliation log be required between the Texas Death Registry and County Death Registry, the jury pool, and the third-party voter registration system to be reconciled with the data to the Secretary of State's statewide voter system 30 days prior to the election, and then 7 days prior to early voting starting, and make that reconciliation report available to the public. A similar reconciliation report could be done for the non-citizens in the same way, except you would just be using the DMV, the Customs and Border Patrol I-95 applicants, and the third party. All those reconcile with the third-party voter registration system and the Secretary of State's voter system. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Rhonda Ward, SREC, Committee Woman for Senate District 3, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself as well as the Republican Party of Texas. Limited term driver's license should not be an acceptable form of identification. As of today, it's not even listed as one of the 7 forms of identification on the vote.gov website that's administered by the Secretary of State. However, they're being accepted as a form of identification. Accepting limited license is placing the burden of determining the validity of a naturalization certificate, which is required now with a limited license, on thousands of poll workers, many of which this is their first election to work. I've been a poll worker for over 10 years. I've never seen a naturalization certificate. My fear is out of lack of training, they will give the individual a regular ballot. And once that ballot is in the ballot box, there's no walking that back. I do not think limited license should be allowed, period. And addressing the non-citizens voting, I have 2 individuals that were issued regular license. They're here on a green card, so they're legally here. But they voluntarily sent me their driver's license, and as Senator Middleton pointed out, they look just like ours. And they're good for 7-8 years. This is the little thing that says our post office, anywhere, people fill this out. All they have to do is lie and say that they're not, that they are a citizen, and they're registered to vote. This is the little card that they get. No one checks any of this. This is an issue. So I know there was also a lady in Sabine County, which is in my Senate district. She's a caregiver. She took the lady she takes care of to vote. While she was there, the poll worker asked her if she'd like to vote. And she said, I'm not a citizen. She said, well, you're on the rolls. And she said, oh, well, I don't want to vote. Well, how did her name get there?
Yeah.
I'm just asking for Senate Bill 1600 requiring proof of citizenship to register to vote be introduced again. I know y'all did it in the Senate. Thank you very much. We now need the House to do the same. Thank you.
I filed it last session, and I will again, but thank you. We need to get it done, and then some. Thank you very much. Ms. Rose, welcome back. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Thank you. I'm Fran Rhodes with True Texas Project. As I speak to TTP supporters all around the state, they mostly have 2 equal top priorities. One is the crisis at the border, and the other is election integrity. Of course, a major part of election integrity is making sure that only eligible voters vote, and that all eligible voters have an equal opportunity to do so. There is currently a serious concern among that non-citizens will be allowed to vote in this coming election and future elections. This is based on several situations. First of all, an executive order issued by the Biden administration in March of 2021 directs federal agencies to engage in voter registration process without any instructions to ensure that the person is legally eligible to vote. The Biden administration has inserted federal agencies into the voter registration process where they do not belong, and we fear that registering non-citizens is part of that plan. We've all seen reports and articles about groups setting up voter registration drives outside of the DPS, or in my case, my county recently rejected requests to do it in county property. We need legislation to require proof of citizenship with voter applications, and everybody's talked about that already today, and I realize there are federal components to that, but it needs to be done one way or another. Second, A.G. Paxton just last month urged Secretary of State Nelson to use existing federal law to determine citizenship status for registered voters. She did send a letter to the Immigration Services stating that they were compiling the list, but as far as we can tell, that list has never actually been sent to be confirmed. And with voting starting Monday, it's a bit late to do that. And then third, last week, we have the Secretary of State's contradictory statements about accepting limited term licenses. So we've hashed that out already. So our activists who value election integrity and transparently rose up and made calls, and I think that's part of the reason it was turned around. But the problem still remains if the Secretary of State can just issue statements that contradict election code and put election workers in danger of not following the law. The legislature needs to intervene to make sure that that doesn't happen. As I've said before, I offer no particular expertise or experience in this field, but I do have the ear of the people, supporters all over the state of Texas. They talk to me about their concerns, and this is a huge concern for the people. So we ask that you do whatever it is y'all need to do to fix it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rose. Mr. Chairman, welcome back. Take that microphone and go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Hughes and Senators. I want to start off by saying that limited term driver's license, I'm going to limit my comments to that. Limited term driver's licenses, there are legitimate people in our country legally, either student visa or a work visa or some other thing, and they have to drive, and they get a limited term driver's license. I was shocked when the lady from the DPS admitted that a lot of non-citizens are getting driver's licenses that don't even say limited term. They just look like a regular and a driver's license that are valid for 8 years. That's shocking. But I'm talking about limited term. According to DPS, there are over 2.8 million limited term driver's licenses that have been issued currently to non-citizens. And something I will point out, some of those students or people who came here for work have since been naturalized, and they absolutely should have a right to vote. The ones I'm talking about are the ones who are here illegally or have not cured their citizenship issues. Many non-citizens have regular driver's licenses, like the lady from the DPS admitted. According to Attorney General Paxton, there are almost 500,000 registered voters with unverified citizenship statuses. That's concerning. Tens of thousands of poll workers across Texas are not trained on how to determine whether a naturalization certificate or document is legitimate. And I can guarantee there are people out there forging them right now based on the Secretary of State's statement on Friday. My solution is that any person presenting a limited term driver's license must be warned about the criminal implications of non-citizens attempting to vote, and if they attempt to persist in attempting to vote, they should be offered a provisional ballot. Period. If they have a limited term driver's license, they vote provisionally. The person at the poll doesn't need to be making that determination. It's much easier to train 254 voter registrars on what a naturalization certificate is when those people come in over the next 6 days to cure their ballot. The other thing is, I think it was mentioned earlier, when you vote provisionally, there's a place on there where you're swearing that you're a citizen. They've now made a statement that they are a citizen. If they don't come in and cure their ballot, their name should be given to law enforcement for investigation. Thank you.
I was going to mention what that provisional ballot process is important because you do swear an oath that you're qualified. it's there for a reason. You're right. Thank you. Senators, any questions for the witnesses? Thank you, guys. Thanks for sticking around. Thanks for being here. Chair now calls Deborah Boehm, I apologize, Jennifer Dornoff, Emily French, Penny Story. So we're still looking for. All right, come on down. If I called your name, how about Mary Ibarra? Is Miss Ibarra still with us? All right, come on down. Thanks. Got a spot for you right there. Make yourself at home. All right, thank each of you. We'll start over here on my right. Introduce yourself, get the microphone good and close, and give us your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman Hughes, and the rest of the committee members that are here, which is not very many at the moment. I am Jennifer Doynoff. I am the president of the Texas Association of County Election Officials, and I'm here to talk to you. My part is on the limited term driver's license, and I heard the commenter earlier wondering how we're training other election officials and poll workers on this particular item. And so I can say for the 168 members that we have in our association, which includes election officials both appointed and elected, that we are talking and we are adhering to the advice of the Secretary of State's office on this. And I did hold training in my county, which is Hays County, and we talked about the previous advisory, and then we held another meeting afterwards to talk about the advisory that has come up since. And we're recommending to our members that they do the same thing. We take this seriously. We have the same interests that you do in making sure that our elections are safe and fair. And I have some people that were in my training, so we did discuss this in training. We did provide illustrations of what those limited term licenses look like. And we did talk in great detail about, at the time, 2024-30, and then have since, as I said, remet on 2024-31. And we are relaying this on to the rest of the members of our association. And I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you very much. When we have questions as we get through, thanks for being here. Ms. Barr, welcome. Pull that microphone close, introduce yourself, and give us your testimony.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Mary Barra, and I'm a policy and advocacy strategist with the ACLU of Texas. I'm here to discuss the non-citizen voting claims being presented today. First, I'd like to highlight that the proposals on non-citizen voting being presented today are a solution in search of a problem. Under existing law, only U.S. citizens can legally vote. It's already illegal for non-citizens to vote in federal elections and state elections everywhere in the country. There are a variety of protections in the law preventing non-citizens from voting. The U.S. Constitution already states any non-citizen who knowingly makes false statements or claims that they are a citizen in order to register to vote is subject to fines and could be imprisoned up to 5 years. In addition to federal protections, the Texas Secretary of State already oversees routine list maintenance that is well established in our state and performed as required by law. Texas has numerous checks in place to ensure that only eligible citizens can vote, as outlined in the invited testimony from the Secretary of State that was presented today. As part of our work at ACLU of Texas, ensuring and advocating for fair elections, I see people taking all the necessary steps necessary to cast their ballot, and even then there are often issues, confusions, and questions that arise when it comes to voting. A voter must ensure that they are registered a month ahead of Election Day. They must carry ID that verifies their identity, oftentimes their citizenship as well, and they must be aware of their county's election administration practices, such as where they can cast their ballot. Our state has a time-tested voter registration and identification system that continues to function. If anything, recent changes to election law are pushing away eligible voters rather than honing the existing voter registration system. We should focus on helping every eligible Texan participate in state and local government rather than relitigating this issue and, as a consequence, making voting less accessible.
Thanks for your testimony. Welcome. Pull that microphone close. Make sure it's close enough. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Senator. I appreciate your endurance.
Deborah Boehm, Collin County. I am a volunteer, not an official spokesperson for United Sovereign Americans. And it is the duty of our election officials to guarantee that our elections are accurate and free from distortion or manipulation. This is a quote from SCOTUS and Ray Coy. It says, "The evil intent consists in disobedience to the law." It's talking about the intent of Congress to guard the elections, and that our elections officials must be held to a strict and scrupulous observance of every duty devolved upon him while so engaged. So part of the work that was mentioned by one of my fellow Texans, and I handed these out, this states the national work. I don't have time to explain this all. This is an election scorecard for Texas. We have over 20 states across the country who have purchased data rolls from their states. We analyzed it according to state law, and we asked 4 questions in every state. 1, were the voter rolls accurate as required by the National Voter Registration Act of 1993? In Texas, we found 1,352,202 apparent registration violations. Number 2, were the votes counted from eligible voters as required by the U.S. Constitution? Of those, 1.3 million, 196,000 voted in our general election of 2022. Number 3 was the number of votes counted equal to the number of voters who voted, and number 4 was the number of ballots in error valid according to HAVA. HAVA requires no more than 65 total. It was 1 in 125,000, only one error in 125,000. So we did a checkup in August. We only looked at 6 of these counts because we did hear that Governor Abbott said they cleaned 1 million off the voter rolls. However, it wasn't all of these 1.3. In the 6 different categories, the best improvement had a 13% improvement, meaning 87% had not yet been addressed. In the worst case scenario, it was actually worse. Thank you so much.
Thanks for your testimony. Welcome. Get the microphone over there and introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Thanks. I'm Emily E.B. French. I'm a policy director at Common Cause Texas. Like the others who have testified today, I believe that only eligible Texans should get to cast a ballot that counts in our elections. Unlike many of the others, I have trust in our voter roll maintenance procedures that already exist in Texas. Multiple representatives from state agencies spoke to the cross-check processes earlier today, and much better than I could. It is already great news, already in the Texas Constitution that in Article 6, Section 2, that you have to be a citizen to cast a ballot in Texas. There are multiple federal statutes my colleague Mary mentioned. I want to underline that 8 U.S.C. 1182 says that those who illegally vote could be deported. I don't know of a person who would risk deportation in order to cast a ballot. But these penalties, I believe, already deter bad actors from participating in ineligible voting. A lot of these penalties stack, right? The Texas Election Code says you can be prosecuted under federal law and Texas election law for a lot of these ineligible voting crimes. I believe that's a satisfactory deterrent. If we're that worried, we could always get back into Eric, but I'll try to sell that horse at a later date. Using old data and fear-mongering about our elections works against the integrity of our elections. It undermines the faith in our systems that work. When someone becomes an American citizen, that should be when they are finally eligible to vote. That first election they vote in should be the most exciting and patriotic moment, like fireworks, bald eagles, whatever we could get for them. I think that's well-deserved. Instead, these false narratives have intimidated eligible American immigrant voters out of using their vote, and in some cases, outdated data has caused some American immigrants who are eligible to be improperly purged from the rolls. When our systems are allowed to work as intended, we know that Texas has accurate voter rolls that contain eligible voters. I urge this committee to protect the rights of all voters, including those eligible American immigrant voters who are our neighbors. Thanks.
Thanks for your testimony. Senators, any questions for the witnesses? Thank you each for being here. Thank you very much. The sheriff called the sheriff. I'm looking at something else. I'm not gonna. That's a much higher office than I'll ever have. That's the Yeah, thanks. Now call Laura Rogers, Luis Figueroa, I see Mr. Figueroa over there, Catherine Coco, and Marcia Strickler. Come on back down. Some of them were here the other day. And let's also see if is Daniel Woodward here from there. Come on down, man. I've got a spot for you.
I'll scoot over for
I knew you'd been here. I thought you still were, but I hadn't seen you.
Still here. Thank you.
All right. All right. Welcome to each of you. You got the mic good and close. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Thank you. I'm Laura Rogers, and I'm the County and District Clerk for Sherman County. And I am also the Legislative Chair for the Texas Association of County and District Clerks. And I am the Secretary-elect for the Texas Association of County Election Officials. And I just wanted to come to say today, most of what I had in my testimony has already been addressed. But to me, Governor Abbott's press release that over 1 million voters have been purged from the voting rolls since 2001 shows that our list maintenance is working. We do list maintenance every day. I do it personally as the voter registrar for Sherman County. And I would like to thank Senator Betancourt for the Senate Bill 1113, which gives a little bit of bite, because I take it personally whenever I hear of other voter registrars that are not doing list maintenance like they should be. So thank you for that little bit of bite there with that. We work with multiple state agencies, and also as the district clerk, I maintain juries. And I can tell you from personal experience, whenever I receive a jury summons back as the district clerk, and I put that in the jury side of Teams, it is the next day that I get an alert that I have someone that possibly could be an illegal voter in my county. So the system does work. And I'd just like to thank you for having me here today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for being here. We're going to have questions for you, I'm sure. Ms. Figueroa, welcome back. Good to see you. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Luis Figueroa. I'm the Chief of Legislative Affairs for Every Texan. Thank you again for having me. I've been doing election protection work and watching election issues for about 20 years now, and so I just want to give a little bit of my perspective. And first of all, I just want to mention that this doesn't come in a vacuum. The issues of electoral reform proposals are always counterbalanced between election security and addressing eligibility and making sure that we have a system that protects both. And so I am very concerned that we don't want to use false allegations of voter fraud or election integrity as a proxy for voter suppression. That's my biggest concern. We want to make sure we keep that balance. And in terms of the checks and balance, I think it's important to point out what checks and balances we have now. So we have heard that, there's many laws, including state and federal laws, that have been in place for over 25 years that include only citizens may vote. We have very strict federal immigration laws where the consequences are extremely severe for false claims of citizenship or for voting that include removability and imprisonment. So there have been some isolated instances where those were incidents of confusion, accidents, or ignorance. We haven't seen any evidence that there's some type of plot to fraudulently sway an election. So it's really an issue of education more than it is of our systems in place. But on the other side, if we did implement a very strict proof of citizenship, documentary proof of citizenship requirement, the research shows that potentially nationwide, 21.3 million eligible voters could be prevented from voting. So I am worried about swinging the pendulum too far on the other side. I will say that their unlawful burden on eligible voters could reduce turnout and impose unnecessary costs on Texans. It's very expensive to get these documents. And lastly, I'll say that database matching is rife with error. We've seen this before over and over. They mentioned it in testimony earlier. Trying to match our Texas database with federal database is a recipe for disaster. So I appreciate the opportunity, and I'm open for more questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Strickler, welcome back.
Thank you. Marcia Strickler, Citizens Defending Freedom in Williamson County. There's an estimated 1.7 million illegal gotaways in our country right now that we heard someone earlier testify about. Illegal immigrants who have evaded Border Patrol are now living in the interior of the United States without documentation and without having undergone any vetting by immigration officials. I am a VDR, a voter deputy registrar in Williamson County. Preventing non-citizens from registering to vote in Texas will require a big overhaul of the voter registration process. Walkaway applications are handed out like candy throughout our state. That would need to stop. VDRs are not currently allowed to ask for proof of citizenship. What should we be trained to look for? A limited term driver's license, a fake ID, or hands are somewhat tied to holding non-citizens accountable when they attempt to vote. If they are crossing the border illegally, what makes us think they won't register to vote illegally? I do anticipate non-citizens will be attempting to vote starting next Monday in Texas in this general election. Are we legally ready to handle this via the 911 hotline or praying that our local sheriff is educated on how to handle this if and when it occurs and they are called? Given the ease of registration today, I suspect we already have thousands of non-citizens registered. If a voter clerk receives a voter checking in using the limited driver's license as their photo ID, we are now following the recent secondary advisory, which did clarify the first Secretary of State advisory. Thank you for that. However, fake driver's license are a dime a dozen throughout our country and our state. Those non-citizens that want to vote will get through in many cases if they show up on the voter rolls. Systemically, we have to stop non-citizens from registering to begin with, and we must train our election workers better. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Woodward, welcome back. Go ahead.
Thank you. Chairman Hughes and members of the committee, I'm here today to address the interim charge. And to be blunt, we at the Texas Civil Rights Project believe that this interim charge is a transparent voter suppression tactic. First, as has already been referenced multiple times throughout the day, United States citizens are allowed to vote in federal and state elections, while people who are not United States citizens are not. So this purported issue is already illegal. Not only is it a waste of taxpayer money to hold a hearing on this vanishingly rare type of illegal voting, but giving this non-issue airtime also serves to intimidate immigrant communities and communities of color. At the Texas Civil Rights Project, we have sent, along with a coalition of our voting rights partners, to both the Texas Secretary of State's office as well as the Department of Public Safety, letters to remind them of how rare these purported cases are. For example, a nationwide survey of election officials responsible for the tabulation of 23.5 million votes across 42 jurisdictions during the 2016 general election, including Bexar County, Dallas, El Paso, Harris, and Travis counties, identified only 30 incidents of suspected non-citizen voting, a rate of 0.0001%. Similarly, Tarrant County found 0 instances of non-citizens on the voter rolls during regular maintenance in March of 2023. Finally, as recently as yesterday morning, the Texas Tribune published that the number Governor Abbott had previously quoted as 6,500 potential non-citizens on the voter rolls was wildly inflated and inaccurate. It confirmed that eligible voters were getting caught up in the purge, flagged as ineligible and stripped of their right to vote in this election, solely because of the myth that a non-citizen voting is a rampant issue. Disenfranchising eligible voters based on a dishonest narrative is a threat to democracy and the communities we serve. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thanks for your testimony. Senators, any questions for our witnesses? Thank you each for being here. Thank you very much. Oh, I'm sorry, I do have a question. I apologize. I'm sorry for the false start. You came a long way to be here. Combo clerk. So you were the district clerk and the county clerk, or is that correct?
That's correct.
Help me. Is that so? Are you elected to both, or the offices have been combined in your county? Forgive me. I'm just
sure. No, that's fine. In counties less than 8,000 population, you have the option to have what's called a combo clerk. And so in my county, we're less than 8,000 people, so I hold the county clerk's position and the district clerk's position. Then I also hold elections, and recently, just in June, I took over as the voter registrar.
Thank you for that. And thank you. That was That's my smallest county is just a little bit larger, so I wasn't familiar with that. Thank you.
Right.
And let me ask one more question about the process, because we had the Secretary of State's office talking about it. So from your perspective, you talked about that maintenance that you perform, and so sometimes, let's say you get word that someone has shown up for jury duty and said they're on the voter rolls, but they say I'm not a citizen. That goes to you, and it goes to the Secretary of State, as I understand. As an example, what happens when you receive that? Tell us what you do, please.
So actually, being the district clerk, I'm in charge of jury pools in the county. So it kind of makes it easy. It's not very far down to the office that I need to bring it to.
You don't have to tell yourself. That's right. You're the district clerk as well.
So being the district clerk, whenever I get a jury summons that has circled on there that they are not a resident of this country or they're a non-citizen, then I automatically, Teams has two sides.
Teams is that SOS database.
Yeah,
Well, I'm
yes,
asking the witness. Secretary of State database with the voter information.
Exactly.
Okay.
They have two sides. So one side of it is where, as a district clerk, I go in and pull the juries from. And then the other side of it is the voter registration side, where as the voter registrar, I go in and work in that side. And so as the district clerk, I go in and enter every exemption, every disqualification that I receive on my jury summons into the jury side of Teams. And then that information gets processed over to the voter registration side, and it automatically flags someone who's in question. And then as I put on my voter registration hat, and I go ahead and generate the notice that that's been challenged and do investigation from there as the voter registrar.
Okay, thank you. And so that's the process that you take up on a regular basis. And so in the case of someone who's at jury duty, you're aware of that before it ever goes to the SOS.
Right.
Do you also receive information from the SOS, for example, based on their regular check of DPS data? Do you also receive information from them?
So in theory, I would. I have 1,400 registered voters. So we are a very small county. The Secretary of State we have very little move in, move out registrations. We're pretty set in who lives in Sherman County, pretty much stays in Sherman County. But if I was in a larger county, I go in every single day and process any kind of notifications that the Secretary of State's office has sent me. We also get abstracts of death from other county clerks that have sent those to the voter registrar, and so I process those every day. List maintenance is a daily operation in our offices.
Thank you for helping us with that process. Do you have questions about the court? Go ahead. Didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
Everyone briefly, this is a certificate that Karen had got, I believe, for saving Bill's life from the Department of Public Safety.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I think let's give her a hand for, because she has about 12 jobs, and you were like in EMS or what?
You know, it takes all of us to get the community rolling, so I just take all.
Well, it does take a village to keep Bill rolling. That much we did prove, but he's well on his way after his 81st birthday and that wonderful birthday party on the airplane.
And that's something. We had recognized you earlier, but you were over in your seat. I'm glad Senator Betancourt reminded us while you were here, and for folks who are just coming in. Thanks for all you do. That has a special meaning in your case.
It does. And seeing him here today and hearing about his 81st birthday was pretty special. Pretty special.
That's pretty neat. That's right. Thank you each for being here. Thank you very much. Where the chair now calls Lucy Trainer. I saw him. There she is. And Dr. Presley, we'll call you back down for this one. And Ed, where's Ed Johnson? There he is. And Tammy Brown Rodriguez is Miss Rodriguez here. Those are the remaining witnesses we have. I believe so. I think this may be the last panel.
All right.
The last panel.
Thank y'all for hanging in here, I tell you.
All right. So there's Miss Trainer, and there's where's
I'm not doing anything.
Dr. Now, I saw Dr. Presley. Oh, there she is. Okay. All right. No problem. No problem. And these are the last four witnesses we have registered to testify. So if you're here and wishing to testify on this charge, please register outside or let us know. and we'll bring you up after these witnesses. Dr. Presley, you're in the
I'm in
pole
the first
position this
look at
time.
there.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Dr. Laura Presley with True Texas Elections. I'd like to speak a little bit on this limited term driver's license. We are really blessed that a second advisory was issued by the Secretary of State, Advisory 2024-31. It was issued correcting the legal errors of the first one, and we are really grateful that they did that. The Secretary of State's legal errors in interpreting our election laws, those things are primarily done because those decisions are and those advisories are based on improper legal grounds. And these waivers have been an issue for a very long time. And we agree with you, Senator Hughes, that it's not a very pretty process to correct those errors. It's not pretty. So what are the solutions? I mean, it took 3 days to correct this one. We've got issues with what we believe to be waivers based on improper legal grounds. I have scores of them. Here's what I propose, and I want y'all to consider this is something new. I propose a legislative appeal process for when the Secretary of State or the executive branch has interpreted the election code improperly based on improper legal grounds. That legislative committee would receive complaints, hold hearings, and give an official decision and opinion. And it allows us a process that we don't have to file a lawsuit, okay? Which takes forever and is expensive and is not also a pretty process. We're in the situation right now, Senator Hughes, with this 33.0605, where we believe that the watchers are entitled, and I'm going to read the code, they are entitled to follow election materials from the polls to any other location designated to process materials. We're interpreting that as the elections office for early vote. And so this is an issue. It's going to continue to be an issue, and we need the legislature, not some bureaucratic body that's not elected. We need to be able to appeal to some group, not the AG, because that's still the executive branch. We want to come to you guys who wrote the bill and intended what you intended. So I want to propose that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Pull that a little closer, and then when you're
All
ready,
right.
introduce yourself, give us your testimony.
Yes, Tammy Brown Rodriguez, excuse me. I am the chair for the training committee of the Dallas County Republican Party. I also sit on the election oversight committee for the Dallas County Republican Party. And I have to tell you, hearing the Secretary of State say, well, we gave an advisory and we changed it and we fixed it, and so it's no longer a done deal, it's no longer a problem. I've trained over 500 election workers in the last 7 weeks. I received the limited term driver's license image from a friendly senator who sent it to me saying, hey, just be on the watch for this ID. I trained 500 people, and they kept saying, well, we went downtown to the Dallas County Election Department and we were trained differently. So how do we deal with this issue? This is so much more complicated than simply saying, I've sent out a new advisory. This is logistic nightmare for me, who I do all of this on a voluntary basis, to go back to 700 people that we've been training, to fix what the Dallas County Election Department has said, and then to retrain them accordingly to the new advisory. And furthermore, when we're talking about now, how does this issue arise with the Democratic who is going to be the presiding judge? Now you've got poll watchers and election clerks who have the new information. Now there's going to be contention at our voting locations. And folks, we're talking over 470 locations on voting day. So we're talking hundreds and thousands of people that we have to get this information out to. There's already problematic in our trust of a free and fair election. Now this is escalated tenfold. So I urge you, I do thank the work that you've done. I know that you had a big role in it, so we thank you. It's just we have to understand the practical measures of we the people that are having to navigate, specifically in Dallas County, when we heard today testimony where our DA will not reach out to the Attorney General's DA to navigate any election issues. What does that mean for us in Dallas County? That we have zero representation, we don't have the ability to contest, and that is incredibly problematic if we want a free and fair election and people to mobilize to the polls. So I also do want to quickly state, I missed my other hearing when you asked about the audible elections. Folks, we've got to be able to print those early vote tapes. During early voting, at the end of early voting, there is absolutely no stamp of what those results were during early voting because we're taking our heads down to the Dallas County Election Department without printing a results tape. We must change that, please, because on election day we do, but not on early voting. And if that continues, we will never have true audible results. So I charge you, let's clarify that and ensure that we have free and fair elections. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Trainer, welcome.
Thank you.
Introduce yourself.
Lucy Trainer, representing SELF. I'm taking a little different angle from where you all are coming from. This is something that happened in the summer and the fall. I'll start with what I wrote up. Grassroots concerns have emerged about outsourcing voter registration firms with progressive ties, such as Civic Government Solutions, which has connections to Democrat entities, funding these efforts all the while by taxpayer money. CGS's founder claims nonpartisan roots, but their past partnerships tell a different story, raising concerns about transparency and political bias. These concerns are specifically applicable in Travis, Bexar, and Harris counties at the Commissioner's Court level in the summer and in the fall. Under Texas law, Election Code 276.016, unsolicited applications for ballots by mail are prohibited by an organization like CGS. Despite this, CGS proposed sending such applications in Bexar County in their marketing materials, potentially leading to false voter information, predatory practices, and legal issues down the road. Clean voter rolls are essential for honest elections as non-citizens are barred from voting and holding public office. The Supreme Court has upheld that non-citizens are excluded from our democratic process. CGS being controlled by Civitech also raises concerns about the misuse of voter data for partisan purposes affecting down-ballot races. Because of the work on this committee that you all did last session, Texas has already moved away from contracts with a company called Electronic Registration Information Center, ERIC, to prevent such risks. Incidentally, CGS has actively marketed its services to all 254 counties across Texas, further raising alarms about taxpayer money funding such entities. Many of these commissioners' courts can handpick a CGS list with their voter population in mind and then can tilt many of our, again, down ballot races. Texas needs legal safeguards to prevent the creation of many ERICs by our local counties so these situations will not happen again in Travis, Bexar, and Harris. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Johnson, welcome back. Introduce yourself again. Give us your testimony.
Ed Johnson. I'm here on the Harris County Ballot Security. As you heard in testimony earlier, I think DPS is probably your best source right now for citizens or non-citizens. So I wanted to bring up one point that hadn't been talked about. On the voter registration application, when you get down to providing ID, the application actually says you should provide your Texas driver's license or Texas personal ID. If not, if you do not have one, then you provide your 4 digits of your social. I think, or if you claim you don't have either one of those, you check the box below saying I don't have either one. If we had all the voters' driver's license numbers, it's going to be a whole lot easier data-wise to match them up to the Department of Public Safety list to figure out who's a citizen or who's not. I think there should be some review of the people that are filling out paper applications to determine if they do have a driver's license or not, and if they do, they should be put on suspense like Bill Sargent was talking about that, and require them to provide that driver's license or give the Secretary of State authority to match those people up and obtain that information from DPS so that you can do these cross checks on the database. This is something that, you know, it's the form says you're supposed to do it, and we're just not enforcing it at all. The other one that's a big one that would help our elections with the non-citizens is separating them, like you heard earlier, of the federal elections and the state elections. This is not two separate elections. You would actually hold these elections at the same time. It's just like you go in now. In fact, we are already doing that. You have limited purpose ballots right now where you have people living overseas or people that move from another state that don't qualify for anything but a federal ballot. And all the machines in Cross Texas are already programmed for a federal ballot, and they're given that ballot style. So all you would have to do on the voter roll is put a flag on there saying that they were a federal-only ballot, and you would receive that ballot style and that election when you walk over to the electronic voting machine. So it's a very, very thing to implement. It can be done next election with no problem.
Thank you very much. Senator Betancourt.
I just want to catch Lucy before she goes. The Attorney General sued both Bexar County and Travis County. And Harris County made the decision not to proceed, primarily due to the fact when you looked at what they were proposing, they were looking at, I think, 200,000 unsolicited voter registration applications that had 512,000 people at those 200,000 locations. But once the discussion got to the lieutenant governor level, and because it was obvious, this is the same theory we've had since, Mr. Chairman, you'll remember that we put into your omnibus bill after the then county clerk in 2020 tried to send out absentee ballots to everyone on the Harris County voter roll. That would have been approximately 2.3 million, of which 2 million didn't apply. So I think a consistent theme that you'll see is, at least from me, and I know the chairman has put in his legislation, is that unsolicited governmental requests are not the right public policy. It's wasteful money, because if these were really high returns, campaigns and political parties would already be doing it. They don't. They would hope that government would do that job for them. But fortunately, I think we're on the right public policy path. So I just wanted to make sure you knew that the AG had filed on those two counties.
Yes, very, very much aware of it. We would absolutely appreciate some kind of statutory prohibition, because right now it's been a whack-a-mole with all of these counties. And these are urban counties. You get outnumbered on the commissioner's court, and all of a sudden you've got this rogue organization going and doing the bidding of partisan purposes.
Well, those, if I remember correctly, in Bexar County, I believe that was a non-competitive bid done on an emergency basis.
Yes.
I think that's also part of the suit that was filed.
And thankfully, we have a good AG at this time to be able to address such things. But what happens down the road when we don't have someone as aggressive or someone of a different political persuasion even at this point? So it would be great.
See, right now, I would say that we'll look at it in the legislative session, but the good news is the Attorney General believes that the activity is not legal. So
right.
If past behavior dictates future behavior, then all that stuff will happen if bills are passed by both houses and signed into law.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Members, any other questions for our witnesses? Thank you each for being here. Thank you very much. I thank the members of the committee. No one else is registered to testify on our charge or any of our remaining charges. Anybody else here wishing to testify on the charge of making sure that our voters, our elections are voted by citizens only? Very well. We'll close testimony on that charge, and I'll ask the members of the committee if there's any other business we need to take up. Seeing and hearing none, and seeing no lights on the screen.
No lights on the screen.
That's right. The Committee on State Affairs we'll see you back in the morning at 9 a.m. Many of you, and the committee stands in recess, subject to the call of the chair. Good afternoon.